retreat. Strike back and take our objective. This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs.
Versus the Cootie. This is Breaker on this squad right now, and Project One kind of makes something happen. If you take a look at health bars, it looks like Project One losing it. Suzuki is actually going to end up falling. Tala from the attacking side. RRQ7S is looking to lock down game number 2 to take the match. Look at this tank destroyer on the right side over here is very, very low. A sliver of HP. It's not receiving any sort of return fire right now. It makes a push of its own. Who's going to go ahead and win out this play? Wow.
To add salt to the wound, we're already cheering in excitement because we know that they have won. Look at the camera in the bottom right. One versus two, and somehow the one is nearly winning because of the help from Lava on the backhand side and another support here. It was a trap. It was a bait. We baited in one of the tank destroyers of the DNI team. All three vehicles pushing up. One goes down, the second goes down.
If it is well placed, it'll deliver the killing blow. It's going to be landing in 3, 2, 1. Is it too little? Is it too late? As the Push Destroyer comes around the backside, gets the flank on the tank, goes down to a sliver of HP. There is literally a stinger on top of the tank.
C1 now in complete control. It is just a matter of time. TXD, nearly perfect TXD, win the match.
Thảo và Lucia rất hân hạnh được chào đón cộng đồng người hâm mộ Delta Force tại Việt Nam và trên toàn thế giới đang cùng quay trở lại với ngày thi đấu thứ 3 của Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair.
Hello everyone, we're from Thảo and Lucia. It's our pleasure to be here with you today and welcome everyone.
Ngày thi đấu hôm qua thì chúng ta đã trải qua một ngày thi đấu rất dài với 4 cặp trận đầy kịch tính và hấp dẫn, và qua đó thì cũng một lần nữa xin được gửi lời chúc mừng tới hai đội tuyển, đó là Thanh Long và Tuxedo NXG, khi họ đã vượt qua hai đối thủ mạnh, đó chính là No Mercy và Rapid Lo-Fi, để chính thức góp mặt tại vòng semi-final.
On the second day of the competition, Thanh Long and Tuxedo NXG performed really well and showcased their strength by winning against No Mercy and Rapid Lo-Fi.
Trong khi đó thì 4 đội tuyển còn lại của chúng ta sẽ thi đấu với nhau tại nhánh thua ngày hôm nay, và rất tiếc một đội tuyển trong số đó sẽ phải chính thức ra về, và một đội tuyển duy nhất sẽ được chính thức bước vào ngày thi đấu ngày mai, vòng chung kết vào ngày 14 tháng 12, và chúng ta sẽ phải nói lời chào tạm biệt với 3 đại diện còn lại tại giải đấu Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair.
Meanwhile, 4 teams will compete in the loser bracket today, and one of them will have the chance to advance to finals taking tomorrow. 3 teams will have to say goodbye to this tournament.
Và các bạn khán giả ơi, các bạn đã sẵn sàng để chào đón cặp trận đầu tiên sẽ bước lên sân khấu ngày hôm nay để định đoạt đâu sẽ là đội tuyển được đi tiếp và đâu sẽ là đội tuyển phải ra về chưa ạ? Hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên, RRQ Sevensins.
Without further ado, let's move on to the first match of the day between RRQ Sevensins and the host team, Rapid Lo-Fi.
Hãy cùng chào đón RRQ Sevensins, nơi mà họ đã mang đến một hành trình đầy cảm xúc, khởi đầu khó khăn khi để thất bại trước Thanh Long trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên, nhưng ngày hôm sau thì họ đã chứng minh tinh thần thép và sự mạnh mẽ vực dậy của mình. Với lối chơi chắc chắn, từng bước vững vàng của các đặc vụ bộ binh và những kỹ sư phương tiện dày dặn kinh nghiệm, RRQ Sevensins đang cho thấy họ không chỉ đến đây để thi đấu mà đến để khẳng định bản lĩnh. Và liệu dưới sự dẫn dắt của Commander Thala có thể tiếp tục tạo nên kỳ tích của RRQ Sevensins ngày hôm nay hay không? Hãy cùng chờ xem.
RRQ Sevensins has delivered an emotional journey. They had a difficult start, losing to Thanh Long on the first day, but the next day they proved their powerful comeback. With their solid gameplay, the steady steps of their assault infantry, and experienced engineers, they're showing they're not just here to compete, they're here to prove themselves. Under the leadership of the Commander Thala, can they continue to create miracles and write another chapter of their journey? Let's welcome RRQ Sevensins!
Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng chào đón đại diện nước chủ nhà Rapid Lo-Fi!
And now, the moment all Vietnamese fans will be waiting for has arrived. Please welcome Rapid Lo-Fi!
Hãy cùng chào đón Rapid Lo-Fi. Ngày thi đấu đầu tiên thì họ đã có màn trình diễn đầy thăng hoa và cảm hứng mạnh mẽ cho tất cả khán giả. Ngày thi đấu thứ hai có lẽ đó là lần đầu tiên mà chúng ta thấy họ phải chật vật và gồng mình để vượt qua áp lực từ các đối thủ quốc tế. Nhưng chắc chắn cả đội đã dành thời gian để nhìn lại và chuẩn bị cho một sự trở lại mạnh mẽ. Tinh thần Việt Nam khát khao chinh phục những gã khổng lồ thế giới có lẽ sẽ là động lực để họ tiếp tục tiến về phía trước. Dưới sự dẫn dắt của đội trưởng Wavi Eager và Commander Koba, Rapid Lo-Fi hứa hẹn sẽ mang đến một màn trình diễn bùng nổ và hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để cùng đón chờ đội chủ nhà Rapid Lo-Fi.
On the first day of the competition, they performed brilliantly and provided a powerful source of inspiration for the entire whole crowd. But on the second day, for the first time, we saw a struggling Rapid Lo-Fi, battling against the pressure from international opponents. The entire team spent valuable time reflecting, adjusting, and preparing for a strong comeback. And that's okay. The Vietnamese fans' spirit, along with the desire to conquer the world giants, always been their driving force. Under the leadership of their captain, Wolfie Jäger, and Commander Koba, Rapid Lo-Fi promises to deliver spectacular and proud performance today. Let's welcome heroes of the home team, Rapid Lo-Fi!
Chỉ một cái tên được bước tiếp vào trận đấu cuối ngày và một cái tên sẽ phải ra về. Hãy cùng chúng tôi tìm câu trả lời trong trận đấu đầu tiên ngày hôm nay giữa RRQ 7 và Rapid Lo-Fi.
Will Rapid Lo-Fi be able to ignite the atmosphere of thousands of Vietnamese fans here today? The answer will be relieved soon against the match with RQ 7.
Well, good afternoon from Hanoi, Vietnam. It is day 3 of the Delta Force Invitational Warfare Stand or Fall. It's our elimination stage. I'm Goj, this is Vivid. So pumped to be back, man. Our 3rd day in a row. These are behemoth shows, so many games, but today is elimination stage. The stakes couldn't be higher. How you feeling, man?
Oh, I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic for these matches that have been going on today. Listen, there's been so much kind of happening in this tournament so far. Like Goj already mentioned, the fact that today will be pretty much our biggest day of eliminations for these teams. We're going to be losing 3 teams from the competition today. It's going to be absolutely insane. Of course, these teams are going to be fighting for that continuation in the bracket. They're going to be fighting for more of that prize pool. And at the end of the day as well, they're going to be fighting for that trophy. It's got me very excited.
Well, as you can tell, as we kind of look around the stage in the stadium, the players are already getting ready, and you can probably hear the noise of the crowd. Yes, we've been in the stadium, but the crowd is here. It is the weekend after all, so we've got audience today and tomorrow, and it's going to be really fun to listen into the cheers of hope and maybe some of the cries of dismay, depending on how this matchup goes. It is so interesting to be in the elimination stage and have the host team with the home crowd playing already in lower bracket round 2. This is, I mean, stakes, again, couldn't be higher, but let's talk again about how this all works, how we got here. Maybe you're just watching here in our elimination stages. I want to remind you that we actually started with 8 teams. All 8 teams, all qualified from a bunch of different tournaments all over the world to get to this stage here in Vietnam. We got the Winter Warfare Master from Hostile Response, and of course the Delta Force National Championship from RRQX 7 Sins, and everybody else in between. We started with 8. Now we are already on to day 3, which means we've already lost 2 teams in this competition. Unfortunately, Hostile Response and PO are out of this competition. You will not be seeing them today or tomorrow. But we have $200,000 on the line, and HR and PO, they're walking away with $10,000 apiece just for making it to this stage on LAN. But everybody else is still playing for the cash on screen. Of course, the farther you make it into the competition, the more money your team is making. But everybody wants to be champions. $60,000 on the line for the champions. Let's take a look at today's matches, though, because when it comes down to our schedule, we've got a couple people waiting in the wings. Today is only elimination rounds, which means all of these teams have lost already. They are playing for their lives in the tournament. We will be starting with RRQX 7 Sins versus Rapid Lo-Fi, the host team. We've already talked about them. We're going to break them all down here shortly. After this, though, No Mercy back on the stage versus a recently defeated DNI coming down to the lower bracket for the very first time. That is going to be a very fun matchup to watch. No Mercy looked totally different yesterday than they did in the quarterfinals. I think they can put up a good fight against DNI. This is how it all works, though, and when it comes to match rules, it's very simple. It is a best of 3. The judge will decide a random map out of our map pool for each team to play attack and defend on. Once we've done that, if it's a 1-to-1 trade and we go to game 3, there's a bunch of rules around the tiebreaker. The simple version is if you do better than your opponent and win the tiebreaker, you can choose to select the side after the map is chosen. So it is nice to have that priority. And taking a look at the bracket, Vivid, I want you to walk me through what we've seen thus far. As everybody can see, we have not gotten to a game 3 yet. It's all 2-0s across the board.
That's the crazy thing about this tournament so far. Yeah, let's take a quick look at how our teams actually got to where they are. Down there at matches 9, 10, and 11. It's going to be on that lower side of the bracket. It's all lower bracket today. Our first match, RRQ 7 Sins versus Rapid Lo-Fi. RRQ X7 Sins, they actually already won that lower bracket game, right? Rapid Lo-Fi, again, kind of losing from that upper bracket as well. A similar story in match number 10. The cool thing, though, about this lower bracket run today, again, we're going to be watching 3 total matches today. The winners of our first 2 games are then going to be going head-to-head in that match number 11 and fighting once again in the lower bracket. So, you know, we're going to be seeing a couple of these teams actually twice today, and that's going to be the first time that's kind of happened because, you know, in the past couple of days, we only saw them one time.
That's right. Teams are going to have to play back-to-back, but it's time to talk about the teams and what we can expect to see from them. Here's our predictions. Vivid, we have chosen opposite sides of the coin, my friend. Talk to me about your prediction. You are going against the host team?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
I mean, listen, I think RRQX7 Sins, they just looked way too good for me. I think Rapid Lo-Fi also looked very good yesterday. You know, obviously taking that loss. I do think these teams are going to be relatively close together, which is why I did put it as a 2-1, which is, you know, maybe not so smart because Coach already mentioned every single match has been a 2-0, but yeah, I think this one's going to be very, very close.
I am the exact opposite, by the way. I think the RLF we saw on day 1 was so dang good that they are going to win down the lower bracket. They had a tough day yesterday. I think they're the better team, but I think it is going to be close. I'm going 2-1 as well. Let's talk about the rosters, though, and while we're doing this chat, I want to remind you that you can also vote. We've got an audience prediction going on right now. All you have to do is type it into the chat right now, RRQ7S or RLF. Who do you think is going to win? Talk to me about this RRQX7 Sins roster, though. Obviously under the commander Tala. This is a great team. You're cheering them on. You think they can win. Why is that? Who do you want to shout out?
I mean, Tala is definitely going to be getting active. We have Javier over there as well, was putting up a giant amount of kills as well. A couple of other star players for the squad. I mean, listen, I just think that, you know, after watching RRQ7S go up against PO yesterday, I just feel so confident. Honestly, I had high hopes for Rapid Lo-Fi kind of coming into this one, but, you know, after their loss yesterday against TXT, they just kind of got stomped. So I feel like the momentum for, you know, how this is going to go. RRQ, they've got a win under their belt yesterday. RLF, they've got the loss coming into the day. So momentum speaking, that's why I'm kind of favoring RRQ.
Okay, well, on the opposite side of the coin, we've got Rapid Lo-Fi, the host team. Kobayashi, the commander Koba, is a force to be reckoned with. And I think as you look at the rest of the roster as well, some big standouts for me. Vico was going absolutely bonkers on the map, especially in day 1. And even in the stomp in day 2, Vico was still making waves. Watch out for that squad leader on the map going into this one. I think another interesting point, Sora Triss also was putting up great numbers, one of the vehicle operators. I think something too, is you compare these two teams, they actually have very similar play styles. We've got our MVPs of both of these rosters are the commanders. And they don't have a crazy amount of kills necessarily. They're just doing a very good job of being commander. That's not the same for the next matchup we'll see in the next one. The next one's just led by fraggers, led by their top slayers is their MVPs. MVPs for both these rosters are their commanders, and so I think this is going to be a very even game, and I think it will be our first game to 3. Now listen, again, Vivid, to go back to the predictions question, I'm seeing a lot of people in chat on both sides of the coin, and both people on this chat talking about what is about to happen. However, let's really talk about what's about to happen. We have just pulled Threshold as the map for these two teams. The crazy thing about this is 2 main points. 1, this is our 3rd Threshold pull in a row, 4th overall. Again, it's random every time. It is also the only map that RLF has played in this tournament.
Yeah.
They have not played any other map besides Threshold. That has got to be an advantage for them. I did say that yesterday when they played it again. However, their opposition can scout them and watch the VODs. It may be a wash. Crazy, crazy stuff that we're playing Threshold again.
Threshold, are we serious? We're going into match number 10, and we're going to be playing it 4 times. That's almost 50% of the time. Let's take a look at some of the top stats, going head-to-head amongst the 2 teams. As you can see, their highest points from Tala on Sins. We got the highest kill count for Pico. No surprise, every single time we kind of tune into them, just absolutely incredible. And then the highest assist as well, going over to the Sins. Ragnar is going to be the most assists there.
Yeah, no, I think this is a cool stat. Obviously, some individuals for folks to watch out for. We talk about the macro so much in Warfare, especially at an esports level, but you can sometimes hone in on some of these micro players, the individuals make hero plays and change the game. So watch out for those individuals across the board. And then, of course, our commanders, Tala and Kobayashi. Quick look at our players as they prepare. Should be hopping into the game here shortly. But yeah, I want to go back. Threshold, dude. Are you kidding?
Wow.
This is insane. The random, whatever the judge's random way of doing this might be slightly tilted towards Threshold. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's technically, for statistic nerds, the same odds kind of no matter what. But let's talk a little bit about this map. Let's talk about what we've seen. We have the most experience with Threshold, I think. And I think the big question mark, the big variable on this map is the helicopter.
Yeah.
What value can you find with it? What are you able to do with it? And while you're talking about that, let's look at chat. Wow. I am so surprised by chat's predictions. They're saying RRQ X 7 cents.
I mean, maybe not that big of a surprise. Maybe, some of our fans out there that are watching, they've been kind of watching the tournament throughout. They kind of saw what happened. And that's the crazy thing is that I do want to take this moment here to kind of talk about Rapid Lo-Fi, because you mentioned it. That's the only map they played. The first time they played it, absolute domination. They crushed HR. It was a very swift 2-0. I mean, their attacking side was under like 14 minutes. It was super fast. So coming into, yesterday, the match they had up against TXD, we had super high hopes for Rapid Lo-Fi. And then for lack of better terminology here, they kind of got absolutely crushed yesterday. So the fact that we're going to Threshold, I really just don't know how to feel about how to, kind of pick up on how RLF are actually going to be playing this one out. Because on one side, we've seen them crushed. On another side, we've seen them get crushed.
Yeah, no, I think that is it really is a variable, and then chat has totally flipped on them. And maybe one of the reasons that a lot of the Rapid Lo-Fi fans are in the building now, so maybe that could have swayed it at least a little bit. But yeah, I think they will certainly have the favored audience when it comes to in person. Doesn't look like the audience online thinks RLF can pull it off. I just remind myself of day one and their game of versus HR and how unbelievable it was to watch.
Yeah.
I really feel like they've got this one in the bag. I do think it's going to go to game 3. Threshold is such an interesting map. It's one of our shorter maps. We've got 3 sectors, double capture points, B1, B2, C1, C2. And we've seen a bunch of different strategies on this first point too, Vivid. And I think that's something else we could talk about briefly. Yes, the helicopter is a huge value add for the attacking side if they're able to execute with it. But the second thing is, what is the game plan for point A? We've seen it go down in 90 seconds, and we've seen teams hold it for nearly 15 minutes, getting lives down to 20 before it's finally captured. I don't think anybody's been stuck to the line necessarily besides HR, but still, there's a lot of question marks around this map and what's about to happen. I'm really pumped for it.
As the competition continues to develop, we did see Threshold start to have this little bit of a continuous play style to it. The LAV from the defensive side kind of playing that defensive position. The helicopter trying to get active, dodge all of the shots over there. As you can see here, RRQX 7 Sins, they're going to be starting on the attack. Rapid Lo-Fi on the defense on Threshold once again. Quick reminder, everything in red for this match. If you see a player highlighted, a vehicle highlighted in red, that's going to be the attacking side. The defending side is, of course, going to be green. Another quick reminder, elimination match here. First to 2. If we can tie it up, we'll go to a 3rd game. Very, very excited to see how this one goes.
Hopping into it already, folks. We are wasting no time today, and I am pumped for it. I think this is if you're an RLF fan, I think you want them to start on an attack. They're such a momentum-based team that if RRQX7 Sins comes out swinging hot, RLF could have their heads hanging as they go into the attack and play a little bit more timid. That's what we saw from them yesterday after they lost in the upper bracket and they find themselves down here. On paper, is RLF the better team? Maybe, but they have to prove it right here. It is time for the very first game of the elimination stage, folks. And it looks like we've got a split push from RRQX7 Sins. We got a push on the left, push on the right. Tank Destroyer, no, Assault Vehicle getting so aggressive.
Wow.
And they were ready for it. New pilot with the anti-tank mines down. Assault Vehicle is off the table immediately. Tank Destroyer pushing up to the point.
Yeah, trying to early prioritize going after that LAV. If you're able to destroy that on the defensive side of things, then your helicopter can kind of fly around for free. RRLF already investing in one of their vehicles. That one's going to be down. But as you can see, the prioritization over the bridge, that's something that we've seen before on Threshold as well. Now this Tank Destroyer, this is typically the tipping point for Sector A. As soon as this Tank Destroyer is able to make its way onto the point itself, it usually falls. But it's got to be a little bit timid. If it goes in, it's going to receive heavy fire from all the rocket launchers. As you can see, it's starting to creep in right now. RRQX7 Sins, that point is already halfway captured.
Halfway captured, about 5 players onto the point, and the defense is still holding the bridge. They're going to have to make a move over the bridge here shortly, but we've got players from RRQX7S now contesting the bridge, trying to keep these players engaged. If they can't get the kills, at least fight them so they can't get over to the objective. It does look like the defense has been able to at least contest the point for a moment. So far, so good. RLF able to hold on for a moment. As you can see, GrabHex just trying to do anything he can from the low side, win back that high ground position.
GrabHex going to be on the PTR right there. Not a familiar weapon to us here on main. Usually we're used to seeing a couple of other different variations of weapons in the game, so figured something a little bit out there. But once again, we did see a little bit of a push onto the point from Rapid Lo-Fi. They did capture a little bit of it back, but now, like I said, the tipping point is in. The Tank Destroyer is on the point. It's going to be flushing out all of the remaining defenders, and now when we take a look at the point itself, it's all red.
Yeah, not even close here for the first hold, and I think namely because the Tank Destroyer was getting so aggressive and because our defense was somewhat split. Of course, as per the usual, Helicopter and the Lob fighting each other. They will probably do this for the next 10 minutes or so. I want to swing back to the point if we can. It looks like the defense maybe instead of some respawn beacons, they got bodies on the point really fast. And while we're kind of watching the Helicopter, what was all red has turned into a sea of green. Tank Destroyer is going to try to thin the herd here, but risk dying if he stays too long. So a quick little hit and run. Actually insane regain here from RLF on the defense. Playing from in and around the fountain. It is certainly a back and forth on this first point, but not as aggressive of a take as we've seen from some of these other rosters. I think RRQX7 Sins can have a slightly harder time taking this than they did before, but they're still going to take it with maximum lives going into the next point. They retake here, they get their respawn beacons out into the side of the building with a bit of cover, bodies onto the point immediately. They're going to take point 8, and they have marked the objective as a take from their commander Tala, smartly doing it right as they're able to capture it. That's a lot of extra score. They're going to be feeling really good going into B1, B2.
Absolutely, and one thing that we've kind of seen on Threshold, the longer that Sector A goes, of course, the more score that you are going to be able to ramp up. So 3 minutes there on the sector is not necessarily going to build up that much score, but we've seen crazier, right? This is only a 3-sector map, and we did actually see a guided missile called in onto Sector C yesterday in similar fashion.
Actually.
So keep your eyes peeled towards how much score these teams are going to be raking up.
It's like the main brunt of the force, as per the usual, going through the yellow tents. We've got a couple flanking players. These are some of their aggro players. Entry fraggers trying to open up maybe a sightline on the far side. Of course, that is being read by their opponents. Here's the classic Tank Destroyer over the top of the tents. You haven't used this one in pubs, you certainly should. It does fit, technically, if you kind of go in at an angle. Helicopter still harrying from up above. It looks like it is Sanala, by the way, up in the helicopter. Talked about Sanala before. Reminder what Sanala's been able to do for RRQ7S. This is their helicopter operator on every single map. They will sub him in and out as needed. Should probably see Sanala sub out when they swap to the defensive side.
Absolutely, yes. Good to see Sanala get a little bit active. The last time we saw Sanala in the helicopter, it was up against TL, and Listen, we know how that one goes. Hard to find value there, but instantly finding value, which is actually pretty rare on Threshold for us to kind of see. Usually the LAV does a great job of keeping that helicopter under bay, but early on we're kind of tuning into Sanala and finding value. You know what another crazy thing is here, Goj, is that usually for the attacking side, the vehicles struggle to get through that garage. But as you can see right there, the tank destroyer on the side of our RQ-7S is actually already pushed through, potentially already finding value. Keep your eyes peeled on that far side of B1 all the way over there, because I can guarantee you it's going to be a huge point of contention for both the attack and the defensive side.
Yeah, we're winning some 1v1s as RLF on the ground, but you're right, allowing the tank destroyer to get into the flank on the far right side is a problem, especially if it gets eyes on that Lav. Lav goes down, helicopter can do whatever the heck it wants. The Lav is way back there playing as safe as possible, just shooting at this helicopter as much as possible. It's going to force the helicopter to play pretty low if it wants to do some strafing runs over the point. It probably will. B1 will be contested pretty much until both are captured. It's just so free for either side to jump onto. For the attack, trying to set up a slight perimeter around it, set up a forward line. Will be probably retaken back here by the defense. Slow the roll here of the attackers through the tents. This is a nice play, but all eyes on B2. We all know that B2 is going to be the hardest point to capture between the two by a mile. So the tank destroyer is going to try to lead the charge. You can see it looks like actually 2 squads down below here with a bunch of medics in the smokes. And they're just going to try to outnumber their opponent on the flank. Some folks over there holding B1 are going to have to backtrack here for B2, or they're going to find themselves fighting on 2 fronts here, Vivid.
I can't lie, usually at this point in time on the defensive side of things, we always have that LAV all the way in the back, keeping the helicopter at bay. But usually the defensive side usually calls in a second LAV to just post up on B2. And that's what makes this point so hard to push in competition. But there is a lack of a second vehicle for the defensive side right now. So this line that's being constantly pushed up by the attacking side on this left side over here, and the fact that the tank destroyer is pretty close to it, means that if this happens, if this push happens within the next minute or two, B2 is going to be indefensible by a vehicle for the rapid lo-fi. Yeah. And I feel like the tank destroyer will just rip through everybody in the garage.
Yeah, we all know how turtling in B2 goes. It may work for like a minute or two. Eventually you get overwhelmed, especially when you have a vehicle disadvantage, which of course the defense does right now. What I like about RRQ-7S right now is that they're pushing their line forward, but they're not being hyper aggressive yet. They don't have to be. Look at this, they've already pushed all the way up through B1 and are pushing this defense back further and further into the garage, making them turtle, and then they're gonna come sweeping in with their vehicles. It's the same thing that a lot of our teams have been doing. When they've gotten an advantage, they are pressuring their opponents by pushing them back slowly, not trying to be the hero. Play with the team and work together. Tala marks another objective for the taking, or at the very least a hold. We do lose, maybe it's just the assault vehicle here from the attacking side, but still a large vehicle advantage. Where is the defense's second vehicle? Have they not rallied up enough score yet? What is going on? They're just being pushed further and further back as the tank destroyer now is going to get up and a little bit active, continuing to push these defenders back. This is systematic offense, and it's working.
Yeah, just constantly pushing that line just a little bit further, moment by moment. And for a little bit of perspective here, as you can see, the tank destroyer is actually now peeking into the garage, so it's going to start getting value on the point. But for a little bit of a perspective here, right, we see 150 tickets remaining on the side of our RQ-7S. They captured A at around the 3-minute mark. It's been like 6 minutes, and they've only lost 30 tickets. Yeah. They are not getting pressed at all by rapid lo-fi.
Yeah, hardly a kill actually being netted to the side of their defense. They were able to knock several, but RRQ-7S is really prioritizing the medics, making sure they stay alive. Here's the push into B2. Yep. They're going to thin the herd pretty aggressively, actually completely uncontested. This tank destroyer is doing whatever it wants and more. B2 in deep trouble for the defense. I don't know how they're going to recover on Sector B. Likely going to set up for C. This is not really close at all, and I am so surprised to say that with what we saw from RLF on day 1. This is much more reminiscent of day 2.
Yeah, now Banana, who's been in that LAV, whose job is technically to hold the helicopter back, is having to go towards B2. Now a big vehicle fight here. The tank destroyer is trying to get active. It's trying to go ahead and push the advantage. If it can destroy this vehicle, they will be huge.
Nice.
But no, it actually goes the other way. Rapid Lo-Fi is able to pressure off the tank destroyer. It goes down, and off in the distance on B2, you actually see the second vehicle has finally found its way into the match for Rapid Lo-Fi. They are now an edge up. Now the LAV on the attacking side is also trying to get involved. It goes 1-for-1 in the vehicle game, but it goes down. So now, if we take a look at the ground vehicles, the only LAV left is on the defensive side.
Actually really well done from the defense to hold on to their vehicles. I don't know if that was on purpose or if they just came in at the nick of time. This is a very well executed trade here from the defense. They now have their own tank destroyer and they win the fight on the point. B2 has been recaptured. They are reclaiming their land, and I'm very impressed with the composure of those lobs. The push comes through. I think a slight mistake from RRQX7S. Maybe they didn't have the info that there were 2 there, but that trade was not worth it for the attack. The caveat to that, though, is that the attack certainly has more score. They can probably replenish their vehicles a little bit more aggressively than the defense can. So maybe they're thinking it's okay to trade. We win in a trading scenario.
We did see Rapid Lo-Fi, right? The defense was held together by that LAV that had to go onto the point, but now we can kind of return to fending off the helicopter, because as we see here, Rapid Lo-Fi has a tank destroyer now that is going to be sitting on B2. And like you mentioned, Goats, the score is plentiful right now for RRQ7S, so they have called in those backup vehicles. They can definitely afford it, but now it's going to be a lot harder of a push because the vehicles for Rapid Lo-Fi, they're active on the point.
Yeah, helicopter over the top as well, mostly unharried because of what they're having to do with the vehicles on the point, which means the strafing runs could be extremely valuable to at least get some of these vehicles weak. Here comes Vico. We know what Vico can do in vehicles and on foot. One of the star players for RLF, trying to maintain their hope to hold Sector B and have at least a net positive win going into the last couple points. We're just now getting to what we would call a metric of a success for a hold in Sector B. We know that RRQX7S now won't go into Point C, Sector C, with maximum lives. That is a technical win, but RLF needs more than that in order to secure this victory. They need to hold for a long time, and we're starting to dwindle down on B2. Both of these vehicles having to back up, regain, and then try to reassess the fight.
Yeah, it's just way better here for Rapid Lo-Fi to try to hold on to B2 for as long as possible. Not only will they start to damper those tickets, like Rose was just mentioning, but they will also start to rack up score of their own. The tank destroyer is getting way too active. Why has it made an aggressive push like this? It's going all the way to the other side. It destroys the assault vehicle with a flank, probably, you know, kind of prioritizing the fact that those beacons were able to constantly be put down, right? So now that that has been destroyed, the flow of attackers should be halted, but at the same time, there's no vehicle on B2 right now for the defense. The flood has kind of been in. The tank is now called into action from Rapid Lo-Fi. Can they hold off the push?
It's always Koba. Koba picks up 7 in the kill feed, and maybe more coming, and hardly loses an iota of its life. Koba, the commander, crushes the competition. Unfortunately, a couple of Luru rockets cleans up his only health. It's yet again going to come down to Koba and his engineers to hold this point, and this commander will not fall. This commander is wiping the point single-handedly with this tank. Very well done from the defense. They are holding on Sector B.
Koba with the most valuable 30 seconds we've probably seen so far this tournament in a tank. Not only was he finding the boots on the ground kills, 7 like Goad mentioned, he also found the destruction of the LAV. And as we can see, B2 is in complete control of Rapid Lo-Fi. RRQ7S is forced back out of the garage. They've got to go ahead and reassess the attack.
Sanala still finding value in the air. Tala, the other commander, the RRQX7S commander, is still alive and also in a tank himself. Again, these two teams have a very similar playstyle. Both commanders like to maintain a position. Some of these heavy tanks, Banana back into a tank as well for RLF. So good news if you're an RLF fan. These two gentlemen play so well together in the tanks. Koba is getting weak. He's going to back off. Banana's going to hold the push, but unfortunately they're just going to punish Banana. They've got enough firepower for it. Banana going down there means it's going to all come down to Koba, but they trade him out on the ground. We know that RLF prioritizes their engineers, and these rockets are coming in at the perfect time to hold this point. This is a win so far for the defense. They're doing a fantastic job forcing hard engagements from the attack, and the attack is getting impatient. They need to group up, they need to play slower, and they need to make sure they prioritize blowing both of these vehicles up when they can.
Koba, I believe, actually went ahead and gave up the tank that he was in to return it in possession of Banana so that way he could stay in the vehicle operation there. Urgent deployment right now for RRQ-7S. They did not necessarily find too much out of it, right? We have not seen much progress at all.
Urgent deployment maybe just to get them to a critical mass. Koba dropped the vehicle off with Banana so that they can call in a second one on the backside of the point. I like it. Unfortunately, that means we're missing about 4 players on B2 in the urgent deployment. There's definitely a numbers advantage, but a lot has been called in here from the commander. Koba picked up a crazy amount of scores, so they're going to call in their own urgent redeployment to get boots on the ground faster. That turns the respawn timer to basically nothing. Bodies back on the point quickly. Koba's picking up a 3-piece with Limitless in the tank, but they also have an artillery strike on the outside to get these vehicles weak, and they also have a team strategic beacon to get everybody as close as humanly possible. Banana is pushing them back. Banana is punishing the overstay. RLF is holding the point. They are crushing the competition on the back of their commander in the streaks they called in.
Yeah, great job right there from Rapid Lo-Fi. If you blink, you might have missed it. Koba actually went down on the backside of B2 in that LAB. Banana now under threat as well. The tank is very low. It's up against the tank destroyer. That's why it's called the tank destroyer. RRQ-7S finally get rid of that tank that has done so much damage. But look at the point. You want to talk about damage. Look at the tickets. We're sub 70.
Yeah, this is a gigantic hold from the defense. And RRQ 7S use some of their scores to replenish their vehicles as well. We've got Barry 1 now back into a tank destroyer for the team. It is the only vehicle with Koba out and Banana out. I was about to say, they've got to be calling in another tank. Here it is. It's going to be a huge push from Banana. This tank from Banana could decide the game. They need to hold here on B2 at least a little while longer. We'd like sub 100 live going into Sector C, if not just winning here if you're an RLF fan. Tank Destroyer getting a lot of action here from RRQ 7S. They're trying to weed the numbers out, so they have a numbers advantage on the point. But we've got to keep our eyes on the tank. I was about to say Banana got into a weird position, got a bit stuck there and goes down. This is bad news for RLF. They may finally fall.
Now or never. If you look at the bottom of your screen, 2-0 in the available gameplay right there. Great job by the tank destroyer to go ahead and get in the mix on the flank. Vika right now from Rapid Lo-Fi, just boots on the ground, is trying to contest B1 by himself.
Yep.
The tug of war. The tug of war. We've got a couple of members back there on B1. This is great. It might not hold off B2 all the way, but the respawn beacon will do wonders at getting reinforcements over to B1. Can they hold on to it? Oh, they delayed just a little bit, but it unfortunately was not enough. At the end of the day, the B sector was a giant win for Rapid Lo-Fi. 108 tickets is all that RRQ 7S has to work with. Now Goj, Sector B was quite long. The score has to be high for both teams. We know that's the truth because the vehicles are constantly coming in. They're constantly getting replenished for both teams. Guided missiles is what I'm currently thinking about.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. We spent a lot of score on vehicles and duplicate vehicles where they kind of increase in cost every time you call them in. And again, like you said, it is a net positive for RLF. They've held very well on B2. They did invest a decent amount of score to try to retake B1 and give them a second. It is a wasted respawn beacon though, which is brutal. I love the idea. It came in just a couple seconds late. Got at least a moment to breathe as both teams prepare for what is certainly going to be as raucous of a Sector C as what we saw in Sector B. An individual trying to go make a hero play will of course be punished, but gets a lot of information that there's what, like 8 people up on top of that crane for the defensive side. Obviously high ground position is nice. And this artillery strike, I would imagine being called in on the crane from RRQ 7S. We'll see where it ends up landing. Maybe that communication wasn't given in time to let them know that half of the team is on top of the crane. But the tank is at least going to harry some folks up there as well. Want to make sure that our infantry can get to the points. It's one of the most open rotations on this map. It's Musa in the tank, by the way, yet again for RRQ7S.
Always a huge factor when it comes down to the vehicle gameplay there for RRQ7S. When you want to talk about vehicle gameplay, one thing that we kind of missed while all of the action was going on between the land vehicles, the air vehicle has actually been destroyed. It's left the battle, right? So that's not going to be a factor here on Sector C. Sometimes some of the value we see out of the helicopter is its ability to go ahead and parachute onto C2. So that's not going to be an option here for the attack. And a quick glance at the tickets, we've already lost 20, and we haven't even like left the garage of Sector B.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna question the value. I know this high ground position is very valuable. I was gonna question the value a little bit, but because they've got some medics up there, they've been able to keep boots on the ground up there. I guess not on the ground, up on the crane.
Lack of the helicopter. Last time we seen Threshold, the helicopter's been alive to fend off the crane.
It just wipes the crane completely. Yeah, no, that's actually a really good shout. We actually see our lob on the attacking side have the mortar attachment there that should be able to lob some shells up top. See how much value they actually get out of it, but no, that's a really good call. And you actually see RRQ-X7S trying to actually match the high ground position on the opposite crane, try to open some things up. If they can kill all the medics, I mean, maybe the team can actually push through, but yeah, they're getting stuck at the line. They're getting stuck at the garages and these shipping containers, which honestly, I mean, we've played Threshold, what, 4 times now? 3 times in a row? We actually haven't seen this, but we also haven't seen the helicopter be killed so early where this is going to play. Quick look at the scoreboard. Obviously, you see Koba at the top, Tala at the top. Those are both the commanders. Makes sense. They're only at the top by a little margin there.
Yeah, approaching 30,000 score there for Tala. Insane.
3 vehicles to 3 vehicles. An even spread is a net victory for the defense right now. We always say the war of attrition, the war of fallen soldiers always goes to the defense. There's only 70 lives, 73 remaining. In the last 40 lives, we have gotten some bodies up on a crane and a couple folks in a vehicle. That's about it.
Yeah, love the fact that you pointed out the 3-on-3, but again, it's kind of like this standoff. The vehicles, they're just not moving. And hey, the defensive vehicles, they don't have to move. You got to come to us, they're saying right now, right? These attacking vehicles have not been able to cross this line. And the just the vantage point of that crane right now is very, very scary. When you kind of look at the map layout itself, you do kind of got to push up in elevation. We do know how advantageous it is to be up on the high ground in games such as this, but crossing the 22-minute mark, sub 70 tickets once again.
Finally, some aggressive motion. Koba maybe got lacking a little bit. Tank Destroyer should win this, and they're going to actually double push this. They need the vehicle advantage with the help from the back line. The lava is extremely low, though. Tala could go down. The commander goes down. How are they winning this? Some help from the back line. And defensive Tank Destroyer sweeps in. Great comms from the defensive side. All in with the vehicles from RRQ-7S is going to be a huge punish. They may have just thrown the game with that play, but the question that is ringing in my brain is what else could they have done? They've been stuck for nearly half their lives before they get to the point. They had the all in at some point. It was just a huge loss for the attack.
Finally, something happens, right? It's not necessarily advantageous at all in the vehicle economy for RRQ-7S. I'm sure they have enough score to go ahead and call in more vehicles, right? But at the end of the day, I'm looking towards the crane. Finally, some action has happened over there. So finally, they actually got up there and were able to push the fence off of that. So that's going to be huge. It'll definitely help the following vehicles that are going to help this attack out in the future get past that line, right? No engineers are going to be up there able to shoot the rockets down, but still, they're going to fight the boots on the ground. Look at this huge push from RLF. Tons of action over here under the crane. Heck, the top of it. We're just going to push below and make sure the infantry cannot make any progress.
A bunch of vehicles being called in. Tank Destroyer Lob, fantastic for them. They got to get back to the action ASAP. We have lost over half our lives. Koba is now marking the objective for hold. I think this is about a 2-minute timer or so for the defense. If that 2 minutes go down, they get a ton extra score for holding that objective, and therefore are going to be able to use those streaks. An unsung hero, by the way, I've been watching the kill feed. I wish we would show them. Limitless is picking up like 4 or 5 kills per life with the bow, and called in his own artillery strike. All the score that he's racking up. Watch out for Limitless. That dude is hitting his shots right now on land.
Yeah. Super cool. Sometimes the macro, the vehicle gameplay overshadows our individual ability, but when it does shine, man, is it bright. With the vehicles again, once again, they're getting into the action right now. They're just holding off the push because the vehicles are so dominant right now. As I say that, hold up, our RQ7S Guts is able to take out that tank destroyer. That is a small victory in the grand scheme of things, but because the vehicles have been alive for so long for Rapid Lo-Fi, they haven't been able to call any of them in. They haven't had to call in any of them in, so they've just been saving score. I can guarantee you that tank destroyer will be back in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, I totally agree. I would also say, too, if we saw briefly, Tala had marked that vehicle for death.
Wow!
Oh,
wow!
My goodness. Perfectly timed artillery strike, matched with about 3 Aluru rockets. Both vehicles go down. If we thought the song would be ending soon here for RRQ7S a moment ago, that might be one of the final notes of this map. No vehicles to the name, just now calling in a new one, and every advantage on RLF. This is the RLF we saw on day 1. A slow start to the map has turned into an egregious win on the defense. The attack can't even touch the point. They have not taken a single percentage point from C1 or C2. They can't make this cross from Sector B.
Cinema. Symbolic of how this has gone so far. 2 vehicles getting destroyed at the same exact time. Yeah, sure, the attack starts with a leg up when we think about the helicopter advantage on this map. But Rapid Lo-Fi, they've bounced back. The vehicle game so far, after B1, B2, it has been all them. RRQ7S are trying to regroup. The vehicles are all called in. The urgent deployment is now in. But with 10 seconds remaining, they haven't even stepped onto the point. Cross that out. C1 is now getting a little contested, but look at that. It's all green right back. They were on the point for what? 10 seconds. That's it. In response, Rapid Lo-Fi, they call in the urgent deployment. They want this to end here. Only 8 tickets left before Rapid Lo-Fi goes up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's been GG's for the last 5 minutes. I believe in RRQ-X7S, a guided missile from Riptra even at the end of this game, but it's just too little too late yet again. These missiles just coming in so late. 6 lives. They want to try to open something up so that maybe they can jump a point, force an overtime. I mean, sure, it could be possible. 1 lands for 2Ps on C1, getting that building a bit weak. And here comes another one from Vion. Probably going to drop right on the top of C1. Reminder, a couple missiles can drop that building. I like the strategy. Maybe this is what they've been saving the score for. The problem is they have 6 lives. What are you going to do about C2, even if you drop this building?
They keep calling in.
They dropped it.
They did drop it, right? C1 is collapsing. Now all they got to do is turn their eyes towards C2. The tank destroyer is trying to get onto the point, trying to make something happen. The guided missile is called in from the defense. They don't even need it to land. Rapid Lo-Fi in control for the entirety of the C sector. Yeah, they got stomped on Sector A. Sure, they lost some games, but at the end of the day, the 1-0, the lead in the losers bracket right now up against RRQ7S, Rapid Lo-Fi returning to form.
Audience is loud for the hometown heroes, man. I think the strategy from RRQ-X7S is actually a good one. I actually liked what they were doing. The problem is they weren't willing to adapt. Saving to those guided missiles to drop onto C1, taking it out of the play is the right move. It is a move at the very least. I think that strategy is a good one. The problem is they spent so much time on B2 that they didn't have enough lives to hold out for that strategy. They should have pivoted. They should have used that score earlier. You don't need to save the guided missiles when you can't even get past the garage. Well done, we got the building down. It was just too late. Again, running out of time in Victory Unite. Looking back on some of these highlights, of course, it started out, and Vivid, I thought audience and you were gonna be right. RRQX7S blazed through point A and B1. They were crushing RLF. And then on the back of Kobayashi and Banana in the tanks inside of B2, and of course, the unsung heroes of all the engineers, this was an incredible hold on B2. Spending 80, 90 lives on this point for RRQX7S. And I think RRQX7S also got a little bit too aggro. They got a little bit too confident. They went for all-ins without backup, and they were punished for it. RLF is not to be trifled with. They are here to stay. They want to stay in this competition.
Yeah, this Sector B, just absolute domination out of Koba, out of Banana, right? We kept seeing them in the tanks and the LABs. They were winning out when it came down to those vehicle fights. I do also have to tip my hat to Vico, right? Remember when we saw the tank destroyer in his hands? Went ahead and destroyed the assault vehicle. The flow of troops for RRQ7S just absolutely stopped. And yeah, you want to talk about aggression. The 2v2 for the vehicles, it was in the spawn of Rapid Lo-Fi. They tried to push. They tried to make the plays. But at the end of the day, Rapid Lo-Fi, they just had to answer every single time.
Let's take a look at some of the scores here of that last game. I expect to see our commanders at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
This is their play style. This is what they want to do, is make sure their commanders are at the top, and that's exactly what we see. Of course, the commanders an opportunity to earn extra scores, so this makes a ton of sense, but it's not the same story for a lot of other teams. 63 kills from Vico is an insane number compared to the rest of the field, outscoring, outslaying anybody from RRQ7S by over 20.
Yeah, so many kills ever. You can see how effective the calls were for Koba, right? Nearly 10,000 more score than Vico, who had 63 kills, which is why we saw Koba constantly kind of handing over control of some of those vehicles to Banana, right? To go ahead and retreat, to be the one that was actually calling in those vehicles. Just an incredible game played from start to finish from Rapid Lo-Fi. Actually, I shouldn't say from start. Sector A did fall pretty fast. And, you know, honestly, RRQ7S, when we think about B1, they dominated it, right? They got everything that they wanted. They started to gain space towards B2. That line that we were talking about, it kept getting pushed forward very slowly. It looked super methodical. They spent like 5-6 minutes pushing towards B2. They had only lost 30 tickets. I remember calling that out. And, you know, eventually Rapid Lo-Fi, they ended up picking up enough score to call in those vehicles. Real quick look at the team stats right there. Nearly 500 kills on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi. A lot of revives, a lot of vehicle destruction. I mean, we kept saying that time and time again. But yeah, that push towards B2, it looked so good for RRQ7S. And then once those vehicles got involved, man, flip the switch, Koba, Banana, MVPs.
I totally agree. I mean, one thing, you see Barry 1 there. Barry 1 also played a little bit in the vehicles, picked up like 16 kills, had in the 70s of revives on the defensive team.
Nice.
Was doing so much work, probably on B2. Let's take a look at the MVP. I think we know who this is going to be. It's going to be the commander, Kobayashi. RLF Koba crushing it. 38 kills, a crazy amount of score, picking up 3 vehicle destructions by himself in a vehicle of his own. Koba putting on a show for us, showing what it truly means to be a commander. It again is such an underrated skill to be able to issue an order and nearly always succeed. I think the only time we saw an order given that was not successful was on point A, and I'm not even positive that he even gave one on point A, at least that we saw. So something else to continue to watch out for are these orders and the success of those orders. They give a crazy amount of score to our commander if they're able to be executed upon.
Now, Rapid Lo-Fi, I do believe, usually does make some substitutions, right? Take New Pilot.
Yeah, New Pilot.
They're going to be going to
they're going to be moving around a little bit, and then the other one is RRQ7S Sanala probably swapping out. Sanala was their helicopter operator, and I would assume switching over to defense maybe will be out. But let's take a look at the best squad overall. Is it going to be Kobayashi's squad? Yes. Koba, Banana, Soratrish, Bino 96. Of course, this makes a ton of sense. You see a couple revives, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bino and Soratrish are both the engineers for these guys. So they've been putting up great numbers as well from a score category, almost the same amount as Banana with much less kills. Look at the assist numbers there from Bino 96, probably playing inside the tank with Banana. Crazy amount of assists there from both of these two gentlemen. Great squad. I mean, a commander squad, it better be good, but that is a great, great squad.
As you can see here, usually we're used to kind of seeing the commander in the war room here taking charge when it comes to those conversations. That's going to be Vico at the front foot, kind of talking through what his team needs to do to go ahead and make this a 2-0. Now we are going to be going back, to threshold. The way this works is the teams now swap sides. If Rapid Lo-Fi are able to successfully capture C1 and C2, they will win. 2-0, they will move on in the loser's bracket. If RRQ7S is able to make something happen on the defense side. Now, the closer our teams are in competition, the more likely it is that the defense will have the edge. So this did look pretty close. I would not be surprised if this one goes 1-1. If that does happen, we'll go to a different map for the tiebreaker. And we'll only play one game there to decide it all, but we do have to get there first. A tall task now for both of the teams. Pressure's on more so for RRQ7S. They've got to defend. RLF, they've got to attack.
I'm not saying this is the only reason RRQX7S had a tough time, but one thing I didn't even see in the highlights, we totally have whiffed on it, is that helicopter. I don't know when it fell. I don't know how it fell. I don't know what happened to it. It would have been a game changer, even if it just survived, even if B2 would have been the exact same without it, or with it rather. I think it could have given them an opening at least to play for C1 and C2.
Yeah, I mean, we value the helicopter a lot. We think that it should be very, very good. We have seen the helicopter pop off, it does do work. It's time to start tipping our hats to these defensive teams. They have done such a good job time and time again at making sure that helicopter does not get as much value as we have seen before in the past, right? Makes sense, right? We're here, we're on stage, all these teams have qualified for this event. They've flown all the way here. Of course, they're gonna be pretty good at controlling that helicopter. So much so, though, I mean, I think we saw the extreme importance of making sure that you try to keep that helicopter alive until Sector C, because the control over the crane, when you think about it, they can just kind of sit on the backside of that little building that's up there on top of the crane, and it's so hard for you to ever contest those positions. For a helicopter, one little drive-by, and it should make quick work of that, which is, what we've seen in the past. But because the helicopter was lost during the attack there on Sector B, it is so much control for the defense kind of coming out of those garages, able to look all the way up there in that, on top of that crane towards the attacking side, that it was just a slaughter down there.
Such an interesting map. It's funny because, we were kind of joking that we've seen Threshold so many times already. But every time we watch it, it feels so different.
It does.
That map felt so different from any other version of that map we've seen over the course of the last several rounds. Folks, again, it is a best of 3. What that means for you all is that RRQ7S, they're going to swap sides. If they lose, if RRQ7S lose here, they are out of the competition. Gonzo Ball headed home, and RLF will stay. Very interesting stuff here. Now, we've got the subs that we expected. Vivid, I think this is something we've learned about this team, RRQX7S. Sanala is their helicopter operator, and that is his role, period. They're going to bring in Moze for a little bit of extra firepower on the ground. Sanala is going to head back to the waiting room. He did his job for the most part. Unfortunately, I think he made one small mistake that led to his ultimate demise. I'm not sure what that mistake was, but Sonala is gone. Moze did bring quite a bit of firepower for this team, and I think this is a good trade. This is something that they've planned for, they've prepped for. Every team here, all 8 of these teams brought in substitutes, some strategic, some just in case somebody got sick or something like that. So cool to see some of that strategy kind of coming back into play.
Absolutely, and we've actually learned that Sonala is just straight up the attacking player for them, right? Even on maps where there is no helicopter, he does jump into action there, so cool to see for that. Little substitution being made real quick. That'll require probably a little bit of extra time as that player does join the stage for the first time today. Make sure all the settings are right, making sure everything feels okay. A lot of money on the line, so we do want to make sure everybody is feeling comfortable. Talk about feeling comfortable. I feel like Rapid Lo-Fi, they got to be feeling good, right? Again, how this kind of broke down for Rapid Lo-Fi, their journey here to the losers bracket. Their first game a couple of days ago, stomped on Threshold, 2-0, fast. Yesterday, they returned to Threshold by random chance somehow. TXD stomps them. Wasn't even close. We were like, what the heck just happened? Bam, Rapid Lo-Fi, they're back on Threshold again by chance. I don't know what's going on there, but, you know, they got to be feeling good, right? Returning to that form that we did see from them on day number 1 of the competition. 1-0 right now. We got to see if they can do something similar to that day one attack that they had. How fast was that?
Yeah, no, I know. Well, let's take a look at the map again. Just to remind you, staying on Threshold, we're just swapping sides. RLF will be in red on the attack. RRQX7S will be on the defense. And this is make or break for RRQX7 Sins. They need to win here and force us to game 3, not just for my prediction, so far I'm feeling pretty good about, but also for their life in the tournament. RLF could maintain the pace of every single matchup going 2-0, which would be insane. But I'm really glad to see RLF coming kind of back into form, like you had mentioned. Really felt like in this latter half of that map, like the RLF we expected to see, which is great mental fortitude as well. It is tough. You were talking about momentum at the top of the show, and I think it's a really good call. RQX7S obviously brought in momentum under the first point. They crushed it on point A. They felt super confident, and confidence often can net you a win. But quick look, top right-hand corner of our screen, folks. 2 minutes and 45 seconds until the maybe final game of this matchup occurs. Woo. RLF got to be feeling so comfortable right now. That extra win just makes you feel so less stressed about what's happening.
Yeah. Swapping sides now. Going to be interesting to see. You know, you kept mentioning we see Threshold played differently time and time again. A couple of different options for the attack side here, right? That'll be the pivotal point. That'll be what we'll talk about initially, is that Sector A push. How are they going to go ahead and approach it? We've seen sometimes the approach towards the bridge. Sometimes they look for a flank on the left side to try to kind of run in. One of my favorites was when we saw the helicopter kind of used to drop some parachuters down over top of point A. They landed, they went in the, you know, that back side of the palace, didn't push. They waited for their squad mates to spawn in on them, and then they pushed, right? That was a very cool strategy. Hopefully they kind of see something like that. And, you know, sometimes we've seen Sector A get held for quite some time. In recent due time, that match right there, that game included right there, Sector A fell pretty fast. So it can definitely be played multiple ways, and sometimes will definitely also affect how fast it does go.
Yeah, no, that's so true. I'm really pumped for this. Again, I think, like, I don't know. I keep coming back to this gut feeling I keep getting between every game. And I'm not saying I'm right necessarily, but the gut feeling right now is that RLF is about to steamroll here. I feel it in my bones. Which I mean, we're both going to be wrong, by the way, if they go 2-0. I don't think either of us predicted that.
Great.
But
another 2-0.
Yeah, I know. But it just, I feel it in my bones right now. I don't. It might be a crowd buff too, man. There is actually even bigger crowd than I even expected for a non-finals day. This is lower bracket day, but of course the hometown heroes need to be supported by the home crowd, and we can hear them. I don't know if you guys can hear them through your through our mics or just kind of in the audience, but when big moments happen, they get loud, and we have to get louder so you can actually hear us.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can see them selecting their commanders right now. 20 seconds, about to hop into the game. Everybody's selecting their operator, selecting their class. Let us know who you think's gonna win. Do you think it's gonna be RLF? Do you think RRQX7 Sins has a chance to turn it back and force us to game 3? Let us know in the chat. So far, you all thought RRQX7 Sins would win this one. They still have a chance, folks. Let's hop into it. If you see red this time, it's going to be Rapid Lo-Fi. Green on the defense. RRQX7 Sins playing for their life in the tournament. A must-win situation for them. Back to Threshold we go. The tone will be set here on point A. And our eyes will be drawn to that helicopter and what value we find with it.
Backs up against the wall, RRQ7S. They lose this game right here. They will be taking home that 5th to 6th place spot. They will be out of the competition, and RLF will continue on for their opportunity to find themselves in the championship. We're back on Threshold. We're swapping sides. Rapid Lo-Fi for a chance to 2-0 on Threshold once again, and they're heavily pushing towards A on that right side.
An aggressive push already on the right-hand side. Do they have anybody on the left? Maybe one singular squad. They're coming in, brute force onto the point, blowing these walls open as per the usual to get entry points. They have their assault vehicle and they've got the tank destroyer, a standard start for them. Helicopters should be taken to the skies here shortly. Once that lob has been identified, we know where it usually is. It's kind of in that hangar position between A and B, and they're going to be harrying each other. But already, New Pilot has found some value, and already tank destroyer Banana getting active near the point to open up some windows of opportunity for the team.
A little bit of concentration over there towards the bridge. Looks like about a 3v3. This palace is very, very hard to push, right? That backside or that back hallway, you really want to get in there because you know there's beacons down. That's just going to keep the defense kind of rolling in. The tank destroyer dipping its toes into the water, trying to get active on the point right now. Guns also getting active right now. They're trying to make this push I'm talking about. The Tempest Ult's actually going to come out. This is going to be huge right now. If he goes down, it does not matter. Picks up 1, picks up 2, takes out the defensive members, and does not go down. Stays strong, picks up a 3rd. You want to talk about value of one of the flanks. You want to talk about the value of Tempest, the individual ability. That's going to be huge. But in the grand scheme of things, I can't believe that ult was still active. Are we serious right now? Does end up going back, does end up getting picked up. But even though that flank kind of came in, the flood from RRQ7S on the defensive side of things, somehow it's found and the defense is able to hold.
1 lob to 3. They start, I think, technically with like 5. Some of those are ATVs though. The 3 main vehicles there for Sora Triss now looking like in the vehicle, finding some value. Respawn beacons down. We need to make sure that we find those in order to clear out this point quicker. A lot of revives coming through. That is the difference between esports and pubs. There's a ton of differences, but one of the main ones is that the medics are truly so good at their jobs. Keeping bodies on the ground, or on the point rather, picking them up from the ground. It's such a huge value add. It looks like the attackers are trying to set up some beacons on the inside, and they're making a huge push on the right-hand side. Lov in trouble. Lov goes down. What a move.
Put that in a highlight reel. We just saw a squadron, 4 Uluru simultaneously ulted and landed on the LAV. My eyes are pointing up towards the sky instantly. You want to find value out of the helicopter. You help out your teammate like that, destroy the only thing that proves a threat to that helicopter. As soon as that LAV goes down, the momentum is picked up. The tank destroyer enters the point. Banana in the driver's seat. Sector A is going to fall. The high value objective has been marked. That means once this does fall, the score is going to soar.
Good. Breathe. What a play from RLF. Aggressive pushes on the right and then matched with the Allure rockets on the left. The lob goes down immediately, and because of that, they have free reign with any vehicle that they want. Able to even save the assault vehicle there. What a start here for RLF. Maximum lives going into this point. And you're right, they did earn that extra score. Now Tala has already marked, I would assume, B2 for the hold. They can only assume that they will keep B2, so that's going to be free score for them. They're able to hold it for about 2 or so minutes. RLF, though, look at their strategy. They're actually pouring troops on the left. Yes, it's going to be sniffed out by a couple members of the defense. They're not expecting the entire team to go this way, though. We're just going to outnumber our opponents. And now you can see RQ7S yelling at their teammates, yo, they're all over here. Literally all of them coming this way. The exception to that rule is Koba in the vehicle on the far side, holding down the yellow tents on the original entry point that most teams use.
Nico on the gunny right here is going to be on D-Whoop. The M7 in his hands is quite dangerous. 63 kills in game number 1. He's already on the hunt. Does unfortunately go down, but the space has potentially been gained by Rapid Low Five. Look at the flood. Are we going to see a B2 capture before B1 is even touched?
It's so clean, and it's a perfect execution. We've got to see if they can win these gunfights. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got to win these fights. They've got to find their opponents quickly, and they do. Down go 1, 2, 3. The 4th trying to be a hero who will only be another number, another feather in the cap, another kill for this attacking roster. B2, they issue the command likely to hold B2. Unfortunately, the defense, it's not looking like you're going to be able to even complete that one. B2 quickly and swiftly falling because of this flank. I'm seeing a lot of green in the kill feed, but here comes the vehicles, hopefully even back up the tide. A great play from the attackers, but it's not enough to fully capture that point.
Still drew so much of the defense out that the tank destroyer was actually able to find its way through the garage. Although I am kind of scared for Banana here. These engineers, they're going to be able to jump over this wall. They're going to be able to shoot the rockets at it. Yeah, Banana's going to be aware of this, but the sight lines, they're trying to be found right now. RQ7S, they've got to get back together. They've got to regroup. They've got to come up with a strategy right now. And the tank destroyer actually does retreat over there on that far side. So it is going to be safe for now. And currently the vehicle advantage is heavily in the favor of Rapid Lo-Fi. We know exactly how game number 1 went though. This was a similar situation, and eventually the defense was actually able to find some value, was able to actually find some score, enough so to call in those vehicles. Full reset here now for Rapid Lo-Fi. You want to talk about regrouping for the defensive side of things, the attack also has to regroup. We did see a great strat called out there on the initial push towards B, but right now for me, they look spread thin. They do not look like they have a set objective as a team.
Yeah, the pace has slowed down pretty aggressively because of that. Now, after the push over here on the left side towards B2 was thwarted, kind of regrouped on the right, and we're seeing a lot of wins on the right as well. Our helicopter operator finding some value in the skies because they're completely unharried. And with that in mind, the attacker are going to continue to push the advantage with the vehicles. Let's get another tank destroyer on the map to play for this left-hand side. The infantry on the right, vehicles on the left, a lot of red and a lot of ground being gained. B1 now the main target from what we can tell. We're going to blow up some of these obstructions and keep moving on our merry way. 2 tank destroyers playing together on the left-hand side should open up a pathway for infantry to move towards B2. I think it's a very important point. While B1's being taken, they're preparing for B2 rather than trying to fully group up on B1. So far, so good. They're going to play a little bit more methodical, moving their way towards these points rather than doing a full bum rush.
B1 right now is getting captured by like 2 or 3 people on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi. Which is crazy, where now the flood is actually going to come in, so they are going to be able to capture it just a little bit faster. But yeah, Koba now also going to get that mark in right before B1 is captured. So once again, going to be getting a plethora of score. Double tank destroyer up the left side. The infantry, they do not do good against these tank destroyers. The fact that there is 2 of them, as one of them does actually go quite low. No, it actually gets destroyed. Elgant is going to get the credit for destroying one of them. So RLF did just lose one of their tank destroyers. The other one's down to 63 door ability. Can some more rockets kind of find its value, find its mark? No, our RQ7S with a slight win there in destroying one of the tank destroyers, but they did lose B1 for it.
And there was a huge score boon for Koba. Koba was actually the one that went down inside that vehicle. Was down. Gray screen should be popping up here shortly and probably calling in either another vehicle or some other streak. some other support system. Here's a look, a push from the tank destroyer up with a squadron on the left side of B2, and a continued push of gaining of ground onto B1. Helicopter still in the skies. If you see new pilot in the kill feed, that's the value that the helicopter brings. The other unspoken value the helicopter brings is eyes in the sky and information gathering tool to be able to see where the defense is set up so that our offense has a little bit more information than our opponents.
Nico's actually going to be switching it up right now. He's going to be swapping to the recon. He's going to be on Hackbar right now, so a little bit of a weapon change, a little bit of a play style difference. Still finding the kills like we're used to. Doesn't matter what weapon, doesn't matter what operator, still finds it. Astaki's right there from our RQ-7S. He's going to be destroying the second tank destroyer for Rapid Lo-Fi. Another vehicle goes down. The assault vehicle goes down at the same exact time. And also, on the backside of B2, I'm seeing a vehicle called in. Our RQ-7S, they finally pick up enough score. They've got a vehicle on their own. That thing's going to sit on B2. I'm not sure what happened. Rapid Lo-Fi, they were looking good. They were looking cohesive. The whole team was doing the same thing together. And now, the dust has settled. And it looks like our RQ-7S is in full control of B2. Wait a minute.
Nice
We're talking about a plan. The flank comes in. These are all engineers. They want to take the LAV out as soon as it's called in.
Rockets in hand, a nice play. It's pretty dang weak, and it's been sniffed out. Still 3 alive, though, taking a lot of fire. They need to land 1 or 2 more rockets as it's getting repaired. Helicopter from above. Sanala, no. New pilot on RLF comes in and helps clean up the last play on the backside. A nice strike team, and with aerial support. Perfect execution. This is how you use the helicopter effectively. Very well done.
What a great play right there. As soon as that happens, as soon as a couple of members of the team are able to respawn after they went down to that LAV, the urgent deployment is going to be called in for Rapid Lo-Fi. They know they have the advantage, and they want to press it right now.
Yeah, they got to get boots back onto the ground in these next 30 seconds or so. Of course, this will deplete their tickets by a decent amount. They've got a tank, they've got a LAV, they've got an assault vehicle all coming in. I don't know what Bion's cooking up, but it's something diabolical. This bro, I guess he's waiting on his teammates to respawn on him, maybe. He's technically in combat.
Beacon down right next to
him.
Yeah,
there they are.
Yep, they respawn in. 4 engineers flooding the tank. A play of their own for the vehicles. Somehow Banana is still alive. The engineers are all over the tank. They're climbing on top of it. The reinforcements are coming in for Rapid Lo-Fi. The plan has been spoiled. Somehow Banana does not go down. A 3-piece from Koba. Who better? The pilot also joins the action.
Very well done to trade out their healthy vehicle Koba yet again, playing the vehicle so well. And I can only imagine with the help of eyes in the sky, sniffing that out quickly, throwing the smokes up, and getting the heck out of there. Very well done to thwart what could have been a nice advantage going back towards RRQX7S. It is now 5 vehicles to 0. B2 feels like a matter of time, but it also feels similar to what we saw just a moment ago. B2 is such a difficult point in threshold to take at this level of competition that even with these vehicle advantages, we are now getting below 120 lives. The defense is holding on.
The attack, though, like, it's been so slow towards B2. They're down to 100 tickets. Bujak right there picks up the destruction as well. Like Goj mentioned, the mines. How are we missing the mines? That's a very obvious spot there on the point. How good has it been in terms of the vehicle warfare? Wait a minute. Look at Vico. RLF, Rapid Lo-Fi. He knows that LAV just got called in. The helicopter's kind of calling this out. New pilot trying to find value. Vico right there. He's on the flank of B2. He's going to try to find value. He's a gunny on the team. If he gets in there from the flank, he gets chopped down. Riptra is going to be well aware of that push. So that push is going to be thwarted. But look at this. Look at this. Boots on the ground are flooding in.
It's the push they needed. Coming in a bit earlier than what we saw from RRQX7S on the attack. They've got the vehicle advantage, so they're going to try to push it. You've got to get aggressive with these vehicles. Be willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 when you have this many to secure this point. B2 into the neutral zone and a lot more red than green. Here comes an aggressive play from who other than Banana, trying to take down this lob. Engineers in tow. Who's winning the fight? It's looking like it's going to be Banana. No, they trade, and that is a great trade for RLF. vehicle advantage, you've got to be willing to sacrifice one to gain these points, and they're doing just that. B1, this is the exact same thing that RLF tried to do, or RRQX7S tried to do on the opposite side, is try to retake B1 when B2 is falling, but there's just not that many people on the point.
But it worked perfectly. Both vehicles from Rapid Lo-Fi, they retreated back here to B1, and look, B2 is now being recaptured by RRQ7S. 80 tickets right now for Rapid Lo-Fi. I don't know how this is possible. RRQ7S have had like no stake in the vehicle game throughout this entire sector. They are getting outplayed in that regard. But B2 has yet to fall, and there are only 79 tickets left remaining.
So surprised that all of our infantry on B2 died when they backed up for that trade. Blue Rock mostly just gaining a little bit of information. B2 now faltering, and I think, again, finally a matter of time, but still, RRQX7S, they put up a good hold here. We're actually going to see Rapid Lo-Fi, if they take here in the next 10 or so lives, actually be at the exact same spot that RRQX7S was. The difference is the helicopter. We're going to see a lot of value from New Pilot going into Sector C if we can get there. So slowly but surely, we're clearing up the flank. Vehicles are making sure B1 doesn't try to get recapped here, and B2 going to the attack. Nearly identical position from what we just saw in the last round, though, folks. This is a big deal, and again, as a reminder, Vico and many others picking up a lot of kills. This should seal the deal here. RRQX7S is going to invest a log onto the point to try to hold a little bit longer. They need the lives, and a tank destroyer will match them. Hits a couple mines and gets a little bit low, and it's going to be a 2v1. Looks like we are very weak, and RRQX7S pushes the tank, barrel stops the opponent, and they are holding on B2. What am I looking at? It is so dang close. This is so reminiscent of what happened in the last map. Trade after trade, vehicle after vehicle, body after body, but B2 will not fall, at least not yet.
At the exact same time as all this is going on, they go right back to B1. Look at this, the tug of war down once again. I see respawn beacons over there for RRQ7S. They're trying to capture B1 right now. They don't even necessarily need it. They've got the bigger stakehold on B2 as it currently stands. The biggest factor being the vehicle. After all of the chaos happened, the dust has settled. They are the only ones left remaining with one of these ground vehicles. LAV being on B2 is making it super, super hard. Although there are so many members here of Rapid Lo-Fi, the progression is actually being made. The LAV's tired of it, tired of the strategy, tired of sitting back. It's getting into the action, and the kill feed is just lit up.
That was like 9 kills with the lob, sweeping through the point and clearing everybody out, folks. We were touting RLF's resilience on the defense last time to be able to hold this point. Even though it doesn't feel like it, RRQX7 Sins have done the same and more. They have retaken B2, they're retaking B1, they've forced RLF to retreat and reassess the fight at 48 lives. This is going to be an RRQX7 Sins win. They've regained on 3 vehicles. What in the world has happened after what felt like a landslide from RLF? This is ridiculous.
Same strategy once again from RRQ7S. They somehow get all the way over here. They're hiding their engineers on the sidelines, playing a little bit of hide and seek.
Oh my God.
The Allure rockets come
way.
in. It's all synchronized. It gets destroyed before anybody's able to hop into it. They have done such a good job. And we look towards the helicopter. We're wondering, how have we not captured these sectors when our helicopter has been alive this whole time?
RLF finds another tank destroyer, I think Snow there. Assault vehicle at least just get to the point quickly, stack up some bodies, and maybe make a strike team for some of the opponent's vehicles. Still technical lead in the vehicle category, barely for the side of the attack, but they haven't been able to utilize it. B2 is just such a hard point to take that it feels improbable at this point that RLF will find their way back to the point. We may very well see game number 3 here shortly for the very first time on land. Steamroll through A for both of these teams, and an insane hold on B.
Yo, that hits.
You got to take the shot. I mean, we've seen it happen before.
New pilot, once again, still up there, left with a tall task. Tall task is in the hands of the entire team of Rapid Lo-Fi. They did reset. They got B1 back. Artillery barrage, something that could maybe help out, but B2 is indoors, so probably not.
Artillery barrage incoming.
And awaiting them, awaiting whatever decision, whatever strat they're conjuring up right now. Oh my gosh, look at this. Oh, once again, the engineers, they somehow get all the way over here. They're pressing the LAV of Rapid Lo-Fi once again. How? How does RRQ7S keep finding these sneaky strategies? Look, the respawn beacon's down. The LAV is smoking right now. A couple of more rockets, maybe one, maybe two will end up doing it. But the reinforcements from the helicopter multiple times, new pilot has saved the vehicles of Rapid Lo-Fi over here. But as all this is going on, as we're dealing with engineers in the jungle over there, the tickets are just dwindling. Rapid Lo-Fi is down to 30.
New pilot is finding so much value in the helicopter, we just can't get it done on the ground. This is likely going to be one of the final pushes from the attack. Rapid Lo-Fi need to take this sector. They need to push into Sector C, at least have a chance for the tiebreaker.
Okay.
Another Strike Force set up here for RRQX7S. While the Strike Force is trying to harry this lava on the back line, there are more red bodies pushing up to B2. This could be the push they need with the urgent redeployment time. A lot of red in the kill feed means we're going to have a body advantage on B2. A big opportunity, the Strike Force having to back up and go help out the team because we are losing the point. This could be the moment that RLF needed to at least tie things up on this push. B2 moving back into the neutral zone. 29 lives, folks. We are running out of runway to get off the ground. We've got to get to Sector C at the very least. And it does look like Tala is going to try to prevent that. Even an ATV on the point. Anything they can put on the point to hold it. Barely dodging that rocket. We lose the lob from the defensive side. It's all going to come down to Tala to hold B2. B2 about to falter. Nobody on B1 either. We're going to move into Sector C, folks. We're going to move into Sector C with hardly a life to our name. Back and forth we go, but finally Tala falls. Finally B1 is held and B2 is falling, but barely, some way, somehow, there's still defensive members on the point. We've got to invest everything. This is the push. The team respawn beacon has 8 members, 7 members spawning in, and it is just enough to hold. Urgent redeployment time from the defense. It holds just in the nick of time, and we've got to push onto B1. What an insane hold from RRQX7S, and that might be the nail in the coffin of this game for RLF.
Backs up against the wall, RRQ7S, they are ice cold. 1-0 in the series. They could have been sent home this game right there. B2 had all but a sliver. I bet you another 2 seconds and it would have been done. But because they have not been pressing their advantage, Rapid Lo-Fi, those streaks, they were able to be recuperated. The urgent deployment at the same exact time as the beacon. Just absolute flood. I believe the final number I saw was 11. That's more than half the team spawning in on a singular flag. And now it's all but a formality. Rapid Lo-Fi, they've got 4 tickets remaining. Trying to make something happen. C-Force from the Byron after flying in from the higher helicopter. Of course it's Miko trying to make something happen. Doesn't matter. All thwarted. RRQ7S backs up against the wall. Lower bracket. They tie things up 1-1.
In our 9th best of 3.
9.
We finally see us going to game 3. Unbelievable hold from RRQX7S. Maybe one of the first times we've seen the urgent deployment and the team respawn beacon actually get out in time. 1 or 2 seconds later for either one of those support systems, and they don't get there in time, they lose Sector B and have to fight for their lives on Sector C. What a play. Tala, the hero of that game. I'm not sure what the stats will say, but my hero, being able to get those down, golly, that was wild. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that matchup. We'll explain how game 3 works here shortly, folks. This is make or break for both teams. It is starting here. A similar, almost identical game from the first one, just opposite teams. RLF come out swinging on point A, obliterate their opponents, looking like they're in final form, and they take B1 without hesitation at all. They're able to take the flank onto B2, almost take B2 off rib, then swing back over to B1, get position here. At 143 lives, they have full position of B1, creeping towards B2. And then RRQ 7S, even with the helicopter herring over the top, even with these strike teams, even with the vehicle disadvantage, somehow they hold on B2 for 145 lives. That is absolute insanity.
Super cool to see Threshold go completely differently than we have ever seen it before. We've watched it so much just this week alone, just this specific event alone. And to hold it on B2 for the first time, I believe, this move that we saw, absolutely incredible. Jumping around, making sure the vehicles find their demise, making sure you clear the way for that beacon, for that flood to come through the beacon. Incredible job. And I mean, hey, listen, they didn't even have to defend B2, right? The tickets were already dwindled enough to where C probably would have been easy. Let's see how they did make it so easy. The scoreboard, the individual efforts, our commanders, absolutely incredible. Kuba tried his best over there, 28,000 score, no surprise there. New pilot, 41 kills in the helicopter. But instantly, my eyes just go over there. I mean, the column of the vehicle destruction looks so good for RRQ7S. Ripcha found up towards the top there, looking for the biggest fragger. That's going to be Ragnar with 37.
83 revives from BTT, by the way, on RLF. Crazy, crazy numbers in the revive category there. I was looking for new pilot, who was our helicopter operator, 41 total kills. Frankly, the most effective helicopter we've seen thus far on this map, aside from TL, who made some really cool strikes with it. Really well done. I gotta say, though, even with that helicopter advantage, even with the vehicle advantage, because B2 is covered, the only thing that new pilot could do in the helicopter was just strafe run in the back line, try to get some vehicles weak, and prepare for what is next. Now, as we get a peek of what's about to come, this is where things get very interesting, folks. I want to describe to you what's about to happen. I think our teams are discussing what map they want to play. No more randomness. This is how it's going to work. I don't know the selections yet. I don't know who's selected what yet. The teams are probably preparing for anything that could happen. One, we know RRQX7S, they held better.
Yeah.
They did a better job. They held RLF to Sector B. Therefore, RRQX7S will have the advantage. What that means is that they can choose either the map or they can choose to select the side. If they choose side, their opposition will select whatever map they want, and then RRQX7 will get to choose if they want to attack or defend. Throughout the course of this competition, until now, we've been 50-50 on attack and defense. We've now slightly crept up on the win percentage, just barely, by 1 to the defensive side because of that last win. So as we got a quick peek at the maps that I think we're choosing, I think, I mean, we don't know for sure. They could still be planning. I'm not sure it's been fully selected. I don't want to jump the gun, but I think that may have been Ascension. We'll double check that, though, and make sure that we let you know once this is all finalized. And again, they could be prepping. One of these teams could be prepping for a couple maps while they wait on the final selection of the map. And it is likely, I'm not saying 100%, likely RRQX7S will choose to select side and force RFL to choose the map. Interesting point, they also can't choose threshold. Quick look at some of the stats here. Plenty of vehicle destructions, solid kills, solid revives. Nothing really to write home about there, just a good job. And I think, frankly, the unspoken stat that's not there is just the clutch support systems called in by Tala and the commander of RRQX7 Sins in the moment to hold B2. Just really, really well done. Perfect timing. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what happens here. But, again, fully describing what will happen. Don't know if they're going to choose side. I assume they will. Let's look at Riptra, though. Great stats here from Riptra. This is a man of many talents here, Vivid. 37 revives, 19 assists, and 22 kills from Riptra. Literally did it all as a medic.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the previous games where they have been active. Riptra
constantly finding himself towards the top of the leaderboards, if not first. Usually involved in like the top 5. I see a couple of other games where he was first against Project One in the second match that they did play. So overall, been having a great tournament, finding a lot of score usually, but not necessarily the most kills. So pick up a lot of score elsewhere on the map. I didn't necessarily see a lot of revives. Actually, I see a decent amount of revives, but not a ton. So very, very cool to see that much score kind of coming out of somebody who's kind of finding, even ground between kills and revives.
First game 3, decisions being made. I think in general, it makes unless your team is just so good at a certain map, it makes sense to choose side. Let's take a look at what we're about to see. Best squad here from RRQX7 Sins. This makes a lot of sense to me. This is our commander, Tala. This is Musa, who is finding so much value in the little vehicles that RRQX7 Sins actually had. Musa was crushing it in the tank, picked up 19 kills, and overall just a really strong squad underneath the commander.
I will say, obviously, this is the best squad score-wise and everything like that. They did a great job. That strike team that we kept seeing, I got to give them a little bit of the tip of the hat as well, because they were just constantly pressuring the vehicles on the side of RLF. I know Bayon was a part of that squad. Takis was also a part of that squad. I am unaware of the other 2 members. I was trying to look during that game, but I couldn't necessarily find them out. But that squad did such a good job of just constantly doing that little sneaky play. Obviously, we have that MVP squad right there. They did a great job throughout the entirety of the game. But in terms of, just constantly finding value elsewhere outside of score, constantly trying to make a threat towards the vehicles of RLF, that squad specifically did a very good job.
Yeah, I think it's a great job. A lot of times stats can tell part of the story, but the whole story can only be seen when you watch the game from a macro position. It looks like some things have been selected. And I'm not going to jump the gun here because I want to make sure that it's all correct, but excited to see. I was going back to kind of this tiebreaker and the way it works. I think it's a really cool way to do this. You gain an advantage by doing a bit better, obviously. And if I have the advantage, if I'm RRQX7 Sins, again, I was saying this right before the stats, unless we have a map that we're so good on, we know we're infallible regardless of side, I always would choose, let me select the side once I see the map.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these maps, oftentimes, they're pretty balanced, frankly, especially at a competitive level. But a lot of these maps, teams will find themselves feeling more comfortable being a defending team on X map or an attacking team on Y map. And so once you're able to see the map, selecting the side afterwards is such a huge advantage that I could only imagine that RRQX7 Sins has selected side as their choice, therefore being able to choose after RFL chooses the map. So then, what question is next? What map, if that is the case, does RLF choose? That I do not know. That I'm not sure, because RLF has only played Threshold on land. They've only played the map that we've seen, and they can't choose it if that is actually the case, folks. Crazy stuff going on. The selections being finalized. Everything on the scene is insane right now. The audience is going wild, and we finally have our first third game series going the distance, especially when both teams have their back against the wall. This is a big, big moment, folks. We've got a very short break here in the booth while the players get ready for on stage. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss what is going to be a dynamic game. right, we are back, folks. A little bit of a break to get the players down on the stage and allow for them to make their decisions. Game 3. Finally, we've gotten a Game 3 after 9 best of 3s, 8 of them going 2-0. We see 2 teams that are evenly matched and able to make do with what they're given on defense on Threshold. We will not be seeing Threshold, but we will be seeing one of the other maps based on the decisions that were made. I believe those decisions are finalized. We're getting those ready for you. Should be able to show you. Again, there's a total of 6 maps that they can choose from, one of which they can't, so 5 total they can choose from. And I think we've got it for you right now. Vivid, walk me through it.
Yeah, it looks like the final decision came in to be Ascension. The options there were going to be Ascension, Crack, Threshold. Can't choose Threshold. We just played it. Trainwreck, Trench Lines, or Fault. And they went ahead and opted for Ascension. Now, a quick note about Ascension. This is a little bit interesting because Threshold is the other map where you can have a helicopter. So they went ahead and opted for a follow-up map that also can feature a helicopter. So obviously, we do know that RRQ7S, on their attack of things, they made it all the way to the C sector, right? So tiebreaker-wise, they were able to choose whether or not they wanted to choose the map or the side. I'm going to go ahead and guess that they went ahead and chose side, which means that Rapid Lo-Fi, being that they lost the tiebreaker, got the option to go ahead and choose the map. They opted for Ascension, knowing that RRQ7S was probably going to pick defense, so they wanted to attack on Ascension rather than attack on any of the other maps. That helicopter being available is probably why they wanted to choose Ascension, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a great breakdown. I think that's a good thought process, and I'm pretty sure that is exactly how it went down. Now, the interesting part about Ascension now is, I'm curious from the people at home, do you think attacking on Ascension is easy? I wouldn't say that is necessarily the case. I do think it's a very momentum-based map, and I also think that likely RLF has a lot of strategies they know how to implement on this map as well. I think RLF, when they're playing a perfect game, we know that they have really, really good strategies under their commanders that they can execute on. And because of that, I think they feel really comfortable on this map, regardless of which side. So I think if I'm an RLF fan or I'm an RLF player, I'm actually very comfortable with us going to Game 3. I think RLF might have a small advantage on this map because they feel like they are a more cohesive team, but they have to execute going into this one.
Speaking about how we kind of got here, right? Remember, RRQ7S, their first match, they lost to TL, and that was on Ascension. They've already been 2-0'd on this map, so Rapid Lo-Fi could potentially kind of be looking at that as a big piece of information to how they have to play this attack. Now, granted, TL, they played that super well. Can RLF follow up?
Yeah, and small note here, not only did they lose, but they just played it in general, and so at least RLF can look at what happened to them and have VOD reviewed over this team. That's probably what they watched, and so I don't know, there's definitely some advantages there, but folks, you're not going to see both teams attack and defend on this. This is a one and done. This is Game 3. This is for all the marbles to move on in this competition. Rapid Lo-Fi on the attack, RRQX7 Sins on the defense, and we are jumping straight into the game, folks. Ascension, a tried and true map, a map that everybody knows well. I think these players could play this map with their eyes closed, but their eyes are going to be wide open and probably not blinking because everybody on that stage, they have a chance of going home right here, right map, in this map. Attack, defend, doesn't matter. You just got to win.
Sector A is going to be very close to the spawn of the attackers. Often, we like to call it a little bit of a gimme. We have seen some crazy stuff this week here at DFIW, where a seriously stronghold was actually put on during this sector. Do not come into this one and take it for granted. Everything is on the line. 1-1 in the series. This game decides who moves on and who goes home.
One of the most cinematic entrances, but also a value add for this team if they want to use it. We've seen a couple of these teams do this strategy right here where they keep a couple of the boats and shell the point where they can. Of course, there's some anti-aircraft guns that can be shot down at the actual sea. So you got to be careful, but new pilot, as per the usual, up in the skies already. I believe actually first blood comes from new pilot in the helicopter, already finding value, but he's got to stay careful with the way he approaches with these AA guns on the ground, and eventually, if not already, a lob for the defense as well. We actually do see that lob off in the distance, so watch out for that, as we've got a nice strike team on the right side because of the boats, and a fight for the high ground as per the usual.
Yeah, Sector A is all about this rock that is all to the side. If you catch a quick glimpse at it, it just overlooks the entirety of Sector A, which is why we always see the boots on the ground storm towards this rock. But hold up, Limitless out here getting a little bit cheeky, flanking up the right side. The only reason, in my opinion, why you would want to do something like this, if you were planning to go directly at that vehicle, at that LAV, and for the attack side of things, tank is also online.
Yeah, very well executed here from the attack to make sure they get high ground immediately. As per the usual, this is standard. Obviously, we don't see the tank down in the overlay. It should pop up shortly. Tank and helicopter, I believe, both still alive for the attacking side. There it is. Tank is onto the mix now. Here's the heli up above. That should be added in as well. New pilot seeing himself getting a ton of value. That lob starting to throw some shots downrange towards him. This is the classic gameplay loop. When you've got an anti-aircraft vehicle, it has to pay attention to the helicopter that starts on the map, or new pilot will have its way on the map yet again.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I did actually see that squad that was off to the right. Mikey is going to be out there. They did not stay all the way out there. They did not continue pushing. They actually started to flow in towards Sector A. So actually the game plan for them was to come around Sector A and try to flank in to provide some sort of support. We've also seen this before, where one of those boats does stay active. So effectively, 3 vehicles alive right now for Rapid Lo-Fi. You got the boat, you got the tank up on the hill now, and you have the helicopter in the skies.
Trying to connect here with some of these shots. New pilot doing a very good job of avoiding. Kobayashi, by the way, the commander, is in that tank as expected. Playing from high ground, it looks like maybe he's dropped down below to try to shell the point. We've got some nice action on A already. Defenders trying to push up, put some bodies on the point, and at least slow their roll. Again, to find any success on point A, the only success you could find from a defensive side is hold to below 120 lives or kill one of these 2 vehicles. Helicopter or the tank go down for the attackers. That's still a nice net positive. And I'm going to be honest, this is some of the most value from a just raw slaying power from a helicopter I've seen in general while the AA is still on the ground. Doing a very good job of still being impactful while dodging shots. This is a very impressive pilot, and there's no wonder his name is New Pilot for this team.
Yeah, blinking, he might have missed that Sector A was getting captured during that whole entire time. They went down to 167 tickets. That was but a breeze for Rapid Lo-Fi. Quickly, we have to turn our attention over to Sector B. There's going to be 2 flags on this one. B1 is almost never held because there is a hill that the attack has instant access to right after capturing A that overlooks B1. And there's just not a lot of cover for the defense to actually play in these 2 little shacks that are down here. As you can see, these are the hills that are getting pressed right now by Rapid Lo-Fi. B2, on the other hand, is a little bit more tricky, but the fact that this helicopter right now is getting so much value, and it is up here, that's why the LAV is struggling to actually hit it at all.
It's actually insane, Vivid, that the second gunner in the helicopter has actually picked up like 6 kills while we were watching it evade those shots.
Nice.
I think that's Xavi YG, if I'm seeing that name correctly. There it is, yeah. I mean, they're picking up so many kills with that secondary shot.
And there it is, right? Full control over that hill that I was talking about that overlooks B1. Look at this. How are you going to go ahead and defend against all of these head glitches? It's really hard. The smokes come in, the flood comes in at the same exact time. And like I said, B1 is almost more of a gimme than the Sector A is. So we'll quickly turn our attention to B2, which can be approached by a couple of different ways. A lot of people like to flank along the left side, go all the way around the rocks. Some people like to go up on top of this hill that does look over B2, but then you can also use the tunnel entrance. I personally like to always get in the mix in the tunnel, right? Not being exposed to any of the vehicles, but it's super hard to push.
because you are just in this little bit of a funnel for the defense.
Yeah, I don't want to be condemning of the AA from the defense, but it looks like if our overlay is correct, which we are missing a helicopter on the left, so there's a chance maybe we're missing the AA on the right. I'm trying to see if I can find it on the ground. I think I see it there on the right. No, maybe just the tank from the defensive side. I wonder if maybe our commander was able to take down the AA, and as per the usual, the defense with Musa is backing all the way up to keep at least their tank alive.
So,
oh my gosh.
Quick reminder, Goj, this is the exact same thing RRQ-7S did against TL. They took that tank and they hit it at the bottom of the elevator. TL pushed in there with their vehicles and blew that tank up. Rapid Lo-Fi is not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think they have to yet. I think Rapid Lo-Fi can kind of chill right now and just slowly creep over to this high ground. They've already taken B1. The helicopter is getting ridiculous value. We got to keep our eyes out for Chavi YG in the kill feed at the end and now. That scoreboard is going to be insane for him. The secondary gunner finding so much value with the way the helicopter is positioned.
Think about the landscape of Sector C. How much more value you can get from a tank being up there in those caverns, right? It's very close quarters. Those shells, they find a lot of value, which is why Mauza is interested in just taking the tank up to C, not necessarily investing the possibility of it getting destroyed here on B2. Looks like it's pretty much a concede coming in for Sector B and hopes that Sector C is going to be the place that they go ahead and hold this.
Ascension is just such a big map. This is just the exact opposite of Threshold. Sure, you can concede points. It's not ideal, though. And Koba's actually just going to push the equation. Maybe not an intentional concede, maybe just an outright win thus far on the attack for RLF. Going to push the equation, jump onto the point, be willing to give away a few lives here because they have so much room to work with them. They've kept all of their vehicles alive. Done such a great job of not all-inning. They're just going to all-in with their infantry because they can afford to give away some lives here. Defense is holding the position actually quite well. They've been able to match the pressure and get bodies onto the point, at least to hold it for a little bit longer. Again, not a net win unless they get below 120 lives for the attacking side. I can't imagine that happens, but I've said that before and I've been wrong. Helicopter still doing whatever it wants in the skies. Tank still playing a little bit of a support from the back line. Infantry trying to approach.
Koba does go ahead there and mark
B1
to
hold it to get free score.
Nice.
They know they won't lose that.
Okay, good shout there from Koba. And yeah, I mean, you know, we did get a quick look at the tank.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's just getting free value.
This is Chavi YG just shelling down below. Crazy value.
But yeah, the fact that that tank is at the bottom of the elevator and kind of hidden, I did see that there is just straight up the vehicle operator in the driver's seat, right? So there's only one person that RRQ-7S is kind of losing, so they just still have 19 boots on the ground to kind of defend B2. Of course, defending it would be a little bit easier with an entire tank. As you can see, Mauza here jumps out of the tank to go ahead and try to make use of the Allure missile, see if they can go ahead and connect on the tanks. There's actually a plethora of them kind of coming in all the way over there, but only a couple connected, not enough to go ahead and destroy the tank.
I saw like 4 or 5 of our red attackers actually like give up their lives, and it popped into the kill feed. I wonder if they're trying something. I wonder if they're planning some sort of respawn, maybe from the heli and dropping in somewhere. I don't know. I'll keep our eyes out for something wicked. But again, again, the defense doing a pretty good job right now, maintaining position. This is going to be free score though for the side of the attack because of the mark on B1. Defense pushed back up a little bit. They continue to harry these tanks from just, wow, they actually got it pretty low there. A couple well-placed Allure rockets. That tank could go down. I just don't think they have the firepower for it yet, which is why this tank is playing so far back. They got to keep it alive going into the next couple points. They need to take these tanks up the elevator for the C sector, but they may have to sacrifice one to get to B2. Let's see.
This will be super good timing here for Rapid Lo-Fi. They're at 134 tickets. They lose like 10, 15 more. They're going to approach that territory where they will not recuperate enough
to be at 180 for the push on the C. So RRQ7S, they've got to hold on here. But if you take a look at the top middle of your screen, B2, it's getting captured right now by Rapid Lo-Fi, and it is being captured at quite a pace.
Yeah,
I see
wow.
not a single defender on that sector.
They're down below. They've got a respawn beacon down below. You can see 6, I think, maybe 7 actually RRQ7S players coming in from the low side. I just think it's too late. We're taking a look at these tanks with the points being captured because they are sweeping towards the point. Sector B falls without hardly a resistance. We've got max lives going into the interior tunnels, folks. These might be long-range encounters, but we're about to get real up front and personal. And it looks like Mauza was able to take the elevator just in time. Honestly, a really strong play. There's a reason Mauza was playing back there. This is going to delay the attacker tanks for a very long time. That elevator is not fast. It's taking it all the way up. It will then have to come all the way back down for these 2 attacking tanks. That keeps the tanks out of position. That will cut all momentum from the vehicles of the attackers. But this helicopter could make a big, big difference right now. Watch out for not only the kills coming through, you can see Tala, the commander, dying, but also what plays could they make with the helicopter in the sky.
Yeah, but think about it, Ghosh, right? The value, you're not going to be picking up much kills with that helicopter. C2, C1, just no real room for you to kind of work with. So they're going to be at like just a standstill until their team is able to push over to the next sector. Now, we finally get to see the value of the tank. Mauza just left the elevator, so the tank has made it up here to the sector. This is what he was playing around the entire time, saving the tank, not getting involved on that B sector just so they could have it during C.
The amount of score the attackers picked up in the first couple sectors was insane, though. They've got 2 IFVs coming in. They also get a tank destroyer up top, and they have 2 tanks down below waiting. If they're able to take down Mauza here, this is a game changer for the attack, and absolutely they are able to. Yes, may have delayed the inevitable of the tanks from the defense, of the attack rather, from down below, but lose their tank in the process. I'm not sure that trade is worth it, but with the advantage with 2 IFVs, with 2 a tank destroyer and 2 tanks, and with the helicopter, this is ridiculous. Not a vehicle to the side of the defense, an utter domination of RRQX7 Sins. They're gonna have to do it on foot.
Yeah, Rapid Lo-Fi, they look very strong. They know how long that elevator takes. They rolled into vehicles waiting for it. So as soon as it came up top, they actually called in an urgent deployment at the same exact time. So that way they had plenty of boots on the ground to go ahead and help those vehicles contest that. Now, looking towards C1, nothing stands in their way. Nothing prevents these vehicles from just steamrolling all of these caverns. You save the tank to go ahead and ward off all these vehicles. The tank is now blown up. You called in a vehicle on the backside all the way in the next sector. You forgot about the helicopter. The helicopter came down, destroyed that. Rapid Lo-Fi on Ascension after picking it, after knowing they were going to get attacked. They know that they are in full control.
They finally lose a tank destroyer. Down to 3 vehicles. It looks like RRQX7 Sins finally is prioritizing taking these vehicles down, which is a smart move. A lot of rockets and a lot of rockets connecting. That's 2 RLF vehicles down out of the 4 that they had, not including the helicopter eyes in the sky. Finally, our tanks have arrived. Welcome to the party, gentlemen. 2 big old tanks coming out of this elevator, and just 1 Wu-Tang hiding in the corner, trying to get some value against the tanks, and he can't sniff them out.
Definitely a little hesitant. They know that the traps are there. Ripture right around the corner. Does get blown up before the rocket is able to reload. Now the tank destroyer tries to come in and help. They clear the way. Somehow they had lost the space at some point during that. Now they go ahead and exit. They want to go ahead and take a breather, take a moment to make sure that they're fully repaired and make sure all of that space is actually contained by them, so that way they cannot get blown up from some sneaky little strike team. 4 vehicles now available for the attack.
Yeah, they just got another lob on the outside of the map. All 3 of these going to come barreling in. I will say most of our infantry for the attackers are dead. We've got a squad striking over to C1, but look how many bodies are on this point right here. They're just going to try to barrel stuff their opponents, and it's working. I believe one Saniva operator, Hater 666, is still alive after a ton of kills, finally goes down. We are trading vehicles out right now for not a lot. Yeah, a couple kills, but good grief. The defense still somehow able to hold against the onslaught, the firepower of the attackers. C1 likely going to fall, but C2 is still in complete control.
Incredible stuff there for RRQ7S to actually pick up one of those vehicles on their way out. All of C1 has pretty much been lost. Now the defense trying to kind of make something happen. The helicopter trying to prevent anything from being called in back here. That's pretty much the only thing it can do until C is captured, if it ever is.
It's actually picking up a lot of folks spawning on the backside. If there's no beacons on the inside, or if your teammates are in combat, you can either just wait or you're gonna have to spawn around the final points there. And because of that, just getting free kills, keeping numbers on the advantage of the attackers. It's actually a pretty good hold for the defense so far. I will say we've only burned 37 lives.
Yeah. So not too bad. I'm just not entirely sure how we haven't really moved at all when we have such an advantage of these vehicles. 2 tanks available, the tank destroyer available. RRQ7S, their engineers are seriously scaring these vehicles away of Rapid Lo-Fi. Now, I did just see Rapid Lo-Fi did just call in an urgent deployment. So right now, they're going to go ahead and make the play right now. As you can see, another Siki Uluru on the backside of the box while the tank destroyer tries to make its way over to C1. Very good position if I can actually get in here. And you can see all of the kills are going to be available, but there are going to be a lot of rockets that try to meet with it. Support is there though, and it looks like the defense is cleared out.
Tank destroyer is just too mobile, doing a really good job of mucking things up and making, honestly, paving a way for the actual tanks to come in and support with their firepower. We do have an IFV here from the opposite side, a lob for RRQX7S coming in. It is going to be Mauza playing the vehicle, can give a lot of value, hopefully. Actually does get the tank destroyer very weak. If the tank destroyer goes down, it's going to be a very immobile couple tanks as the only land units alive. And with the tank destroyer stuck in a corner, a big pickup from Mauza, saving the day around C1. The C2 has been traded out by the big tanks. Now let's see what this Lob can do against their opponents. With 2 tanks on the opposite side, it's going to come down to engineer gameplay to win this one.
Super huge there for them to get that vehicle online. Sector C here on Ascension, a big opportunity to kind of play that tug of war. C2 being down, C1. It's really hard to go ahead and get your vehicles involved. We have seen a couple of moments now where the tank destroyer was able to find its way over here, but as you can see at the bottom of your screen, that's since been destroyed. These tanks, if they want to make it to C1, they have to go around this back way, but because they're all the way overextended, the Love is able to find so much damage, not on 1, but 2 tanks simultaneously.
Also, a command was issued by Tala there to mark the vehicle for death. That is a big bonus on the side of the defense. Still a trading of points right now. The tug of war continues, but holy cow, this defense has been incredible thus far inside of these tunnels. A and B may have gone quickly, but C is going to be a long fight. And RRQX7S is now winning that fight for the very first time in the last 60 lives.
On the back of this squad again, look at it, Pikey, Limitless. They're so good. They've been doing this from the start of the game, trying to find value onto those vehicles. Such a good job from them. Now the momentum has shifted, in my opinion. RRQ7S, after destroying all of those vehicles, 1 left on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi. It's the tank destroyer. It's kind of stuck in this little bit of a cave. The engineers are trying to push towards it, actually, but the repairs are actually going to be enough. Dude, we got to work on the reverse game right there. There we go. Finally, after about 17 attempts, we actually make it out of the doorway.
It's like me trying to parallel park. What in the world? Oh, it was brutal. Able to stay alive, though. That was the demise of the last tank destroyer. Mauser has gotten so much value out of this lob. Let's see if they can continue to get it. I don't think so. Not this time. Not with this many engineers on the tank. The tank hardly loses any life, and a big takedown of the only vehicle here for the defense. Now, as much as the audience is celebrating right now, I would be too, but we've seen that happen multiple times, and they haven't, RLF has not been able to push their engagement forward even with that advantage. Let's see if they're able to do it this time. A weak tank on the far side and a healthy one on the close side, but C1 in complete control and swarmed by the defense. These vehicles can't stay alive from the attackers either.
Beacon down onto C1 right now just in case anything crazy happens. It does not look like there's any sort of a threat right now, so maybe that's going to end up being a wasted beacon, but they do get kind of lives on. New pilot actually finds the explosion onto the tank before it can make it to the caves, but right before that, or right behind that, is going to be that LAV. So one of the vehicles is going to go ahead and make it back into the defensive things. If we take a look at the top of the screen, 102 tickets available for Rapid Lo-Fi. We have officially entered that area where it is starting to hurt the economy, and they're going to have less tickets available going to that next sector. Look at this, though, the push from Rapid Lo-Fi. One single engineer was putting on a lot of pressure, preventing the entrance into the cave with the help of the backup of New Pilot. Now, again, that LAV is trying to tiptoe into the cave, but because it's so low and because there's a tank on the other side of things, it actually can't get to the defense. But look at this, RRQ7S, Marv, the engineers, they keep finding value.
Assault vehicle sacrificed for a couple kills and an entry point for a lob of their own. The attacker's getting in mix, and Snow picks up 9, walks in, says, how do you do, blows the doors off the house, and finally gets to C1. A great hold from RRQX7 Sins. Job's not done though. C1 going into the neutral zone, and it looks like this lob from the opposition can't get any value, and the helicopter still raining terror on the backside, weeding the numbers down. C gonna go into the full neutral zone and going all in, getting taken down by the mines. Barry 1 gonna hold. The medic standing tall because of the mines. It is a trading of blows of vehicles, and somehow the exact same thing happens on C1. We've lost nearly all of our vehicles, and we've respawned with the urgent redeployment time. The defense has held again. You cannot say anything about RRQX7 Sins, regardless of their entire competition series, if you're not mentioning resilience.
How in the world are they holding C1 right now? There was an LAV and about 10 boots on the ground that was capturing that swiftly. We blinked, we looked over towards C2, we came back, and the defense is in full control. Somehow that vehicle got destroyed. And now, I mean, dude, 75 tickets. This is a giant win. As you can see here, this is actually that squad that I was talking about from that last game, Takis. I see that Popey is on there as well. That is the squad that has just been an absolute terror in the engineer game. They keep destroying vehicles. New Pilot keeps holding back the defense, finding these kills in the helicopter on a point that is supposed to be all inside is incredible. But still, his team has not been able to back him up, have not been able to capture Sector C in what feels like a good enough time for them to have any chance towards Sector D.
Assault vehicle and a lav come rolling in, and this is not a punchline. This is make or break, folks. We have to win, and we have to win now. I can only imagine that tank may not survive for very long, pending what the helicopter is able to do, but our eyes turn to C1. It is in jeopardy. The attack move in with the assault vehicle, they move into the lob, and they're able to secure it into the neutral zone. They've got a respawn beacon here as well. It's gonna help out the team to make sure they keep boots on the ground. Urgent deployment and the respawn beacon already being invested by the defense on the last push. This could be the push to finally get us to the last sector. This is a big moment for RLF. They have to maintain power position, and they're doing just that. Banana 1 is a hero every single map, and he will be a hero finally in the C sector, folks. Welcome to the end game. This is the last point. This is the last opportunity for either of these teams to stay in this tournament. This could not get any closer. 109 lives, and we still have our pilot in the skies. You may have seen value from this pilot already. Get ready for this last point. It's about to get real nasty, real quick, because of the air superiority.
It's going to be seriously tough for them to go ahead and defend this top left. We've been in this game for 25 minutes. The only thing that I could start to think about is how much score is going to start to be available. We have seen moments during this event where 6 guided missiles were called in back-to-back. Ascension, another one of those maps where it is definitely possible. Trying to find some coordination now. Vico calls in artillery barrage to try to clear out some of these members that are trying to hold that little bit of a front line, but eventually we're going to work our way all the way to these buildings, and that is when it'll start to get crazy.
AA guns have to go down. Got to keep our eyes peeled on the ground to see what vehicles are being called in by the defense. As long as the helicopter has free reign, we should see our team be able to approach D1, which can be a death trap. This is a very difficult point to capture. If you take it too slow, the spawn rate of the defense and where they can spawn is so difficult to fully capture this point. Can the tower go down? Yes, and nice, a big pickup on a vehicle on the back side, and this will allow for a huge push. That is an AA vehicle, that is a lob going down immediately. Our eyes in the skies are paying off a big take. All that they have is their commander, RRQ-7S, Tala, the commander on the back line. They're being funneled into a tiny position, being forced to turtle up, and we've got some paratroopers trying to land. That was actually our secondary gunner trying to get a little bit mixy, may even respawn in the helicopter here in a couple seconds.
Yeah, finally left the helicopter try to do one of those sneaky plays where you can get a beacon down. Does not work out, so keep your eye on that. They might try that again. Might as well. But look at the tickets, right? They started this push with 109. They've only lost 7, and they have already worked their way all the way to the sector. So much so that they're actually currently contesting it, but still a lot of work needs to be done, right? Mauza is in the tank. Star player here when it comes to the vehicle operation for RRQ-7S. Got to turn our attention to new pilot, right? He is pretty much the thing that can change the tide of this, that can actually put in some work, destroy that tank, maybe.
Big YG already respawned back into the helicopter as the secondary gunner. Eyes in the sky. Snow has dropped a team beacon. Let's see if we can get an eye on where it is. This is going to be a huge boon for the attack. They've got urgent deployment matched up with it. There it is on the right-hand side. This is a perfect spot. It is very easy to defend, and we got a lot of bodies landing onto this point very quickly. They're going to be willing to spin some tickets here to utilize this urgent redeployment time. You're going to see a big swarm coming in, but we've got a hero making a huge play from the defense to go up and go for the beacon. Fails, and therefore we still got an opportunity to make a massive play with eyes in the sky. We've got information flying. I'm sure the comms are insanely aggressive, and we're seeing a crazy amount of value now from that beacon. Look at all the red on the left side of your screen spawning in, trying to move towards this tank.
71.
Good.
71 for that secondary gunner. Oh my God, the tank, the thing that was holding the defensive live has finally gone down. The LAV is in the mix. The tank is also following right behind. Finally, rapid low fly. They're going all in. They've got the tank. They've got the vehicle advantage. The respawn beacon put everybody on this team in an advantageous position to go ahead and push into D1. Take a look at the square. It is falling very, very rapidly. Last grasp at the straw is going to be the urgent deployment for Tala.
Artillery strike to hopefully clear things above ground. They're spawning in below ground, folks. If there's any team that can retake, it's going to be RRQX-7S, but they are running out of daylight as per the usual. Bow shot still landing for Limitless, by the way. Watch out for this man, a menace on the ground, but the real hero of the story has been this helicopter, the game changer. One tank down and a guided missile landing in from the defense. This is the Hail Mary, quite literally. A missile from the sky can change this map as they win out on the ground with the urgent deployment. I told you, resilient is their adjective, and this missile will be another nail into the proverbial coffin of RLF if they're not careful. An entirely and complete retake that is going to be matched by the attack with a beacon on the backside. Take a look at where it's at right now. This could be a huge boon. The problem is they are extremely outnumbered and they don't have an urgent deployment. A couple folks trickling in could be a misuse of this beacon. Let's see how much value they get.
I believe that's like 3 or 4 beacons that have been called in the last minute. That has done an absolute work on the amount of tickets that are available. Think about all the lives that have been spawned on those beacons. Every single time that they do that, they lose a ticket. They have just lost 40 tickets and got nothing for it. Actually, by doing that, by calling in those strategic beacons, they lost all their vehicles. The tank got destroyed. The LAV got destroyed. That guided missile that came in from the defensive side, sure, it only got 1 kill, but as soon as it landed, you saw there were no attackers anywhere near it. And look at this, another beacon. The tickets, they are just dwindling so fast.
These beacons are all ins that I don't think the attack had to go for. That is so much score being spent without any reward. D1 in complete control by the defense, and we now have to go from 100 lives to preparing for our final fight with 36 lives. Sure, you got Chavik's YG up in the skies, pushing up on like 100 kills. They're getting so much value. The problem is our all-ins on the ground are being thwarted. Great timings now from Tala. Resilience is a word I will always use for RRQX7S, and they're making sure that we fully understand what that word means in the dictionary because they have completely retaken D1. This is ridiculous.
Full reset here from Rapid Lo-Fi. They're trying to lock in right now. They're trying to come up with some sort of a plan, right? You can see how grouped up they are. That means that the comms came in. It was like, hey, listen, lock in, guys. We cannot respawn anymore. We have to wait for our medics, right? The closer you are to the rest of the team, the easier it is going to be for those medics to actually pick you up. The tickets, they are aware of the situation, right? They have pretty much stopped spending them at this point, which is why they are so grouped up. But look how many kills the defense is actually finding. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of time being spent right now, kind of doing it. Look at the little symbols above all of the operators right there. They almost all are that little medic symbol. They know how important these revives are now. They're trying to make one last push. 2 vehicles available, artillery barrage at the same exact time, and the helicopter is still doing flybys.
Artillery barrage is matched by the defense's artillery barrage. Both will likely be called in around the same area, which is going to be the side that we're watching right here. Vico and his crew getting extremely aggressive. Both teams know where everybody's out, and still the helicopter finding value. We've got to clear out the ground so our troops can get to the point. It's also, this point has been marked for a hold from Tala. If Tala is able to get that score, if this doesn't trickle down into the neutral zone, it will also be a nice boon to close out this game for the defense. Could call in another urgent deployment. If respawn down below where the helicopter can't kill us on spawn, but a nice push from Red here. They should see a push down to the neutral zone. It's gonna come down to how much score does the defense have? What else can they call in to save the day?
Here's the thing that I'm thinking about, right? Because the defense is, back up against the wall in this Sector D, as I actually see Rapid Lo-Fi calls in the urgent deployment. Right now, RRQ7S, they're not spending any of their score on vehicles. They simply can't. Are they gonna have another guided missile available to save them? Look, yes, they do. 15 seconds until that lands. Is it going to come in fast enough? As you can see, the attack is now leaving the point. They do not want to go down to that because that instantly depletes tickets. You cannot get revived from a guided missile strike. That one's going to land in 2, 1. Let's check out the value. It actually goes off to a little bit of left. It finds 3 kills and the spacing. But look at this. Look at the little square in the middle of your screen. D1 is getting captured.
Bodies on the point, though. They're coming in from down below, and the helicopter spotted them. A crazy amount of value up above. Strategic beacon has been placed. This is going to be a huge boon. Let's see if we actually get respawns out of it.
Another one.
Another missile is going to land. This one I can only assume is going to land right on the point. We're at 75%. It lands. It does not get what they want. What is that, 7? The attackers cannot stand what they get.
Wow.
Just enough. Just enough. Rapid Lo-Fi. Amidst missiles landing. Amidst 6 kills. They had just enough on the point. A second or two was the difference in Rapid Lo-Fi going home. hopping in their cars and driving 5 minutes back home, but instead they will stay at the stadium. And not only will they stay at the stadium, they stay in the competition and they prepare for a game in just a couple hours.
The instant reaction. The seats have never been vacated faster on that stage. Rapid Lo-Fi, we're in a hurry to join up, celebrate, hug. You can see how much it means. 10 tickets left. Ascension, Sector D, guided missiles flying in from the sky. Ultimately, it didn't matter. The attack came in. Our first match pushed to a tiebreaker. In losers, everything on the line. Rapid Lo-Fi, they win 2-1 over RRQ 7S.
Quick look at the highlights from that map. There were 1,000 of them. And I think the highlight for me was this helicopter operator and his secondary gunner. Good grief, they found so much value, and point A fell immediately. As we moved into the B sector, it was a lot of the same. So fast, so furious that we hardly had a highlight for it, but as we got to see, this is where the rubber met the road, and yet again, it showcased how good of a team RRQX7S was, man. They were able to hold in the C sector for so long, even when they didn't have the vehicles to do so. Even when they're getting mowed down like this, Sora Trish picking up like 6 there with the lob. We had people getting stuck in corners. We had battles finally going to the way of the defense. I thought that RLF may be held in the C sector. I'm sure they even thought that. And it depleted so many lives that going into the final point, it was not a sure thing. 107 is what it looks like right here, and some immediate vehicle takedowns. RLF with 107 pushed onto the point very quickly. Guided missiles were able to clear it. Perfectly timed beacons and urgent deployment times for the defense was able to hold it. But here, right here, when this missile lands and kills 6, it also knocks down and knocks back the defenders, who I think were barely off the objective. I'm not sure if it was a misplay. I'm not sure if it just happenstance, but they were just off the objective. There were 7 defensive players there that got knocked back. We got to keep our eyes out for our helicopter players. The first 100 kill game, 102 kills. What an unbelievable performance from Chavik YG. This is insane in an esports competition of this level to have free reign of the skies like this. I can't understate it enough or overstate it enough. 102 kills, plenty of assists as well, doing so much work for the team.
Almost had our first 100 revives as well. Lau right there had 95. And you got to think about it. Those revives, that was the difference maker. If he had 10 less revives, they would have lost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That performance is just incredible. I did get a quick look at the leaderboard. Funny enough, you know who was at the bottom of the leaderboard for RLF? Literally dead last. New Pilot.
Yeah.
Just so undeserved of that spot on the leaderboard.
He was
you know
dodging
what I mean?
missiles while his secondary gunner was
yeah.
killing everybody, dude. Like, it just, this is what I love about DFIW. This is what I love about Warfare, is that stats are so fun to look at, but almost all of our conversations, besides a couple hero moments, are always macro. And the macro of what New Pilot was able to do was so unbelievable, and it was so influential that seeing him at the bottom of the leaderboard is comedy, not a slight, right? Because of how much value we know he had.
Yeah.
This team's so excited about their win. We saw a couple somewhat heated conversations already from this team. Yes, they're excited. Yes, they're getting pictures. They're throwing up the heart signals because they are telling the fans at home, we are not done yet, but they still have a lot of work to do. There is still a lot of tournament to be done for them, a lot of tournament to be played for them, and they, like you said earlier, they've got to play again today after this next match.
That's the crazy thing. This will be the first time that one of our teams have to play twice in one day. And I'm going to be honest, you know, we've had the opportunity to check into the war room multiple times.
This right here, what we keep seeing on our screen, this has been the most emotion I feel like I've seen out of any of our teams. They are all smiles.
I will say it's also the closest matchup we've ever seen. I mean, by a mile. It's the first time we go to Game 3.
Yeah.
It's the first time we go to Game 3, yes, but it's also one of the first times we see a win on the attacking side with 10 lives or so remaining.
Yeah.
Like, I literally couldn't have had a more even matchup if I said, hey, if you said, hey, look, I'll pay you to go find a perfectly even matchup. I would say, hey, just watch this game, match number 9 of DFIW. Like, it was so even. It was so well executed by both of these teams. Both teams had highlight level moments. Both teams put up crazy numbers. And it came down to 10 lives on Game 3. Ridiculous stuff.
For RRQ7S, their tournament has ended. They do fall in that 5th to 6th spot. $13,000 for the team. As a result of winning that game right there, guaranteed 4th place for Rapid Lo-Fi. Looking ahead for them and looking ahead for us as well, Rapid Lo-Fi will now play later on today, and a couple of hours. Rapid Lo-Fi will play the winner of the match we are about to watch, which is No Mercy versus DNI. Loser of that will, of course, fall out of loser's bracket, fall out of the competition, and the winner of that will, of course, move on to face Rapid Lo-Fi. After one of those two teams win, they'll then face the loser of TL and TXD. Loser's bracket is rough.
Bro, loser's bracket is live, and you can see, obviously, a lot of dismay, sadness here. These teams have been working for a long time for DFIW. They've been working for a long time to play on this stage. And to lose like that, I mean, the emotions couldn't be higher. They'll be proud of themselves when they get back home, but right now, all of that stress, all that anxiety, all that adrenaline just comes pouring out of you. How close that game was. Golly. Unbelievable job from RRQX7S. We got to take a look at our MVP. I think we knew who this was going to be.
Yeah.
Good grief, dude. Bobby YG, 102 kills, 49 assists. I don't know if you could get more value from that heli. This was unreal, man.
I mean, let's go back to the decision that was made before this game even started. The decision to pick Ascension.
Yeah, they chose this win.
And we're seeing why right there. I mean, 102 kills. They knew they were going to get that helicopter. They knew exactly what they were going to do with it. That's why they chose Ascension, knowing that they were going to get attacked. Best Squad, of course, does feature all of those helicopter kills, along with the pilot. Thankfully, we got a little bit of credit going.
105 assists. I mean,
there it is.
We got the stat for him. He crushed it.
Incredible job there, Agnes and Pico Hama. It's kind of crazy because when you think about it, getting value on a squad is kind of hard to do when you can't spawn in on anybody. Like those two other players on the squad, they don't have any options to spawn in and kind of join the advances of the attack because the other two members of the squad are up in the sky. So still being able to find value out of those two members is actually a serious feat as well. So all around the board there, great job by that squad.
Yeah, absolutely my MVP regardless of score. I mean, ridiculous stats. Over 100 in esports competition. We haven't even seen that. We haven't really seen close to that. I think the highest we saw was probably either from NTPP or maybe one of our other players that picked up 73 kills, I think.
Artyom.
Artyom was 73 kills, and that was boots on the ground too.
Yeah.
So ridiculous stats, but 102 in the skies works out well for him, and just enough to get the win. The hometown heroes still alive in the competition. They get a single best of 3 break, and then they will play the winner of our next matchup. We got to head down to the stage with an interview with our hometown heroes. Let's hear from our players on the stage.
ก Các bạn khán giả thân mến, hãy cùng quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn để chúng ta cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu, nơi mà tôi tin chắc rằng là Rapid Lo-Fi, đội tuyển chủ nhà, đã đốt cháy bầu không khí ngày hôm nay sau một trận đấu nghẹt thở trước đối thủ RRQ Seven Sins. Họ chắc chắn xứng đáng với một tấm vé đi tiếp vào trận đấu tối nay. Và cùng lúc đó thì chúng tôi cũng rất tiếc sẽ phải nói lời chào tạm biệt với RRQ Seven Sins. Hy vọng rằng là họ sẽ quay trở lại mạnh mẽ hơn nữa ở trong những mùa giải sau. Let's head back to the stage. We have witnessed such a back and forth between two teams, and congratulations to the host team, Rapid Lo-Fi, for securing their next spot in the next match. We will say that they absolutely set the crowd on fire today. Congratulations. And at the same time, we have to say goodbye to RRQ Seven Sins. Hopefully, they will come back stronger in the next tournament. And now, standing next to me is the team's commander, Koba. And let's hear what the winner have to say with us right now. Hãy cùng xem là cảm xúc của Commander Rapid Lo-Fi Koba lúc này như thế nào nhé. Xin chào Koba, chúc mừng bạn một lần nữa về chiến thắng ngày hôm nay. Cảm xúc của bạn lúc này như thế nào khi mà team mình đã có được một tấm vé để bước vào trận đấu tối nay?
So what do you think, how is your feelings when you have the ticket to step to the next match?
Cảm xúc của em lúc này rất là vui là bởi vì là sau khi thắng map 1 và có thể gọi là gần như là snowball ở map 2 nhưng mà mọi người lại để thua, các em thấy khá là đáng tiếc. Nhưng mà sau cuối cùng một nỗ lực cố gắng của mọi người ở map 3 cũng đã hái được trái ngọt.
So we were struggling with the second one, the second location. We win the first one, but the second one is a little bit difficult, and we were trying our best to get the third one, and that's how we get to the win. So I'm so happy for this winning.
Chắc chắn là game đấu thứ hai khi mà để đội bạn cân bằng tỷ số, đó là một trong những game đấu rất là đau tim đối với các bạn khán giả khi theo dõi, đúng không? Bởi lẽ RRQ Seven Sins cũng là một đối thủ rất mạnh. Vậy theo bạn, yếu tố nào đã giúp cho Rapid Lo-Fi cuối cùng giành được chiến thắng trong trận đấu này trước một đối thủ mạnh như vậy?
So your opponent is one of the strong competitors in this competition. So what is the key factor that led to the victory of the team?
Nghĩ là yếu tố dẫn đến thắng được AQ một phần là có bọn em đã chuẩn bị từ trước ở hai map quan trọng, đấy là Ascension với cả Threshold, nhưng mà có vẻ ở Threshold hơi toang nên là phải làm lại ở Ascension. Nhưng mà yếu tố quan trọng nhất chắc là nhờ có chỉ những người chỉ huy đội trưởng team như kiểu Vico và Quavi côn giúp em, côn cùng với em, nên là mọi người có thể bắn tốt hơn.
Right, so we were get well preparation for the two maps, but the first one is really difficult, so we paid all attention to the second one. But the most important thing is the key factor that led to the victory today is that we have an amazing leaders such as Quavi, and they are working well together, so that's why we got the winning today.
Có vẻ như là sự phối hợp đồng đội cũng như là chỉ huy tốt của tất cả các anh em trong đội đã giúp cho các bạn có được chiến thắng chung cuộc. Còn điều gì quan trọng hơn thế, đúng không ạ? Vậy thì bây giờ chúng ta chỉ cách bán kết một trận đấu nữa thôi. Theo bạn thì team mình còn cần cải thiện điều gì?
So there is only one more match and you are going to get to the final. So what do you think your team needs to maintain or improve?
Em nghĩ là sau như trận vừa rồi với AQ7S thì em nghĩ là team mình chỉ cần cải thiện thêm com bình tĩnh hơn với cả mọi người bắn chuẩn chỉ hơn là được.
So I only think that our team needs to be calmer and needs to be focused on the target so that we can make it happen later.
Và chúng tôi tin rằng là Rapid Lo-Fi sẽ tiếp tục làm được điều đó. Câu hỏi cuối cùng dành cho Koba, bạn có một lời nhắn nhủ nào đó muốn gửi tới các fan hâm mộ, những khán giả đến đây ngày hôm nay cũng như là các bạn đang theo dõi ở trên sóng trực tiếp đã luôn ủng hộ cho Rapid Lo-Fi không?
So there are 1,000 people that are watching you guys right now on the stadium as well as online. So what do you want to say to all of the supporters out there, please?
Bọn mình đến với đây cũng là lần đầu tiên mình đến với một giải đấu có quy mô lớn như này, nhưng mà có lẽ là những nước khác người ta cũng đánh giá thấp bọn mình, nhưng mà bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để thể hiện một màn trình diễn thật là tốt ở trên đấu trường quốc tế.
So this is the first time I joined such a big competition. At first, people don't really appreciate and underestimated our team, but we are going to try our best to make you proud. So thank you so much for your support.
Mong tất cả mọi người sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ Rapid Lo-Fi trong những trận đấu sắp tới.
Please support for Rapid Lo-Fi.
Chắc chắn rồi, và một tràng pháo tay để chúc mừng một lần nữa cho chiến thắng của Rapid Lo-Fi. Và hãy đón chờ trận đấu cuối ngày, nơi mà họ sẽ tiếp tục đối đầu với một đối thủ nữa để giành được tấm vé vào bán kết. Và chúng tôi tin chắc rằng là với sự cổ vũ này thì Rapid Lo-Fi chắc chắn sẽ thể hiện một phong độ tốt nhất của họ. Và xin được cảm ơn cô Ba với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu. Thank you so much for the interview, and once again congratulations to your wins today. An amazing performance today, and I do believe that you guys can keep your spirit up and keep your great performance in the next match today. Các bạn thân mến, và như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại trận đấu đầu tiên trong ngày, và đương nhiên những bất ngờ sẽ vẫn còn đó ở trận đấu thứ hai ngay sau đây. Bởi vậy mà đừng rời khỏi màn hình nha, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay. The next upcoming match will be so surprise and intense game, so don't miss it. Stick around, we will be right back in just a few minutes. Chào mừng các bạn đã cùng quay trở lại với những diễn biến tiếp theo tại Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare. Và trước mắt chúng ta sẽ là một trận đấu mang tính chất quyết định để xem ai sẽ là người đi tiếp và ai sẽ phải là người dừng lại ở trong giải đấu năm nay.
The following match will decide the final spot to advance to the next round. Both teams must win, otherwise their journey in this tournament will officially end.
Vậy thì còn chần chờ gì nữa, hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để cùng chúng tôi chào đón hai đại diện sẽ cùng tranh tài trong trận đấu quyết định ngày hôm nay.
And now, please turn your attention to the stage. Let's welcome the team.
Cái tên đầu tiên, hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay để chào đón ra sân khấu đội tuyển DNI.
Let's welcome DNI.
DNI, đội tuyển đã có một ngày ra quân bùng nổ, thể hiện phong độ cực kỳ cao trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên. Sang ngày thi đấu thứ hai thì phong độ ấy có phần chững lại, một chút kém may mắn đã khiến cho họ buộc phải nhận thất bại đầu tiên. Nhưng quay trở lại trong sân khấu ngày hôm nay, chắc chắn họ sẽ trở lại với một phiên bản mạnh nhất. Liệu rằng DNI có thể vượt qua No Mercy để tiếp tục hành trình vươn đến ngôi vương? Với sự dẫn dắt của Commander Dead Dog, người sẽ đưa DNI trở lại đúng quỹ đạo và mang đến cho chúng ta câu trả lời trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay. Hãy cùng chào đón DNI.
DNI, the team had a perfect opening day, showing extremely high performance on the first day of the competition. But the second day, their performance slowed down. A bit of bad luck forced them to suffer for the first defeat of the tournament. However, nothing can stop DNI. They have surely taken time to reflect, adjust, and improve their yesterday's loss. Can DNI overcome No Mercy to continue their journey in this tournament? Let's welcome DNI again!
Và hãy cùng chào đón đối thủ của DNI ngày hôm nay, đội tuyển No Mercy. Hãy cùng chào đón No Mercy, ngày thi đấu đầu tiên. Một khởi đầu đầy khó khăn khi họ đã thua trắng trước Tuxedo NXG. Một cú vấp ngã khiến họ buộc phải nhìn lại. Nhưng đúng như cái tên của mình, họ không chút khoan nhượng ở ngày thi đấu tiếp theo. Và liệu No Mercy dưới sự dẫn dắt của Little G có thể tiếp tục triển khai được sức mạnh của mình và tạo nên một bất ngờ lớn tại Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare hay không? Hãy cùng chờ đợi câu trả lời của No Mercy.
On the first day of the competition, No Mercy had a difficult start, suffering a defeat against the Tuxedo NSG, a setback that forced them to reset. But true to their name, they slowed down and a bit to the No Mercy, and they returned their momentum and defeat hostile response. Can No Mercy, under the leadership of Lil J, continue to showcase their strengths and create a major surprise to all of us? Let's welcome No Mercy!
Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng chúng tôi đếm ngược để cùng đến với trận đấu mang tính chất quyết định giữa DNI và No Mercy.
Now let's take a look at the performance between No Mercy and DNI.
All right, welcome back to DFIW, folks. I see a lot of new faces in the chat cheering on one of these two teams, DNI versus No Mercy. Great introduction from our hosts, as per the usual. This is gonna be a heavy-hitting matchup, Vivid. I am pumped to see No Mercy back on stage, but I gotta say I'm also a fan of DNI, so I think this is gonna be a really good one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very good one. Redemption match for both of these teams. We know exactly how this is going to go. You lose, you're out of the competition. You win, you continue on. You go up against Rapid Lo-Fi right after this match. So at back-to-back, it's going to be kind of crazy, a little bit of a grind for one of these teams.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for not even the finals day, our audience is loud. I think you guys can hear them through our mics. Let us know if you can. I'm really pumped to see what team they're actually gonna be cheering for. I don't know. The home crowd obviously cheering on Rapid Lo-Fi. A crazy win. If you're just tuning in, you gotta go back and watch that last match in our next break. But let's take a look at some of the schedule for today and what is to come. Our first elimination day, the first where all of the games today will be elimination rounds. We saw our very first Game 3 in match number 9 there, Rapid Lo-Fi taking down RRQX7 Sins in the final 10 lives in the final game. It was an insane matchup, but it's time to turn our eyes to this one here. The winner of No Mercy and Dead Dog and Idol will take on Rapid Lo-Fi right after this. Let's take a look at the bracket and break it all down, folks. These are really important matchups when it comes to pricing as well. And advancement here, you're gonna rack up a lot more money. Take a look at the bracket at the very bottom of your screen. No Mercy versus Dead Dog and Idol, DNI. That's what we're about to watch. Winner plays Rapid Lo-Fi. The winner of that, the winner of our last best of 3, will then be playing in the lower bracket finals tomorrow versus the loser of the winner bracket finals up at the top right-hand corner. Ting Long and Tuxedo NXG are not playing today. They got a full day off. Winners bracket round 1 is going to be insane for the finals, but that's all tomorrow. We got to keep our eyes down here in the lower bracket. Everybody down here in the lower bracket, their backs are against the wall. If you lose, you're out. The stakes literally couldn't be higher. We'll keep saying that as we wrap up today's broadcast. We're only one best of 3 down. One more to go here, and then we have one more for the day. We got to talk predictions, though, for this matchup. Vivid, I was perfect. 2-1 last time, and I'm full sending 2-1 again. I gotta go No Mercy, man. They look so different yesterday. They look like a brand new team. I'm cheering on the folks that we've casted over during their qualification series. You, however, you totally disagree with me. From front to back, top to bottom, total opposite. Why?
I mean, DNI, I think they just look like the better team. I think that the fact that, you know, they had a tough matchup in their loss against TL, I still think that they looked good. The only thing that's kind of holding me back for kind of rooting for No Mercy right now is the fact that in their loss, they just looked really, really rough for them. I do agree with you. They looked absolutely incredible yesterday, but again, that loss is kind of looming in the back of my mind. It's like, listen, I think DNI has just showed us just a little bit more. As you can see them up here, Dead Dog gonna be the commander of this team. We also do know a lot of people do like to shout out Hodu. They're gonna be great on that engineer role. Another player that we're gonna see a lot in the action, Wanza, gonna be operating those vehicles. We're gonna talk about the vehicle, the firepower of this squad. Heck with the vehicles. Artyom is an absolute gun. Probably gonna be finding him towards the top of the leaderboard, top of the scoreboard, simply based off of the amount of kills he is able to pick up almost always with an M7. Incredible stuff. I'm very, very excited to see this team. Honestly, Artyom is the main player in this competition. Not the main player in this competition, because there's a couple other individuals that I instantly thought of when I said that, but Artyom, I do get excited to play because he is just boots on the ground, always fragged out.
Yeah, let me be very clear about something. Artyom is the top fragger in the entirety of this competition.
Yeah.
With all games included, for even games included. So kind of insane stuff from Artyom. That's why I think they will win at least a map. I'm still cheering on No Mercy though, folks. Take a look at this lineup. A very fun squad to talk about. If you haven't been with us the last couple days, I'm going to retell a couple storylines. We've got Lil J back into the commander seat yet again. A couple quick reminders about this. The commander originally of the qualifying team wasn't able to make it. They pull in Lil J as the commander. We get here day 1, they get crushed, and they've actually pulled somebody else. They pulled Element up as the commander because of language barriers. We lose, we reevaluate. Yesterday, Lil J back in the commander seat, and they win in dynamic fashion in a 2-0. So Lil J is going to stay in that spot. A couple other people to highlight. We've got the young gun HR, who was able to compete at DFI Operations, as well as use Bishka. They were on the same team, Fallen, and DFI Operations. preparations a couple months ago. They've been pulled in as subs, and they've been making waves in the slaying category here on LAN as well. A lot of this team are subs. This team is getting better and better the more they play together. They started off a little rusty. You got Stickinson, you got Star Baxter, you got some big names, household names here from this team's community showing up, making waves, and they're just getting better. Vivid, it's why I've got them winning this. Is it a tall task? Yes. Is DNI one of the best teams here? Absolutely. There's just something in my bones telling me that this team can do it. So let's see what they're able to do. I think before we get there, though, let's be very clear about what's about to happen. Technically, on paper, you went for the safe choice because the stats don't lie, folks. This is between the two teams, the top 3 players in each individual category, and it is by far on the side of DNI, namely because of Artyom, the player that we've been highlighting so much from DNI. They are so, so good. Artyom in particular putting up so many kills. Top player in the tournament in general, not just in this matchup. So overall, DNI coming in with a nice rap sheet. They've got a really good paper stat sheet. Yep. But as we've talked about time and time again, stats aren't everything. I also want to shout out Hodu making it to the stage. Hodu is the only female competitor in this competition playing for DNI. Not just a competitor, but a difference maker on this team. Manning Allura, running engineers. And Chad, I was going to ask you who you were cheering for, but our English broadcast here, it's almost all No Mercy, at least on Twitch. I will say in the global overall audience, yeah, it's not really close. This is the most overwhelming majority we've had. 70% saying DNI gonna win. Totally fair. I think on paper, again, that's the right safe call. If you want to sway this back on the side of No Mercy, type in the chat. If you think DNI is gonna win, type DNI in the chat, and maybe we can see that graph change one way or the other as we take a look at Hodu smiling and excited to hop into the gameplay.
Yeah, players are getting ready. I do want to kind of circle back to the opportunity where we saw, Artyom, most kills, highest score. We did see DG Alpha with the most assists. In the same squad, we have DG Delta, who, picks up a ton of revives for the squad of DNI Unity as well. So a couple of key medics on the side of DNI as well. We have seen multiple times actually switches amongst this team. I can actually see from game to game, they kind of switch who is going to be on that medic. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what they go with here for this matchup. And talking about this matchup, I think we should probably start talking about the maps a little bit, right? I mean, DNI, the way that they kind of got here, they won their first match. That one was going to be on trench lines. They went ahead and lost their second one.
No way, dude.
What?
We've pulled another random map, folks. Another random map. And we have pulled Threshold again. What are the odds? Where are my statisticians? We have pulled Threshold for now, the 4th time in a row?
4th time in a row.
5th total time. We've played 10 best of 3s. We've been pulled 5 times.
50%.
50% of the maps have been Threshold, and we are headed back to Threshold. Now, you might be saying, hey, but we just played Ascension. That's because we went to Game 3, and the team chose that. The random map generator is going crazy for Threshold. By the way, I asked because I was like, man, we've already seen a lot of Threshold. I wonder how they do it. I talked to some of the people behind the scenes. They are rolling dice. It is fully random on how this is pulled, and it has pulled again Threshold. It is truly random. That way, the preparation for all these teams is even. There's no way to kind of limit how many times something can be pulled. We want to prep as a full random position for what maps can be pulled. The players don't know it until it's pulled, and it has been pulled Threshold 50% of the time. Little Jay showing a little emote there, preparing for this matchup. I think, interestingly enough, you were just talking about it right before we pulled the map. This team, No Mercy, have not played Threshold yet. Nope. It's been pulled 50% of the time.
Yeah.
DNI have, and this is the map they've lost on.
Yeah. So exactly, right? They did lose against TL on Threshold. I'm taking a look here at No Mercy's games, right? If we think back to match number 3, that was day number 1. No Mercy went up against TXD. They lost in convincing fashion on Trainwreck, right? The vehicle gameplay was just not there for them. Then take it down to match number 6. That was yesterday when they went up against HR. They were playing on Crack. They did such a good job. No Mercy looked like a completely different team, but we were kind of pointing out while we were watching that map, a big thing about Crack is that the vehicles were pretty lackluster, and we were kind of talking about how we thought that maybe that was the reason why No Mercy was able to 2-0 HR.
Correct.
Now that we've gone ahead and pulled Threshold once again, and kind of making that point that No Mercy has already lost a game where a team completely outplayed them in the vehicle aspect side of things. Going to Threshold, we have seen literally today and pretty much throughout the entirety of this tournament because we played it so much, how important vehicles are on Threshold. So pulling Threshold for me, I'm a little bit more worried than I was for No Mercy than maybe I would have been a little bit before.
Okay, I agree. Here's the counterpoint as a No Mercy stand, okay?
Okay.
Counterpoint is that when you're VOD reviewing DNI, you have only 2 best of 3s to watch.
Right.
One of which they lost on, one of which they won on. The one that they lost on was against arguably one of the best teams here, TL, right? Totally fair. It was a tough matchup. It was a 2-0 though. And if you're VOD reviewing, you're going to watch that match and you're going to see what did TL do that was so effective against the team we're about to play.
Yeah.
You not only get to see that, but you get to see it on the exact same map that you end up playing. Again, I think this is a win in general for No Mercy.
Okay, wow.
Like you said, vehicles are very helpful on this map, especially around B2, but they're helpful on most maps besides maybe Crack. That's like the only map that has very limited vehicles out of our map pool. Maybe they got lucky in the last poll. This time they're going to have to prove that they can play with vehicles and they can play with them well. So maybe it's a wash. Maybe it's just going to come down to who's just the better team in general. But I don't know. And maybe there's a little bit of nerves for DNI to say, hey, this is the map we lost on.
Yeah,
can we actually win on this map? Now, you know, not to argue against myself, Vivid, but I feel like DNI, they've got a lot of experience as a team. They think they're the better team in this matchup. I truly believe that. I doubt they feel very nervous. I feel like DNI thinks they're going to roll this squad, and I think the litmus test of how this matchup will really go is going to be the first 3 minutes.
Well, yeah, exactly. And you want to talk about 3 minutes. 3 minutes until we actually jump into the game. So
Good one.
super, super excited for this one. I failed myself. I promised myself I would start to pay attention to who's going to start on the attack and who's going to start on the defense.
I was too
didn't look at it.
distracted.
I know.
I was
you were
way
screaming
too.
Threshold in my ear and I didn't get to see it. So we'll have to wait a second to see who's actually on the attack and who's on the defense first. We do know how Threshold goes. Gosh, we really know how Threshold goes. You know, the helicopter for the attacking side of things. Let's talk about, you know, the fact, again, No Mercy have not shown us how good they are in the vehicle game just yet. So I'm a little bit worried. Wonder if they have a pilot designated, especially when you think about how the team was kind of built. You keep kind of throwing around the idea that this team was kind of thrown together, right? So, you know, they haven't really had a chance to actually formulate, hey, we need this, we need that. It's just kind of been, boom, we got a team, let's show up. So who knows? Maybe they just don't even have like a designated or at least a very good pilot. We'll have to see. I'm excited to see that. DNI, I feel like they've probably got it figured out.
Well, I don't mean to spoil the hypothetical, but I asked them. This was a couple days ago, so maybe they have it all figured out now.
Okay.
A couple days ago, during our rehearsal day, I asked some of the friends I have on this team, hey, do you guys...
No Mercy.
On No Mercy.
Okay.
Hey, do you guys have a helicopter pilot designated? And they said, I don't think so.
Oh. Well,
so listen.
Thank you for answering my question then.
I'm telling you, the team that I had a conversation with and the team we saw day 1 is not the same team we saw on day 2. They probably figured things out. They probably have that designated. There's a helicopter on one of these maps. They've got to have somebody.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's quite as designated or quite as delineated, rather, is a better word for it, that we've seen from some of the other squads who literally will even sub their helicopter pilot in just for the time that they can use the heli. I mean, that's truly a delineated role, whereas on No Mercy, it might be a little bit more flexible. I don't know. A lot of what-ifs around this team, and I think the fact that they are a what-if team, they are a bit of a random hodgepodge group, could work in their favor. The chaos that they could bring to the map could kind of break the strategy of DNI. I don't know.
Would not be surprised. No Mercy surprised us yesterday. DNI, yeah, sure, they lost, but that was to the best team in the tournament so far. That was going to be TL.
Tough matchup for them. Tough matchup right now for both of these teams. What's on the line? If you lose 2 of these games, you are out of the tournament. You are going home in the 5th to 6th position.
Here we go.
If you advance, you're going to go against Rapid, low by a little bit. DNI is going to be starting on the attack, and No Mercy is going to be starting on the defense. Delineated there by red and green. That'll be throughout the entirety of this game. Listen, a lot of pressure on No Mercy here. The fact that, again, we talked about it already just a little bit. No designated helicopter driver, helicopter pilot as of a few days ago. I feel like I would feel a lot of pressure if I was on the defensive side. First, you really need to win this one because you're probably not confident going into the attack side of things. Here we go. Threshold once again. Sector A is where the chaos begins.
All right, folks, we're hopping straight into the action, and it looks like Element has elected to take the lob on the back line and take an eyesight look out for the helicopter. Helicopter should be picked up by DNI here shortly, and it looks like a single-pronged approach, coming straight for the point, trying to blow a hole in the wall and get onto this point as soon as possible. The death ball approach can work, and with only Fuzor, I think, kind of playing front man here, a nice and slow and steady approach to the defense here with Uzbishka. Also probably a lot of comms coming over from the players on the bridge. It is a nice position to hold. They're not really being contested on the bridge right now. Tank Destroyer is going directly to the point.
I see already Element is going to be the driver in that LAV for No Mercy, playing way back there. Mianji for DNI is going to be up in the helicopter. He's actually playing so low, so far back that I can almost guarantee you that LAV is probably struggling to actually get any sort of sight line towards it. So it's just going to be able to rain down fire for free. Right now, No Mercy. They've been pressured back into the back of the palace, right back there. You're not actually on the point. So if they want to start defending this, they're going to have to start pushing off DNI here. We'll have to see if it comes in. And they are actually filling up the kill feed right now.
Filling up the kill feed. One of the star players, Westa. Watch out for Westa S. Really strong player on the map. Right now, we're trying to pinch here with Lil J squad on the backside of this vehicle going down. Silly Cat is out. Silly Cat, their love. What happened back there?
Yeah, vehicle going down there, big win. But Sector A, it's rinse and repeat. As soon as that Tank Destroyer starts to fill in the gaps on that point, they start to take it. But Blink, as soon as that Tank Destroyer leaves, it all falls apart. DNI, they all went down. No Mercy with an incredible hold right there. It looked like they were about to lose it and somehow found a foothold back on the point. I really like this from No Mercy. Every single time that they recapture A, they filter right back to their spots. This is exactly what we saw on Crack. They return to their designated spots on the map. As you can see here, there's a squad that's definitely designated over here towards the bridge, and they are putting on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, very well done. Misspoke there. Element still chilling in the lob in the back line. I think we just lost the assault vehicle from the attack, so everything's good for now. Again, the first push thwarted by the defense. I placed some respawn beacons down inside. I actually could see one down inside for the defensive side in the back part of the main palace, which is very normal, very obvious spot, and a very fruitful spot for this team to be able to spawn near the point. They've entirely recaptured the point, and there's still a battle over the bridge right now. DNI Blake finding a lot of value down below, helping out his teammates to retake this high ground position. I don't see the helicopter in our overlay. That doesn't mean the helicopter's been taken down, though. Saw the same thing last time we played Threshold. Try to keep our eyes out, peeled for it, and see what it's able to do if it is still alive.
Huge push here towards the bridge on the left side, comprised almost entirely of medics. They're going to be able to continue that push for quite some time if anybody goes down. But yeah, Wanza, no surprise. You kind of see him in the Tank Destroyer. Again, kind of just playing this push and pull where you go on to the point, you pick up a couple of kills, and then you leave, so that way you do not get destroyed. As we see DG Alpha right there showing off some gun skill of his own. And it looks like as we look over towards the bridge, it has been absolutely and completely occupied by DNI. They now have the vantage point that looks over the sector, and they are pressing the advantage.
Looking pretty good right now with this push. They have marked this position. They've marked A for the take. So they're trying to execute this push here. It's been slowed, but it has not been thwarted. There's a lot of red around the point. I'm not seeing that. Okay, helicopter is out now. You can see it in the overlay down below. I just haven't seen it on main at all. But A is where our eyes are turned to. If the attack capture this in the next 2 minutes or so, they're going to get a nice score bonus. And I think the defense lost their respawn beacon, so are having to run up and are just going to be a little late to the party right now. This should be a take from D&I. Very well executed push. Done within 23 lives. Pretty free for the first point.
Yeah, they're trying to make a push back towards it. No mercy. They were seeing if they could touch the point in time. That's going to be shut down. Pretty much standard for Sector A. We actually just saw it in the last game, right? Losing Sector A pretty fast and then being able to hold B1, B2. Your chances are increased as Element is going to be retreating back here all the way to Sector C again. Might be question marking why, as actually the attack is in. The helicopter and the paratroopers are kind of coming down at the same exact time. Comprising this with the helicopter missiles, combining that with some of the Alluru damage, they do take out the LAV. That was a strategy that was actually used against them when TL played them. Good to see them kind of use that, and now the helicopter can kind of fly the skies for free.
Yeah, perfectly executed. It's one of the easiest strategies, but the coolest strategies to pull off. Senior paratroopers down, take a bunch of damage onto the vehicle with the helicopter itself, and it can't shoot back because there's people all around with rockets. Very well executed from them. It's going to give them a huge air superiority advantage, which is going to allow them to make some pretty impressive strafing runs onto this point in transition. Defense scrambling right now, getting obliterated by the helicopter up above. Medics putting in work down below. They tried to do a small strike force onto B2. D&I did. They do get thwarted, but they pull a lot of the defenders back to B2, which could open up a window of opportunity onto B1 for the main attacking force.
Here we go. POV of Artyom right there for quite a quick second. Going to be on the Tempest. No surprise there. Trying to get active very early on over there towards the tents. Great opportunities to be found over there. If you are boots on the ground, that's where a lot of the infantry actually ends up. With the attack helicopter now in the sky, not going to be pressed by any vehicles. I would not be surprised if we start to see the kill feed light up with that little helicopter symbol.
Shots over the top here by James B1. Gonna swing in through the right side of B2. Again, as per the usual, it just really well executed. They strike onto B2, pull the defense back. It gives them room to work onto B1. They then set up their line on B1, pushing forward, and they call in the urgent deployment to press the equation. We've got 4 down at the very least here from the attack onto the defense. Therefore, with the advantage, they want bodies on point. They're going to quickly pick up B1, but they're not going to stop there. They're going to get extremely aggressive here onto B2 with that urgent deployment time active, I can only assume.
Yeah, the vehicles are already in the mix right there. Sometimes it's really hard for the attack to actually file through this garage, but some of the vehicles are actually already through. Wanza being forced actually to retreat. As you can see, the engineers are starting to press the attack, trying to take out these vehicles. Unsuccessful. Why the urgent deployment is down. That, in combination with these 2 vehicles, would not be surprised if we saw them succeed here in attacking B2. No vehicles on the defensive side. So thwarting those pushes are going to be quite hard, especially when this position is happening right now.
Yeah, my Angie up in the skies, picking up a triple or more. This may be one of the most free B2s we've seen captured in a while. There's a lot of green on the point, but this flank is finding so much value. Styx is picking up triples, quads from behind. The tank destroyer is going to come in and just thin the herd rather. Throw shells down range and see how much it connects with. Green scrambling to get some of the bodies back up, but they're losing numbers and they're losing them quick. Baglek and Sillycat, Kaskatsky trying to be heroes among the sea of red. They're going to get cut down and sent back to the gray screen, though. This really is not very close. B sector falling in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, you're starting to see the importance of that LAV. As soon as that goes down for the defensive side of things, B2 is falling apart. D and I are pressing the attack. They are not stopping here. We're about to be sub 10 minutes and through the B sector here on Threshold. No mercy. They're trying to make the rotates back to the garage. They're trying to make it to B2, but the helicopter is just cutting them off entirely.
They can't stabilize, man. This is so much momentum on the side of D&I. No Mercy just need a moment to breathe. All the oxygen is sucked out of the room like a vacuum. Every time they spawn, they're under fire from either above or by the vehicles. All advantages on the side of the attack. And it's going to stay that way moving into Sector C. This might be one of the fastest captures we've seen of B2. We are sub 10 minutes moving into the last sector. No Mercy. We believe in you at home. I believe in you in the booth. But right now, I'm starting to shift sides. D&I is in final form. They're going to make no mistake that they're one of the best teams here, and they believe they shouldn't be in the lower bracket. They've got to prove it, and they're doing that right now.
Super hard to bounce back after you do lose that first vehicle. Typically, it's just a time thing, right? But because they went ahead and captured it sub 10 minutes, just nothing available so far for the defense. As you can see there in the bottom of your screen, finally a vehicle is online. It's going to be the tank destroyer, but quickly followed by a tank destroyer of D&I. Starting to receive too much fire to justify chasing down the other tank destroyer. Somehow that one survives on the side of D&I, and now we start to see the focus of the vehicle shift to just simply blowing these buildings up. It'll make it a lot easier for the attack to get in there if some of that structure is destroyed. We can see on the side of No Mercy, Lol Civ in that tank destroyer is starting to get active, starting to make those little runs that we see with that nimble vehicle. But again, it's Styx finding value out of some of these flank positions. I think that's the ropes.
You see that?
Yeah, the ropes from the Tempest ult right there, somehow suspending him up on the building. A unique position for sure.
Styx is different, man. This is Artyom squad. That's Styx, Artyom, Sarah, Jin. That is one of the MVP squads for this roster. They are fraggers, they are going for kills, and they are making waves on this map right now. There was not even a semblance of a hold around the crane because of the air superiority that the attackers had. Immediately, the attackers take control of the crane, they take control of the high ground, and they force the defense further back and back and back until the defense, the only thing they can actually hold is the spawn because the map allows for that. That's it. Everything else is going to the way of the attackers. Where are they going to restabilize to? I guess C2, kind of. They're going to try at the very least. C1 long gone at this point. In the last hold, the last defense in 12 minutes is going to have to be on C2. We need a miracle on Threshold right now if we're a No Mercy fan. And I don't know if a miracle is going to come anytime soon because they can't even buy a vehicle.
Yeah, there's just not a lot to really say other than the fact that everything is going in favor of D&I right now. Vehicles come in for No Mercy, boom. They are destroyed instantly. C1 being pressed under 15 minutes. This is on pace to be one of our fastest games for sure. But Goj, we have seen C2 put up an incredible defense a couple of times on this map.
It was only defended well by vehicles, not by infantry. With no vehicles to the side of No Mercy, this feels like an inevitability at this point. They've lost 13 lives. C1's already gone.
Vehicles now trying to work their way into C2. This will be the tipping point of the iceberg if they are able to drive these vehicles not only in the front door, but the back door as well. Finally, the tank destroyer does find its way in. This is going to be Wanza. Very, very good in hand. Not getting pressured enough right now by the defense. Getting repaired. And yeah, it's going to be put back up to full HP because of that flank. There are no defenders left on C2. Wanz is just going to go have fun. He said, you know what? You guys hold C2. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drive around their spawn. I'm going to pad the stats.
This is ridiculous. We've got a strategic beacon up for D&I as well. They want to seal the deal here on C2. They're going to try to spawn in basically on the point, I would assume, to take this position. It looks like the defense's only play right now is probably to try to retake C1 and go for the classic tug-of-war trade. Oh wait, there's 6 people holding down that building still while the vehicles take C2. A classic trading of blows that has yielded a complete and utter decimation of this defensive squad. Little J calls in an urgent deployment because, I mean, what else are you going to do? You can't get a vehicle onto the ground. They've got air support superiority. You can't get infantry onto the point because they got vehicle superiority on the ground. You're just trying to spawn in, but the problem is you're spawn die, spawn die, spawn die until you lose. 14 and a half minutes, utter domination. Dead dog and idle dog walked their opponents in the very first map. That was not close, and now we need a Hail Mary on the attack here if you're a No Mercy fan to have a chance in this tournament.
DNI push down to the losers bracket. Instantly come back with a convincing win. Kind of reminding everybody, not only at home, not only us up here on the desk, but also everybody else still in the competition. Hey, just because we got 2-0'd doesn't mean much. We're still a very strong team. Under 15 minutes, they were able to take down a threshold attack.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. There's only going to be a couple because it was so fast. A decent hold. This is really the only time that we saw No Mercy actually put up a fight on defense, frankly. They were actually able to retake on A couple times. It was actually an okay fight there. But when we got to B, especially when we had no vehicles, especially when Element was taken down early, you can see the frustration on his face there. It's so frustrating for them because this map can be this swingy. The vehicle advantage was always on the side of DNI. We already talked about how No Mercy is not a vehicle-based team, which is very difficult in this meta to be able to play. In the Warfare Esports meta right now, it's all about the vehicles, and No Mercy, they're not necessarily a vehicle-based team. We saw them on crack, rush him on the ground, but when it came to this map, it really wasn't even close. They take C1, they push over to C2. I think they lost 20 lives. Yeah, around 20 lives on Sector C, and we're able to capture it. The other problem in it is we had no score for No Mercy, so we couldn't call anything in. We finally get an urgent deployment after C2 is past neutral zone and past 50% of the cap with 2 vehicles on it. What are you going to do? You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, tough hand to be dealt there. Just the momentum was just way too strong. We've seen momentum be strong before by other teams, but DNI actually being able to take advantage of that momentum is why they were able to close that one out so fast. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard here. A sub 15-minute match and Sticks. You've got how many? You've got 44. That was the Tempest that we kept tuning into just on point with that M7, actually getting the best of Artyom as well, who, no surprise, closely followed with 35. Take a look at this leaderboard. You've got 3 people at the top right there who are approaching 100 combined kills. Nuts.
Dude, and they're on the same squad.
Oh,
dude. Okay, let me be very clear. Sticks putting up 44 as boots on the ground, gun in hand.
Yeah.
He said, I'll do it myself. It's ridiculous. That is an insane stat line on a map like this. No wonder they had player advantage. Sticks was picking up like, I want to know what Sticks' KDA was. I mean, it had to have been like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Picking up like 8, 9 plus kills per life on a map like this at an esports, warfare event like this at this level is ridiculous. And all smiles and smirks for this team because, like I said, they were confident going into the match, and they just proved themselves that they're on paper the better team, and now in practice the better team. With that confidence, I'm now very worried for No Mercy. Let's take a look at their stats. Again, this map was very, very fast. 350 kills, 403 assists, only 73 revives. 73 revives is nice. They just didn't have to revive that much because they didn't die that much. I mean, we saw some of the top players from No Mercy. I think most kills I saw over there were like 15.
Yeah. And they only had to destroy 2 vehicles in the process, right?
There was no score. They had no score.
Never got any vehicles in the game. They did such a good job of preventing them from ever getting anything going. I mean, that was just an absolute chokehold right there on the attack, no less. Incredible stuff from DNI. Checking in with our MVP. I wonder who it's gonna be.
My GOAT Sticks on the Assault class getting mixy, putting up 20K score in a 15-minute game with 44 kills and 23 assists. not only the MVP, but I assume a part of the MVP squad as well. This guy is a shooter and was showcasing his skills on main stage, styling on his opponents, winning all the gunfights and doing it with a Tempest, by the way.
Yeah.
Some really cool kind of wall hangs there with the ult that you can use, Tempest. And yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Styx. I'm loving what I'm seeing from this DNI team. This looks like the DNI team we expected to see. They are living up to the hype.
Definitely are, and this is exactly why I'm going to go ahead and rub it in a little bit. This is exactly why, Goj, I'm going to head and predict a 2-0 in favor
I
of
hear
DNI.
you. I hear you. I still believe in No Mercy.
Okay.
They got to have some serious mental resilience here,
Wow.
and they've got to do something insane right now on the attack as well. It doesn't matter how long it takes them. They just got to get to the finish line. Keep that in mind. It may not be as pretty as DNI, but as long as they can get to the finish line, as long as they can capture both C1 and C2, they can still take this to game 3. Take a look at the best squad. I think it's no surprise who this is. It is Saragen, Artyom, Styx, and Stax. This is ridiculous, folks. This is well over 100 kills in this squad, and this squad alone in a 15-minute game. That is nearly unheard of, I think, at this stage of the competition.
Nuts. Absolutely incredible performance. I mean, once the ball got rolling for this squad, you can only imagine, right? We're doing so good fragging out, and when they go down, if they ever do, they kind of just spawn back in on their squad mate in that advanced position that they were able to go ahead and find. That being said, even though that was a dominant game right there, you could see them. They still look locked in the war room. Every single member looking very, very attentive to the strategy. Remember, they're going to be switching over to the defense now. They have to kind of talk about what they think is going to come their way when No Mercy start to attack. And this is why I'm a little bit worried, right? Goj was kind of mentioning he still believes. Maybe he's just kind of just saying that. But the helicopter pilot, man, it really does worry me.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's going to be Silly Cat. It's either Silly Cat, maybe it's Element, but I think Element's going to stick to the ground vehicles. So maybe it's Silly Cat, but I don't know how much value they're going to find compared to the helicopter pilots of some of these other teams that have been practicing that role as this team for a very long time. I don't know, a lot of question marks around this team, and I think, again, for No Mercy to win this matchup, or at least win this map, they got to get a little weird, okay? I'm calling on this team. No Mercy, you got to get a little funky, all right? One of the reasons this team is good or can be good is because they do some unconventional things and can get away with it. DNI have been prepping for this tournament for a long time as an entire roster. Is it unfair? No, they've been prepping, but they do have a huge advantage over a team like No Mercy, who's kind of thrown together, qualified for this stage, but has quite a bit of subs. So because of that, you gotta go off the meta books. Don't do the meta build. I mean, weapons is fine, but don't do the meta strategies. Let's get a little weird. Let's pull some crazy strats and cheese our opponents, because why the heck not? You can always still win. It is always still possible. So I'm really hoping this No Mercy team doesn't hang their head and say, hey, well, we did pretty good. We made it to this round. We lost to a good team. No, no, no. Push until the buzzer. Push until the bell rings. Job is not done yet. You can force us to game 3. It is still technically possible. They just got to capture all the points, no matter how many lives they have left.
Entering risky business now for No Mercy. Once again, we're going to be swapping sides on the attack. They are going to have the opportunity to keep their lives in the competition going. This is a lower bracket. This is a double elimination competition. They've already lost once, so have DNI. So either of these teams can go home here after the result of Game 2 or Game 3 if No Mercy are able to push us there. Basically what that means is No Mercy has to attack on Threshold and successfully capture C1 and C2 in order to keep going. If DNI are able to win this defense, they will have successfully 2-0 No Mercy, which will put them into the next match where they'll go against Rapid Lo-Fi. And that'll be our final match of the day, which means, again, back-to-back matches are on the table for one of these teams.
Some looks of concern, or at least consideration. Some words yesterday shared by, I want to say, Element, who was interviewed on main stage after their win. And I believe our amazing host asked them, which team would you prefer to play? And he said, both.
Both.
He said, let them come, we will fight anybody. And now one of the best teams is here fighting them. I don't think he's backtracking on that statement, but I really hope they put their heads together and created a good strategy going into this matchup. I want to see a good game. I think they can do it. About 2.5 minutes here, loading in. Seeing a lot of faces with some concern on them. Maybe some frustration.
Not a lot of conversation.
Not a lot of conversation. I'm getting a bit worried. I'm not gonna lie.
Goes is starting to feel the pressure. His prediction, man. He likes to hold on to his predictions.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was perft last match, all right? You can get your
Dude,
win here. It'll come down to the last one.
You know what I'm talking about, the last 2 days?
Listen. You go count whatever chickens you've got, all right? These eggs have not hatched yet. D and I scroll in Discord. All right, we're cooked.
Well,
we're
yeah,
cooked.
okay. Now you got to be convinced.
We're checking out the feed. We're checking the socials. Hey, listen, maybe a little bit of overconfidence. I've seen a couple teams get too overconfident. Still fell.
You're good, Goat.
Hey, whiz.
You're good at that copium, man.
Dude, I hold on to my hopium so much in these competitions, man. 90 seconds on the clock. I'm just a big fan of good competition. I want to see game 3, regardless of who wins it. So I'm cheering on No Mercy until they are sent packing. We are loaded into the game, folks. The audience getting pretty loud. I will say, the audience here in person seem to be more on the D&I side. They seem to be cheering whenever D&I does something well. So we'll see if the audience getting excited for D&I is something that can maybe put a fire underneath No Mercy. Maybe I'm reaching yet again.
That's where all the noise is coming from. We just saw the audience cam right there. Getting hyped up, as are we. Sub 1 minute left. No Mercy, they have shown us before, when we start to doubt them, they start to put something together. Honestly, that Sector A hold, I thought they were looking good. They looked like they had squads in the right positions. It looked like they were moving all of their pieces appropriately. And after that, though, they just faltered, fell apart a little too quickly. I hope they have something similar planned for the attack, right? Have some sort of coordination, have a plan for each one of your squads. And if everybody follows it, something can happen. You can take down D9, you can push us to a 3rd game. Go just smiling right now. I said game 3 and he was like, oh, so you think?
I love that you are doing my job for me of setting the seeds that it is possible. It is always possible, folks. We are jumping into the game. You can see the players loading in. It is time. Back against the wall. Can No Mercy do it on the attack? If you see red, it's going to be No Mercy. If you see green, it's the defense. Dead Dog and Idol. DNI, nearly unstoppable in map 1. Will it be as unstoppable in map 2? An unstoppable force. Will they meet an immovable object of No Mercy, or will they push that boulder out of the way? I don't know. Here we go, folks. Threshold for the 5th time, 5th best of 3. At this point, we know this map better than any other. And at the esports level, we know that this map is all momentum. Let's see if No Mercy can get any momentum to start things off. We got a 2-pronged approach. A squad on the left taking the flank towards the bridge, and a main squad moving straight at the point as per the usual.
Team that doesn't do so well in the vehicle side of things is going to be starting this match with a helicopter and that tank destroyer. Might help them out, might help them get a foot in the game here as we see a typical approach to it right again. Attacking the palace mainly, but I see a couple of squads starting to shift towards that bridge. This is pretty much the closest we have ever seen this LAV to Sector A ever since we started to play it. Usually it hangs way further back to attack that helicopter. Take a look at the square though. It's currently being captured. Nobody for DNI is currently sitting on the point, but because of all this pressure, some of the rotates are gonna have to come in, which means that the rest of the map is going to open up. No Mercy right now. If they can take advantage, if they can push something like the bridge, they can make something work here, but all I see are kills coming out on the defensive side of things. Now,
this tank destroyer is the one that's actually going to be flanking the bridge. Does find a little bit of value. So does Silly Cat, and the helicopter. Good call goes.
Yeah, Silly Cat up in the air, somewhat as expected. See how much value Silly Cat can get. Lol Civ has been one of their main tank destroyer operators throughout the course of this entire competition, so no surprise there as well. Honestly, very good in tally, even compared to some of our other major operators on these other teams. I'm really liking what I've been seeing from Lol Civ. Let's see how much value they can get in the tank destroyer. I'm seeing quite a bit. We've also got Kaskatsky in a assault vehicle that immediately goes down. See you later. Bye-bye. Hodu, one of the best vehicle destruction players on the map by any team in any roster. Hodu's done a really good job on the Aluru operator this map and in others, but we do have a sea of red pushing up to point A, trying to find their way up. They are outnumbering their opponents about 50% of the way to capturing. The defense are going to have to jump the point.
And this is what I mean, right? No mercy. They're handed that tank destroyer at the start of the match, and within 2 minutes, they go ahead and lose it. They're just not that good at the vehicle side of things. A big overextension. I think where their tank destroyer went down is pretty much the furthest we have seen any tank destroyer go on threshold from pretty much any team. That being said, though, they are still fighting for A pretty convincingly, right? It's still halfway captured in their favor. No, DNI are trying their absolute best to go ahead and stop this assault. They've got to do it. Boots on the ground only. They will not have the assist from the LAV. And if you take a look around, the fountain, the palace, there are no members left for No Mercy.
Yeah, I thought this assault vehicle was the one that had been blown up as I had looked away for just a moment, but you're right, it was the tank destroyer. That is bad news for the side of the attack. That was so much firepower that they lost. They're going to try to swing maybe around the left side of this courtyard and find an angle around the fountain. They are able to pick up a couple with the help of Silly Cat. Strafing run over the top. This lob is actually connected on quite a few shots. Helicopter going to have to back up and probably regen a bit, get repaired as the defense continue to tick back into control of this point. They're just buying themselves times to rotate over as the attacks slowly creep back on and start ticking back. Control of the bridge, though, is a huge boon, especially without a tank destroyer to play spoiler to it. Lil Civ, boots on the ground, getting kills with pistol, though, so watch out for him. The attack finally getting back onto the point, and they are taking back control over it. Gotta get these respawn beacons down. We know where they are. We gotta root out the backside of this palace. I know we don't want to give away our lives here, but I think you need to get a bit more aggressive to ensure that you get this first point. And we've got a very hurt helicopter back here with Silly Cat. Gotta be careful, and that is bad news when they had some advantages onto the point here, Vivid. I think if that helicopter was super healthy, it'd be able to make a run over the top, and they maybe would have captured it.
I'm not entirely sure how No Mercy is constantly contesting A.
Look at the lives, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting chewed away. Yeah, is there anybody picking up any sort of revive? I see a couple of medics in the mix, but 5 minutes and you've already used 80 lives on the first sector. To be fair, if they do capture it right now, it'll be null and void. Another tank destroyer is
so weak.
No! The point.
Hodu!
Hodu again. This is why we were talking about. But at the same exact time, the tank destroyer did exactly what it was meant to do. It was meant to draw the attention right there towards the end. They went ahead and captured Sector A. We were talking about the tickets. Yeah, sure, it took 80, probably the most we have ever seen. But they went ahead, they reset, they got the 60 back. They're pretty much at 180, so full reset going towards Sector B now.
Hodu is different, man. She's picking up so many vehicle destructions. The Lulu Rocket's so valuable. Silly Cat still in the skies, though, seemingly having been repaired a bit. Still harried by this lob. By Angie, as per the usual, inside of the lob. Was the pilot on the side of DNI and is now the anti-pilot. Let's see what No Mercy decides to do with their push onto the B sectors. This is where the real test of what they can do on the attack starts. I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about that attack for what they were able to do. Just overwhelm their opponent with numbers onto the point. It's a lot harder to do in a true capture point sector, though. They're gonna have to change up their strategy. They're gonna need some heroes.
A lot of damage onto the helicopter now, trying to do evasive maneuvers. I believe he just jumped
Wait,
out of
what?
the helicopter. The helicopter is going to go down. They lose the helicopter.
What connected? It looked like it still had health. I mean, it must have been on fire. There's no way he just artificially drops that out. Man, that's a bummer. That's a huge, huge loss from the side of the attack. Silly Cat down is a bad news for them. They don't have any aerial support, which means the vehicle advantage that they would have had is all but gone. Really a 1-for-1 right now in vehicles, but you could expect to see DNI call in vehicles very soon. Yellow isolated between two people. Artyom, not to be trifled with. Easy pickup there for Artyom from DNI.
Yeah, big hold over there by DNI. Putting your strongest guns over there. They are surely going to be able to hold down that sector quite convincingly. And the fact that the helicopter has gone down means that this LAV here by Mianji can start to get into the mix. You no longer have to designate it to controlling that helicopter. So it's going to make capturing B2 just that much harder. You know, every single time that we have seen a successful attack onto B2, there pretty much just has not been a vehicle on it. It's so strong in that garage.
Yeah, and look, Westa and Kaskadsky basically single-handedly capturing B1. A couple revives come through. There he is. Kaskadsky just battling his way into B1, trying to hold it for as long as possible. He's playing an OBJ fiend right now, sitting on the point, trying to get some semblance of some ground for his team. We have pushed up, making some decent motion onto the points. We're at 143 lives. We have plenty. You can see that Dead Dog has marked an objective. I wonder which he chose. I didn't see it there. I would assume Dead Dog has marked B2 as a hold, which will net them the extra score they need to call in maybe some more vehicles or maybe some other support systems, as they did just get a tank added to the mix with this lob. So we're going to see a lot of value from the vehicles here. Let's see if any of these strikes on either side are fruitful, as we do have a tank destroyer back in Lulsiv's hands.
On the other side of things, Sarah Jin now in the tank. We're at 8 minutes. And we talk about last game, we were at about 15 minutes and only one vehicle had been called in that ended up getting destroyed by No Mercy, right? So it took them 8 minutes to rack up enough score to go ahead and call in the backup vehicle here. Tank now going to be poised up on B2. It's going to be able to pretty freely pick up all of these kills. This will, of course, start to increase the amount of momentum that DNI are feeling. The score is going to start to increase. Sarah Jin's going to be feeling good. And I keep looking around. I'm looking. Where's that tank destroyer that we just saw on the side of No Mercy?
I guess it was killed. I didn't see it get destroyed, but you're right. Just I only see an assault vehicle moving up towards the point. There it is. It's Kaskadsky here, and Lulsiv's on the ground. So that tank destroyer was also taken out, I suppose, by Sarah Jin. Sarah Jin has been a menace in the tank in the past, finding themselves being a menace on B2 yet again. B2, a very difficult point to capture. We've seen 140 plus lives be spent here. Reminder, it doesn't matter how long it takes, at least not for right now. You just got to capture all the points. So a slow, methodical method here from No Mercy is the right play from what I can understand. DG Alpha trying to play spoiler on this flank side, trying to save the day. Unfortunately gets cut down. If you're a DNI fan, should open up actually a little bit of a pathway, maybe to play this flank around the smoke to get into B2. Actually, HR picking up several up at the entrance to the garage area, finally getting cut down as we got a respawn beacon right outside of that flank position.
Something that's a little rare. We see it sometimes. I saw a Saniva on B1 for DNI. That's going to be Yunsi over there. It did end up falling, but that's an interesting strategy that we'll try to keep our eyes on, as once again, look at this. They capture B1, they make a little bit of progress, they're down 80 tickets, and then they look up, they're like, oh yeah, nice, we got B1. They look towards B2, just 3 vehicles raining down stacks. Put it on one heck of a performance, said, hey listen, I can be boots on the ground, or I can be in the vehicle, pick them up as well.
Stacks, Sticks, Mianji, Sarah Jin, all of these players getting so much value from the vehicles. And we got an ATV versus 2 lobs, a tank and a tank destroyer, I think. I mean, good grief. We are in a blender right now to take B2. Honestly, not a bad push-up from No Mercy onto B1. Here's the problem. No Mercy does not have near as many medics as some of these other teams do. We're already down to 83 lives. We started at 180 on this point, or 170 something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is ridiculous. We've almost lost 100 lives in like 5 minutes. We got to get some more medics in the battlefield. We are burning lives trying to make hero plays, and it is not even kind of paying off. B2 looks completely impenetrable.
Remember, for your medics to actually go ahead and find some value in those revives, these players, they cannot go ahead and respawn, right? They gotta wait for the medics to come revive. Maybe a little bit of frustration, just spam that respawn button. But I mean, yeah, it's just the tickets, man. We saw it on Sector A, now we're seeing it on Sector B in full of force. Just no revives, but again, look at that. I'm looking down here for No Mercy. I'm seeing some medics. I'm not entirely sure why they're losing so many so fast.
I think one of the problems is as they push up, the vehicles are getting multi-kills. And so it's like, how are you going to get in and revive when the vehicles are playing Overwatch? It's just the fact that No Mercy is losing the vehicle war by a substantial margin. It's really not even close just from a vehicle war standpoint. They've got the gunny, they're winning some gunfights, they're able to pressure. They've still got some semblance of control over B1 while pressuring on B2, but it's so hard to push into a point that has 3 pretty aggressively strong firepower-wise vehicles, and all you have to do is hope you can get enough rockets down to kill one of them. And we got enough Allure rockets to at least make that attacking vehicle very difficult to even land on the ground.
Artyom again, M7 in hand, runs out of bullets. Switches over to the secondary for some reason. Haven't really figured out the value-wise reason. Nox being found played again. Hey, if it works, it works. I'm no guy to judge Artyom. He's absolutely fragging throughout all of this, and I just love it for DNI, right? They're locked in, they're feeling comfort right now, but always being well aware of when those vehicles are kind of being called in, right? Constantly pressing in, have the Allure rocket available. We're very willing to go ahead and try to destroy them before they actually landed. But here we go. Vehicles are back online for No Mercy. I see the tank destroyer, I see the LAV. This is exactly the only way they can actually pressure all 3 of these vehicles off of B2. It's gonna be hard.
Oh no, Volsiv down from Hodu again.
Dude, are you serious?
What? Hodu? She is the GOAT. Let me just say that out loud right now. Hodu is a huge difference maker for this team. Vehicle destruction category, bar none the best. We've lost everything but a tank destroyer now. And I think it's gonna be Westa in that tank destroyer, or sorry, the Lob? No, it is the tank destroyer still alive. The saving grace is Westa. Let's see what they're able to do with the vehicle advantage. Look at Wansa says, I'm gonna get involved. Tank destroyer where? It's gone. Bayklek actually the one calling the vehicle for the attack. And guess what we're going to see from my Angie? A couple more Allure rockets trying to figure out where it is. Where is it coming from and what is it? Let's get some eyes on it. Tank destroyer we know. Still a hold here from No Mercy on B1, but we blinked. They had 177. We blink again. They had 50. We blink again, and they're at 15 lives. This is an insane depletion of lives here from No Mercy. They've gotten B1. I just don't think they've got the legs to take a B2. This is looking like a 2-0 in my book.
Yeah, everything's just working right now. In case anything crazy happens, the beacon is down for the defense. Just in case somehow, some way, No Mercy figures out a way to step onto B2. I don't think B2 has moved at all during this short spell of time we have spent attacking B. It's all but a formality right now. Who better than finish off than Artyom? Look at him flicking around. Every single shot seems to land. The position is always good. DNI, they may have lost yesterday against TL, but on the loser bracket side of things, when they're up against another one of these teams, any other team other than TL, they win in convincing fashion. Another 2-0 for DNI.
I don't know if it's going to be Artyom at the top of the stat sheet. My MVP is Hodu. And
incredible work out of her on that Alluro every single time. It was her getting that credit. Obviously, it's a collaborative effort. We know there must have been some shots being fired by some other rockets, by some other Alluro odds, but the fact that she's always in the mix, always ready, is incredible stuff. DNI, once again, I came into this and I was a little bit worried about how No Mercy were going to fare in the vehicle side of things. DNI completely shut it down. Some of the highlights from that game, of course, similar to last game, not going to be many, another 15-minute threshold.
Yeah, fast matchup, and I think, frankly, No Mercy did show glimpses of greatness here. I think they are a good team. I think they don't have the time in that some of these other rosters do together, and because of that, one of the things that suffers is Hodu picks up her first vehicle destruction there, almost saving point A, is the vehicle gameplay. I don't know what happened here. I think Storelight maybe misclicked. That thing was not dead yet, I don't think. I don't know what happened, but we lost the helicopter, and with the helicopter down, the Lob could turn its eyes down to the ground again, and the Lob was finding a lot of value. A ton of advantages with the vehicles, and again, it just feels like a time-in issue. No Mercy scrambled together with their substitutes, trying to make a difference in this tournament. They win a best-of-3. They maintain their life in the tournament. They're top 6. They don't go down first. They're here to play, they're here to stay, but unfortunately, they finally have to go home after a frustrating matchup, I'm sure, as we head back to Threshold. DNI, on paper, is a top 3 team. They've continually and convincingly shown us that. They lose to TL yesterday, and they come in with a vengeance today on a map that they lost on to showcase that they can win on this map. They don't have any weaknesses. This isn't a sore spot for them. They're here to make a statement in the lower bracket, and they've certainly made that statement. I would be scared to go up against DNI going forward. And interestingly enough, if you take a look at the stats, DNI just going to stay in their seats. They got to play again here in a moment. Let's take a look at some of the stats. Artyom with 68 kills. An absolute slayer with sticks yet again inside the top 5 as well. Take a look at Hodu, though. 74 in the vehicle destruction category. Nobody else even close. Hodu, my MVP. Artyom going to be the match MVP.
It's so cool to see him all the way up there. We saw the vehicle game for DNI. It was so strong, right? You would imagine that one of those vehicle operators, they would be the ones toward the top of the leaderboard with those kills. But they were just playing that defensive strategy, right? Chilling out on V2. Artyom was the one that was actually applying all the pressure. The reason why the tickets were so low, 68 kills in a 15-minute game. It means you're averaging more than 20 every 5 minutes.
Dude, I'm telling you, Artyom's KDA has got to be out of this world. Like,
Nuts.
out of this world. Here's a quick look at the stats in a 15-minute game. They had a decent amount of revives, but they killed a lot of vehicles. The amount of kills and the point totals that they had. Really impressive stuff from this team. We expected it from them. There was a moment in my brain when I was doing the predictions where I thought I just believed in No Mercy, but unfortunately, stats proved to be correct. DNI, a very strong team in this competition, and they're gonna have to do it again. They got to go back to back. Their backs are still against the wall. Our MVP of that match is going to be Artyom. I can only imagine, with a ridiculous amount of kills. Artyom did a really good job of playing that, what I call the route man position, man. He ran around the map, played some interesting routes, picked up multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill. DNI labeled Artyom as their star player, and he continues to prove that that trust has been well-founded and put on display here on LAN. 68 kills, 18 assists, almost 30K score in a 15-minute game. Really well done from the kid to make sure that No Mercy could really never find a true foothold on the map.
I mean, we've seen some numbers from Artyom before, but, you know, kills over time, that's got to be up there with one of the best for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at the best squad. The best squad, once again, no surprise. Sarajin, Artyom, stacks and sticks. Dude, what were we talking about last time, right? That is a squad. They reached like 100.
That's
like,
almost 150. Is
yeah.
148 kills, I believe, if I did that math right. Ridiculous. 148 kills from one squad in a 15-minute game, dude. What are we talking about?
You almost depleted the entirety of the tickets with one squad.
What is that, 10 kills a minute from a squad? Is that right?
Yeah, 150, yeah, 15 minutes.
What? Hey, if you want to figure out how to be a textbook slayer, go watch that one back. Golly. Crazy stuff. Obviously some frustration from our No Mercy team, but hey, big congrats to them for making it to this stage. Big congrats to them for not going down early in the lower bracket round 1. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Unfortunately, your time in this tournament has ended, but hopefully you can keep your heads held high. You did what you could with what you were given. We've got more tournament to play, though. We've got one more best of 3 to come. DNI want to continue their train of revenge, man. They want to take down an RLF squad, man. Insane stuff, folks. Before we get to that matchup, of course, we're going to have an interview down on stage here in just a little bit. And the crowd getting excited for a couple of the other teams that are about to play, I think, probably the hometown heroes. Take a look at them. We even got the signs open for Rapid Lo-Fi because Rapid Lo-Fi are going to be re-entering the stage to take on DNI. If you thought the Rapid Lo-Fi game just a moment ago was a good one, this match is about to be a banger. You are not going to want to miss this.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, I'd be a little bit scared if I was Rapid Lo-Fi. You got to imagine how warmed up some of the members of DNI look right now. They're absolutely fragging out. They're going to move a muscle. They're comfortable on their setups on the stage. Back-to-back game, though, right? That can be a little bit exhausting, but I guess if you take a look at it, right, they were only really playing for 30 minutes. That's not too long.
I'm not trying to diss on No Mercy. I really like that team. I'm proud of them. They are done for the day. But I'm going to be honest, that was a warm-up for DNI. They are warm now, and they are ready to play against RLF, man. This matchup's going to be really, really good. This will be a big moment as well. This is going to push you into the lower bracket finals with a chance to play for the championship. Really cool tournament we've got here. This is a double elimination bracket, and tomorrow is the last day of the competition where we will see the winners bracket finals, the lower bracket finals, and then the championship. 3 more best of 3s tomorrow, but we got to see who will be waiting on their competition in lower bracket finals with this matchup that we're about to see here on main stage. So RLF, they're going to rejoin the stage. DNI maybe got some water. They're planning in the war room, but then they're going to hop right back on the same PCs. I can't imagine we'll actually be breaking all that long because we only got to transition 20 players. But
only.
Here's my big question while I've got a moment. I think this interview's about to be ready. Chat, what map do you want to see? Are we going to see Threshold for the 6th time? Or are our random map generator going to finally pull something else? Before we get there, though, we're going to have to head down to the stage. We got to hear from a member of DNI. I don't know if it's going to be Dead Dog or maybe it's going to be Artyom, their MVP. Maybe it'll be Hodu. I don't know. Any of these players on DNI would be a great interview.
Yeah, I think it is. We have pretty much interviewed the commander every single time.
Not every time, but a lot of the time.
Yeah. It would be very, very interesting to hear from somebody like Artyom, an absolute fragger like that. Like you mentioned, I love the shout for Hodu right there, kind of talking about the vehicle gameplay a little bit. But the commander is always a good shout, right? The one kind of controlling the team here. But yeah, man, I gotta tell you what, so far this event has absolutely delivered. DFIW has been so fun.
Been a lot of fun. And I don't know, I was asking chat what map we should see. I'm feeling another cracked. I'm feeling another another short map. I don't know, we got a lot of conjecture behind the scenes. We're gonna take a break here in the booth. While we do, we're gonna head down to the stage, talk to a couple members of DNI, see what they're thinking. Did they feel like it was that easy? Are they preparing for next match? Let's head down to our host and a member of DNI.
Chào mừng các bạn đã cùng quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn và hãy cùng chúng tôi chúc mừng cho tấm vé cuối cùng đến với trận đấu cuối ngày để tiếp tục tranh tấm vé bước vào bán kết. Nó đã gọi tên DNI, một chiến thắng rất thuyết phục trước đối thủ No Mercy và họ đã tiếp tục khẳng định rằng họ chính là một trong những đội tuyển đang thể hiện được phong độ rất tốt ở mùa giải năm nay và một trong những ứng cử viên cho chức vô địch. Welcome back to the post-match interview and congratulations to DNI for securing their next spot in the next match. And we have witnessed such a thrilling match between No Mercy and DNI. And finally, they truly proved that they are a serious contender for the championship this tournament. And now, standing next to me is the team's commander, Dead Dog. And let's hear what the winner gonna say with us. Bây giờ thì hãy cùng xem là Commander của DNI, Dead Dog sẽ chia sẻ gì với chúng ta sau chiến thắng ngày hôm nay. Xin chào Dead Dog, 안녕하세요.
Xin chào, 안녕하세요.
Không biết là lúc này thì mà cảm xúc của các bạn như thế nào và trong trận thi đấu vừa qua thì có giây phút nào mà đối thủ đã làm khó các bạn hay không?
how do you feel right now after the match? And during the match, do you have any difficulty moments that from the opponent?
지금 소감은 뭐 당연히 이겨냈다는 경기였다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 딱히 이전 경기에서 어려운 부분은 없었기 때문에 다음 경기에 집중을 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thì thật sự ra mà nói thì chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng cho cái tâm lý của trận chiến thắng ngày hôm nay rồi, và tôi nghĩ là sẽ không có cái gì khó, đã không có cái gì khó đối với chúng tôi.
Actually, we are mentally ready for this match, so there is nothing really difficult and struggling, so we feel really comfortable to be in the match.
Rõ ràng là tất cả những gì mà DNI thể hiện tính đến thời điểm này vẫn đang chứng minh rằng họ đang rất tự tin để tiến đến chức vô địch năm nay. Vậy thì trước mắt các bạn sẽ là Rapid Lo-Fi, đối thủ ở trận đấu tiếp theo để cạnh tranh tấm vé cuối cùng bước vào ngày thi đấu ngày mai. Bạn cảm nhận như thế nào về đối thủ này?
So you are going to face Rapid Lo-Fi in tomorrow match for the final, before the final. So what do you think about your opponent?
경기는 그 상대는 그 베트남인데 그 혹시 그 베트남에서는 그 대거해야 하는 것은 그 어떤 승리 준비하셨냐고.
홈 구장에서 안 말씀하셨어요.
네.
죄송합니다. 다시 한 번만 그 베트남 상대로 한
네.
번만 더 설명해
아니 그 원래 그 베트남 팀이랑 그 경기해야 하니까
소감이
그때
어떠세요?
네. 그 어떤
저희가 베트남이 되게 아까 이전 경기에서 장비를 되게 잘 운영하는 모습을 저희가 볼 수 있었는데 저희 장비가 더 장비를 잘 mon다고 생각해서 문제없이 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Thì thật sự mà nói thì hiện tại đến bây giờ thì tôi cũng không biết Việt Nam mình có sử dụng cái trang bị gì có xuất sắc hay không, nhưng mà chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị sẵn sàng hết tất cả các trang bị tốt nhất để sẵn sàng cho trận đấu với đội tuyển Việt Nam và tại sân nhà Việt Nam.
So we don't really know what is our opponents are preparing for the team, but we are always equipment, and we are thinking that we think that we did a well preparation for this match, and we are so ready for the host country.
Vẫn là một sự tự tin rất là lớn đến từ DNI và đến từ Dead Dog đúng không? Vậy thì theo bạn, trước khi bước đến trận đấu sắp tới thì các bạn sẽ chuẩn bị tâm lý gì cho đội mình?
So what do you prepare mentally for the match?
경기를 준비하기 위해서는 어떻게 준비했냐고
어저께 중국과의 이제 인격전 경기에서 저희가 부족했던 모습을 최대한 보완했고요. 그런 보완된 점이 이제 올바르게 다 군대원들이 이해할 수 있어가지고 오늘 경기 좀 완벽하게 수행했던 것 같습니다.
Thì nói chung là thật sự là chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng hết tâm lý rồi, và một lần nữa thì tôi muốn khẳng định rằng là chúng tôi muốn bước tiếp vào cái trận đấu tiếp sau nữa.
So I am so ready mentally for the match. Once again, I want to stress that we are ready to be in the match no matter what happens.
Vâng, dù có hỏi bao nhiêu câu đi nữa thì tóm lại là họ đã rất sẵn sàng rồi về tất cả mọi mặt tâm lý hay là chiến thuật. Bởi vậy hãy cùng chờ xem phần trình diễn của DNI trong trận đấu tiếp theo. Câu hỏi cuối cùng, bạn có một lời nhắn nhủ nào đó muốn gửi tới những fan hâm mộ đã và đang cũng như là sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ cho DNI trong chặng đường các bạn không?
What do you want to say right now to all of the supporters out there, your fans?
팬들한테 한마디 말씀해 주세요.
저희를 응원해주시는 지금 시청자분들께 항상 진심으로 감사 인사 드리고 있고요.
Thật sự là tôi không biết nói gì ngoài lời cảm ơn đối với các bạn fan ngày hôm nay.
그리고 저희가 이제 귀국할 때 헤엄쳐서 가지 않기 위해서 더욱더 지금 열심히 하는 모습 앞으로도 응원해주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Thật sự một lần nữa là tôi muốn gửi lời cảm ơn, và để đáp lại cái sự cổ vũ chân thành của các bạn thì chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức hơn nữa.
I have nothing else to say but thank you. Thank you so much for the fans. I think they do understand what you mean. Thank you so much for supporting us, and please continue supporting us for the next round. We are going to give our best to as a gift for everyone. Thank you so much.
Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho chiến thắng của DNI ngày hôm nay. Với sự tự tin này thì chúng tôi chúc cho các bạn sẽ thi đấu thật là hết mình ở trong trận đấu sắp tới, nơi mà chỉ một tấm vé được bước tiếp vào ngày thi đấu ngày mai. Once again, congratulations. The final ticket to today's last match goes to DNI, and we are looking forward to see your great performance in the next match. Congratulations and thank you so much for the interview, Dead Dog. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại trận đấu thứ 2 ngày hôm nay và chỉ còn một trận đấu cuối cùng giữa Rapid Lo-Fi và DNI. Đâu sẽ là cái tên được đi tiếp vào ngày thi đấu cuối cùng, ngày chung kết của Delta Fox Invitational 2025 Warfare? Hãy cùng chờ xem. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our second match today, and let's see who's gonna the winner in the next match between Rapid Lo-Fi and DNI. Stick around, we're going to be right back in just a few minutes. Chào mừng các bạn đã cùng quay trở lại với những diễn biến cuối cùng trong ngày thi đấu thứ 3 của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare.
Welcome back to Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare. Once again, welcome everybody.
Chúng ta đã cùng quay trở lại với trận thi đấu cuối cùng, chắc hẳn cũng sẽ là trận đấu đáng mong chờ nhất, bởi đây sẽ là thời điểm để quyết định một đội tuyển sẽ phải ra về và một tấm vé cuối cùng để bước vào ngày chung kết ngày mai, nơi mà Thanh Long và Tuxedo NXG đang chờ sẵn.
The next match will decide who stays and who is eliminated. The final ticket to compete against the Tonglom and Tuxedo NXG is up for grabs.
Và còn chần chờ gì nữa, hãy cùng chúng tôi chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên sẽ góp mặt trong trận đấu quan trọng này. Hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay cho DNI.
Let's welcome DNI!
Và đó chính là DNI, đội tuyển đã xuất sắc giành chiến thắng trước No Mercy. Sau cú chững lại ngày thi đấu thứ 2 thì họ chính thức trở lại mạnh mẽ hơn, chính xác và lạnh lùng hơn. Một trong những chiến thắng của sự điều chỉnh chiến thuật, của kỷ luật thi đấu và của những con người không chấp nhận dừng bước. Và dưới sự dẫn dắt của Commander Dead Dog, DNI sẽ bước vào trận đấu với Rapid Lo-Fi với một mục tiêu duy nhất, đó là tiến thêm một bước nữa trên hành trình tại mùa giải năm nay. Hãy cùng chờ đón phần trình diễn của DNI.
In their last match, DNI defeated No Mercy. After the second enough competition, DNI returned stronger, more composed, and more precise. It was a victory of tactical adjustments, disciplined play, and a team that refused to give up. And now, under the leadership of Commander Dead Dog, DNI will face Rapid Lo-Fi with a single goal to take another step forward on their journey. Please welcome DNI!
Và đối thủ của DNI không ai khác, hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển chủ nhà, the host team, Rapid Lo-Fi.
Let's welcome the host team, Rapid Lo-Fi!
Bước ra sân khấu đang là Rapid Lo-Fi, đội tuyển giành chiến thắng trước RRQ 7 Sins để chính thức chuẩn bị khép lại hành trình của đối thủ này tại Delta Force. Năm nay không chỉ là một chiến thắng mà đó là màn tuyên bố mạnh mẽ của Rapid Lo-Fi. Họ đã tìm lại chính mình và đánh thức toàn bộ tiềm năng thật sự vốn có của mình. Và khán giả tại đây ngày hôm nay có lẽ vừa được sống trong những khoảnh khắc cuồng nhiệt, những pha giao tranh xe tăng nghe thở và những màn đấu trí căng não của dàn bộ binh đầy bản lĩnh. Dưới sự dẫn dắt của đội trưởng Wavi Giger cùng với Commander Koba, liệu rằng họ có viết tiếp câu chuyện kỳ diệu của đội chủ nhà và góp mặt trong trận đấu ngày mai hay không? Hãy cùng chờ câu trả lời của Rapid Lo-Fi.
In a recent match, Rapid Lo-Fi achieved a victory against RQ 7 Sins, officially ending their opponent's journey. More than just a win, it was a powerful statement from Rapid Lo-Fi that they have rediscovered themselves with their true potential. We've just experienced the moments and intense excitement, breathtaking tank battles, tactical battles between the highly skilled infantry. And now, under the leadership of their captain and their commander, can Rapid Lo-Fi maintain their form, continue their home team story, and participate in tomorrow's match? Let's give a warm welcome to Rapid Lo-Fi!
Và còn chần chờ gì nữa, hãy cùng chúng tôi đến ngay với những diễn biến đầu tiên trong trận đấu mang tính chất quyết định giữa DNI và
look at the performance between Rapid Lo-Fi and DNI.
We are here, folks, the final match of the day, another best of 3, and I gotta say, I am so excited about this one, man. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Coach Vivid, we've been with you all day, the last 2 days, and we have found our way to the final 4. 4 teams remain, 2 not competing today. Here are the final 2, a battle for at the very least 3rd place about to happen right now. A battle for a spot to play into the championship. This is a big one against 2 heavy-hitting teams, Vivid. I'm excited to get into this game. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I think the cool thing about it is that as we go deeper and deeper into this competition, we get to see these teams more and more. We're at the point now, actually, where we saw both of these teams play earlier today. Both are feeling good. They're hot off of a win, but at the end of the day, only one can win. The losing team will be 4th place, and then that winning team will go on guaranteed 3rd place. They're going to have to go against the loser of TXD and TL.
Well, if you can hear, I'm sure you can hear behind us. I can't hardly hear Vivid because it is loud in this stadium right now. This is the hometown heroes trying to win it for the audience. Today, as a reminder, where we've come from, Vivid already talked about it. We saw one of the best games, frankly, the best matchup we've seen against 2 teams that were extremely evenly matched. Rapid Lo-Fi versus RRQ X7 Sins. Rapid Lo-Fi was able to win in Game 3 on Ascension with 10 lives remaining. It was unbelievable what they were able to do. Of course, we saw DNI dog walk no mercy, unfortunately. A really easy game for them. So going into this one, Dead Dog and Idol are warmed up. They're ready to go, and I think this truly could go either way. A look at the bracket, folks. Like we said, only 4 teams remain. TL and TXD up at the top in the winners finals. They will not play until tomorrow, our last match of the day. Only 3 today. This last best of 3 will determine who is at the very least top 3. You win here, you move on to the lower bracket finals, and you wait to see who the loser of that winner bracket finals up at the top right of the bracket will be. If you win that, you make the championship, folks. Big stakes, frankly the biggest we've had thus far, and it will only get higher and higher as we go into championship Sunday tomorrow. So let's talk about our predictions. Vivid, right now, you're perfect, I'm perfect for 1-1. We are even, and so going into this prediction, what do? I think we predict the exact same thing. We both chose to say that it's going to be a 2-1 series, and I think if I remember correctly, there it is. We both said DNI going to be the winner of this matchup, but thinking that RLF can take a map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen, DNI look incredible right now. I think so do Rapid Lo-Fi. I think how this one is going to boil down, I would not be surprised to see whatever map we get here for these first 2 games, both teams will probably win on the defense. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I think DNI are going to play a little bit better. They'll win that tiebreaker. They'll probably pick side, play defense again, and then win it out.
Okay. I mean, I'm feeling a lot of the same. We'll see it all it plays out. Of course, chat, we want to hear from you. We're hearing from our global audience as well. So make sure you type in the chat if you think DNI or DLF will win this matchup. It could go either way. We're saying it's going to go to Game 3. Add a little extra spice. Tell me what you think the record will be. Let's talk about these rosters again. You know them. You love them. We've talked about them a ton. Dead Dog and Idol, this DNI team. Talk to me about this roster and what Dead Dog and his crew bring to the table. What sets them apart?
I mean, we just saw it all, right? We have Wanza, incredible when it comes down to the vehicle. So is Sarah Jin. But you want to talk about the firepower, where it's really going to come from for this team. For me, it's always been about Artyom. Just an absolutely incredible gunner. Actually, the squad as a whole, right? You saw a stack on the squad there, sticks on the squad there. They put up incredible numbers in the game that they just played on Threshold. But again, Artyom just on another level.
Yeah, this is called the game changer roster. What I love from DNI is that they've got every single role filled out near perfectly. They are not perfect in this tournament. They did lose to TL, but either way you look at it, this is one of the strongest rosters out there, and we cannot move on without mentioning Hodu. Hodu, the vehicle destruction extraordinaire. She's the only female in the competition, and she's so dang good at her job. But let's talk about RLF. They've had ups and downs throughout the course of this competition. Right now they are up though under the leadership of Kobayashi. What about this roster? Who stands out from what we've seen? We all know Vico is one of the best, limitless with his bow. Who else do you have your eyes on?
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, I got my eyes on Koba. Definitely going to be operating the vehicles there. A very, just, you know what I mean, very willing to get the team involved type of player. Love that from Koba. Banana as well. We saw some incredible plays in terms of the vehicle gameplay there from him as well. Constantly switching back and forth. Who's operating the vehicles between him and Koba. Going to be incredible stuff from this team. And I tell you what, I also saw there was one squad. It's going to be Pikey's squad. That squad, alongside Lau, two other players, can't remember their names right now, but that squad specifically is always on the engineers. Those are the ones that are going to be pressing towards the enemy vehicles, trying to blow them up.
On Kavi Jaeger or Kavi YG, I think you remember that name,
yes,
because one of the most proficient helicopter gunners we've ever seen.
So good.
In the insane Ascension third map, picked up 102 kills. Unbelievable, the most we've ever seen. Now, chat, you've joined us. However, this feels like a 2-0 DNI from what chat is saying. Our global chat, we've seen 70-30. I don't think we've seen 71-29. Everyone, almost everyone, 71% of you are saying DNI are going to win this one. Wow. Overwhelming majority. I can't say I necessarily disagree, but I would have expected to see like 60-40 because we're expecting to see a 2-1 overall map tally. But hey, anything can happen. It could go the opposite way. Chat has been wrong before, but we'll see if you all are right as we get into this matchup. Vivid, I think key factors for success. We talk about both these rosters. We talk about the difference makers on both these rosters, but it's going to come down to the macro. It's going to come down to the commanders. It's going to come down to using some of those streaks, some of those score streaks, some of those systems that they get from getting their score up. And I think one of the things we see from both these rosters that their commanders are extremely proficient at being the commander. That is not true of all of the rosters. It's one of the reasons they've been so successful on this competition, on this LAN. Here are our top three in each of our categories. We take a look at the overall. We do trade between the two teams. Koba is the highest in points as the commander, probably the most proficient commander in the lower bracket. But Artyom, DG, Alpha, they are picking up the most kills and the most assists over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, no surprise to kind of see how this one is panning out in terms of the top stats. You know what else is going to matter a lot here, Goes? It's going to be the map. To remind everybody at home, we have 6 maps that are possible in the pool to be randomly drawn between Ascension, Crack, Threshold, Trainwreck, Trench Lines, and Vault.
Yeah, we've got a lot of maps. Hopefully we don't go back to Threshold. We'll see. Looking at these stats, some really cool stuff here. Obviously, Artyom picking up, so averaging 56 kills is foul. But these are two different styles of players, and so you can see their graphs kind of branching, and it's almost like a Venn diagram with the way we've mapped this out.
Look at the total kills.
We see more score from Koba, but the total kills from Artyom is disgusting. You've got a Fragger, a Slayer versus a Commander. A Point Reaper because of what he's able to bring to the table as a Commander, but the Slayer and the kills on one side that totally changed the game.
Yes, absolutely. A 200 kill difference right there. I'd actually be very interested to see who actually stacks up against Artyom the best, right? Throughout the competition so far, who would be in second place and how far ahead Artyom would be. We do know that the gunner on the side of RLF did pick up 100 bomb of their own, so I'm not be surprised if it's actually a little bit closer than maybe I'm thinking. But yeah, as you can see in the top right corner, we are approaching this match very, very quickly. Game 1, 2 minutes remain.
Yeah, Kavi YG is probably the top Slayer just because that 102 bomb. You also got to remember, though, DNI versus RLF. RLF has technically played an extra map, and you still see that deficit. That's what's crazy.
True.
I still think Artyom outfrags anybody, even with the extra map being played by this RLF roster. So much to talk about. So many people we've seen really showcase their skills on main, and I'm loving that we get a chance to peek inside the mines, look at the faces, the excitement on Hodu's face, the excitement on a lot of these players. They are locked in, folks. This is a really big moment for everybody. Making it to the top 3 is such a big boon for these teams. So fun to see them get locked and loaded. We're going to get them into the lobby as soon as possible, but let's talk about the map. We get to see it. Fault has
Yes.
finally moved into the rotation. Finally. It has been so long. We are on to what? Match number 11? I don't even know what number we're on at this point. I think it is 11. Out of 10 matches, we have not seen Fault one time. And on match 11, we finally get to see this map. I am excited about this one.
Rapid Lo-Fi versus DNI. I feel like Fault is such a good map for this. I was very, very excited. You know, I was kind of thinking about it, right? First couple of days, we didn't see Fault, and I was thinking about it. I was like, well, it's going to get more and more likely that we're going to eventually pull it, just speaking statistically wise. I feel like I would rather see Fault later on in the competition, right? Because then we have technically the better teams that are kind of breaking it down during this event. I want to see these better teams kind of battle it out on Fault. One of the key caveats of Fault that we have not seen at all yet in this competition, the airspace, not the helicopter this time.
That's right.
The plane, the jet, to kick off the match for the attacking side. I know both sides, actually, there's a dogfight.
There's a dogfight, yep.
Yeah. So that's super, super cool. Who wins that has a giant leg up in the competition.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Fault is such an interesting map. I think in pubs sometimes it can be a bit frustrating because it requires so much coordination to do well on this map. At the esports level, though, this is a totally different play space. This is a totally different game. I think Fault is going to be an incredibly engaging map. It is also a map we have not seen at all, so these teams have not been able to prep against their competition with this map in mind. They have prepped for this map, but they haven't prepped for their opposition on this map. So we're going in blank slate to see who wins the dogfight, who owns the airspace, and what value they will find with that airspace on Fault. This is going to be so much fun. I know our observers are probably excited to try to capture this dogfight as well. I think this player plays engineer. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, sitting next to Hodo, you would imagine all the engineers on the same squad, right?
Yeah.
So showing off exactly what they kind of expect to do in the match here. Smiles are kind of coming out. They see that they're loading into the game right now. Operators are being selected. 1 minute now. As you see there, Wanza locking in. Going to be tackling some vehicle gameplay for sure. I'm very excited for this. Finally, Fault. Thank you.
Yeah, it just feels like a total change of pace. This map isn't really comparable in my mind to a lot of the other maps. It feels very different. It's one of those maps that I think some of these players probably haven't repped quite as much as some of the older maps. You're not going to see the same level of strat I would expect on this map that you have seen maybe on Ascension or even on Cracked or even on Threshold. This is the newest map in our pool at the very least. Yeah. And as such, I think quote-unquote inexperienced. They still have a lot of experience. I'm sure they still have a lot of reps and prep for this map, but it's not one that they're as comfortable with compared to the probably near thousands of games they've played on some of the other maps. So this will be really fun to see who adapts the most and who owns the vehicle space on a map of this caliber, obviously starting with that fight. That dogfight in the air, it could last literally 5 seconds. When we get into this map, we better jump straight to that fight to start to see how fast that fight truly takes and who ends up winning it. I think the airspace domination will be a major piece to the puzzle here going into this matchup. So let's get into it, folks. I am ready for some Fault. I'm sure you are as well. Let's take a look at it one more time. If you see red, it's going to be Rapid Lo-Fi on the attack to start. The hometown heroes looking for a win against the behemoth that is DNI. Dead Dog and Idol starting out on the defense here in Fault. The litmus test, point A here at Fault, starts with Rapid Lo-Fi. How aggressive do you play it? Do you win the skies? Do you win the ground? This is going to be a lot of engineers on this map because there are a lot of vehicles.
Absolutely. Interesting thing about Fault here, when you're on an attack, you feel like you're constantly going uphill, right? Elevation changes are absolutely crazy. Fault is also cool. It's because one of these maps, it's not necessarily common in Warfare to see 2 flags on the immediately first sector. So also gonna be splitting up the gameplay pretty early on here in Fault. As we continue on the competition, of course, these games, these matches, they get more and more important. This is effectively a 3rd place match right here in the lower bracket, the final match of day number 3 of DFIW Rapid Lo-Fi versus DNI. Who is going to take the advantage? Who's going to take home game number 1?
We all wait with bated breath as the players have selected their commanders and load in. We know the efficacy of Kobayashi. We've heard from Dead Dog that they're beyond prepared for this matchup. Both ready, both probably warm, both having already played today and won today. I don't think momentum is on either side. It feels like a blank slate. You can almost throw the rest of this tournament out the window to just focus on this matchup. It is anybody's game. Sure would like to win the very first map at a best of 3. Gives you that sigh of the relief. Here we go, folks. Last match of the day, to the skies we go. And it starts off already with a couple of blows exchanging hands, but the dogfight will not last 5 seconds. They will be fighting for a little bit longer than that. And I'm seeing Kobayashi, the commander in the jet here for this RLF squad. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, Mianji up there on the opposing side of things. Honestly, a longer dogfight than I've seen. Sometimes it goes very, very quickly, but not around this time. As we approach Sector A right now, I was actually seeing Artyom get active very early on.
So sick. Doing semicircles around each other. Does look like Kobayashi maybe have found the tail end of Mianji, is now on the chase. May have an advantage there on the RLF side. Keep an eye on that where we can. But down on the ground, of course, like we said, a very vehicle-heavy map. A lot of folks getting very aggressive earlier. I did see Artyom, I think you had said this, getting first blood to start things off. Dead Dog not in the jet. Dead Dog on the ground, finding a couple trades here as well.
Pretty rare. I see Stacks using a sniper rifle. I think we've only seen that one other time throughout this event so far. The map, I guess, does allow for it, so that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on, see how much value he's able to find right there. 170 tickets already for Rapid Lo-Fi, working towards A here. Single flag sector. I do apologize, I did say it was 2 earlier. Silly me.
Silly. We haven't seen Fault in a while. Vico picking up a nice 2-piece from the backside here with RLF. Maybe a few more, actually. They're going for the revives, and he's just going to farm a few kills. Vico, a difference maker for RLF. This squad in general, a strong one. See what they're able to do again. Rapid Lo-Fi on the attack, and the dog fight continues. Now, Kobayashi may be on the retreat a bit. Trying to circle back around. Both of these very proficient pilots doing a good job of staying out of each other's aim.
The longer they keep that on, just null and void, which I'm sure both sides would probably be okay with, because if they go down in that fight, it is not going to be good for the team that has to deal with the jet for the rest of the game. Tuning in with Vico there again on the M7. As we can see right there, the contestation is going to be coming on through that A point. There are a couple bodies on the point, but currently as it stands, Koba in the skies is losing the dogfight. A little bit more damage needs to be found, and it might spell big advantage for DNI on the chase. Mianji goes ahead and picks up the win in the dogfight.
Mianji has won the battle. Let's see if Mianji can win the war. Needs to do these strafing runs, truly strafing runs. Now with the jet down below, get some of these vehicles weak, pick up a few kills, and pave the way for their team to be able to hold. This is a big win in the skies. See how much value they can get with it afterwards as the jet flies by, breaking the sound barrier. It's gonna get real loud near the ground right now.
Jet in the sky for DNI. If you do look at the bottom of your screen, it is their only vehicle. 3 available for Rapid Lo-Fi, right? So they gotta get those involved before the jet starts to pepper some of those vehicles down, starts to pepper the entire team down. As we take a look at some strategy here. Turret being used from pretty far away. Hard to be accurate with that thing, but sometimes those explosions, it's all you need. And I can't lie, listen, we were focused on the dogfight, talking about a couple other things. I feel like 147 tickets already. I feel like it's going down pretty fast.
It's a very tough point to take because of all these insane high ground positions that the defense is able to hold. When you just look down on this point, it makes it very difficult to find real value. Jet goes through, taking a couple runs. I'm seeing a lot of green in the kill feed. Not only from Engineer rockets, Uluru rockets, but also Styx, Sarah Jin, DG Alpha, just outgunning their opponents right now. RLF trying to figure out how the heck do we get onto this point and actually find some success with all these eyes in the sky, all these eyes on the hilltops. got a gun looking up this Jet, hardly getting any value from it. The Jet comes in. Jet picks up 4. Assault vehicle goes down, I believe, right as the players were spawning in on it. That is a big take from the Jet, already showcasing why it's so proficient, why it's so effective when you earn the air superiority.
Trying to make their way towards the sector right now. Keep getting funneled into this point. Not a lot of cover on the flag itself, so it's really hard. That's why we actually saw a smoke barrage called in by the attacking team, right? If they don't have any physical cover, maybe they can hide behind the smoke. And again, we kind of tune into a little bit of a consolation here. RLF trying to do some damage to that plane, get it out of the sky, make things a little bit easier.
Doing some repairs, moving things around. We got to get back to the point, though, because we got a big surge of red onto the point. We're going to put bodies onto the point with the smoke barrage to make sure we can actually gain some ground and push into the neutral zone. This is going to force a couple of these DNI members off the high ground. This is the right play. If you're going to get them off the high ground, it's because they have to body stack the point. It is an objective game after all. They could kill you all, and it would stall out. But it'd be very difficult with some of the places you can hide under the ruins. So instead, they've got to come down out of the rafters, pull the rats out, get them onto the point, and hopefully you can smoke them out if you're an RLF fan. Unfortunately, it does look like most of RLF has been cut down. There's a big defensive pressure here from this off angle. Still need to get to the point, but they are winning the fights, and it will creep back to neutral.
Yeah, Rapid low fight. They had a great push right there. And it was pretty much sustained by the fact that they continuously put down smokes. As soon as those smokes ran out, though, DNI was able to find the sight lines, able to find the angles to actually go ahead and take out the players laying on the point. Once again, not a lot of cover on it, so it is hard to kind of just lay down and tuck in. You're going to have to win some battles around the point before you can actually directly take it.
Already a successful hold, pushing under 120 lives. Still a long way to go before this is done, but again, this A point, well coordinated, can be very difficult to take. DNI doing a good job of maintaining pressure on the high ground positions. You can see Banana here trying to just stay alive, frankly, and able to stay alive. No, also goes down, and the tank destroyer goes down. DNI doing a really good job of prioritizing winning on the ground as well from a vehicle standpoint. They don't have any vehicles, but they are blowing up the vehicles of their opponents to make sure their high ground positions are well worth it and can be maintained to hold the point. You don't have to body stack the point if you kill everybody before they get there. Simple math.
Mikey actually going to be on the Nox right now. Not a lot of vehicles for him to play Engineer against, so going to be hopping off of the Engineer for now, trying to find some value out of the Assault role. As you imagine, that's pretty much what you need to do. You need to take out the boots on the ground for DNI. Again, look at the vehicle game. When you're on the defense, you do not get those ground vehicles. So it's all up to the plane to kind of find the coverage. Rapid lo-fi, this is exactly what they need to do. Vico, who better to go ahead and try to get the flank, right? This defensive position from DNI is what's pretty much holding Sector A. If you can find the flank, you can find value here, you can flush them out and finally push the point. Vico picks up 2, has to back up a little bit, re-aggress, picks up 3 total, still 2 members on the other side, jumps down in the attack position, does not find that one. Huge win there for the side of DNI.
Vico wins that if there was just one player there. Golly, Vico is very good at this game. Unfortunately, a hero play like that only goes so far against a well-coordinated team. Once you kill one, it's not like pubs. It doesn't take you killing 5, 6, 7 people before finally the team notices. You kill one person, that call-out is made to the squad then communicates to the commander then communicates to literally everybody on the team. All 20 players may look at you if you are that much of a difference maker. It's hard to do it by yourself. Got a lot of vehicles here for the attacking side, and frankly, they friggin' need it. I don't know how much value they're going to get out of these vehicles. Assault vehicle doesn't do much besides transport people around for the most part in competitive play, but it can be helpful for spawns, and a couple of these vehicles are ATVs, so it's just about getting back to the point quickly without respawn beacons. You arrive, you die. I don't know what to tell you. This is not the path to go to the point. That choke point is being held so effectively by Jet, by AA gun, and by engineers. You cannot go that way ever again at this point, and frankly, you'll run out of life in general on this map. We're down to 77, as we do have a Jet back onto the battlefield here for the DNI, sorry, RLF side. DNI sees them in their sights. We should see another dogfight here shortly.
Yeah, opportunity number 2 here for Koba.
Gotta
go ahead and win this one. Mianji already has Koba in his sights. Winning this dogfight would surely just straight up win the map. And look at that, already half HP is Koba. Mianji going to actually be coming around for another swing. Does miss a couple of those shots, but Koba on the defensive again is going to be in the front of Mianji. The shots come out, the damage is connecting. Mianji has to pull out, does actually manage to not crash the plane.
Found an angle on the backside. Finally, Kobayashi throwing some shots down range and connecting. A strong connect, actually. Was about to tout Mianji's skills in the jet plane, and I think it's still worth shouting out. But that was a really strong strike from Koba. Almost takes him all the way down. So close to a full kill there. Mianji holding on to life with an iota of health. Still just barely out of sight. Mianji wasting Koba's time while the team down below dips into the 60s on lives. Mianji trying to get the backside of his opponent, slowing things down, throwing the brakes on to try to evade Koba's sight. Koba needs revenge now so that Koba can make these strafing runs down below to keep his team in this map. They need to win this map. They need to get past Sector A at the very least. But still, Mianji, a little bit harder to kill than maybe he expected after the first strike.
Yeah, Mianji did a great job there just circling around, making sure the sight line could not be found by Koba. So much time was actually delayed right there that I believe their jets are now back to equal HP, so that has pretty much reset now. But as we turn our sights towards Sector A, a push is being made. You can see DNI is almost all on the hill up here to the left, but I'm sure as soon as the point starts to get captured, they'll flood down. And oh my gosh, Koba is moments away from losing, but a mistake from Mianji. The jet is on the ground. Koba crashes himself. Mianji is somehow still alive in the jet. What?
A calculated decision? No. Did it work out for him? Abso-friggin-lutely. The two pilots so entrenched in fighting each other that Mianji gets too low, skates into the cliff, stays alive, and Koba trying to come around for the finishing shot, crashes head on into the cliff and dies. We turn our eyes back to the ground. Mianji still to the skies. Point A will fall. All of that chaos, what was it for? We get through Sector A, but I am nearly at a loss for words. Wow, what in the world? Sector A captured. We head to B1 and B2 with 120. Still a great hold from DNI.
Yeah. Mianji right there, eventually winning out, still alive in the jet, somehow survives the collision with the side of the mountain. Koba, though, pretty much did his job. He stalled out the jet. The jet could not pressure any of the vehicles that were going towards the sector. That was pretty much the main problem that they were having. As soon as the jet started to get occupied, the flood towards Sector A came in. Shout out to Koba for creating that distraction. Does ultimately lose it, but now we got to turn our focus towards B1 and B2. Again, Fault is all about just going uphill. It's kind of like this uphill battle constantly. The sight lines are super hard for the attack. And one thing about this map, goes, look how far apart B1 and B2 are.
Yeah, very difficult. Mianji still has control over the skies and now full health. Look, I almost guarantee that was not intentional, but if it was the greatest play I've ever seen in competition. Lands that thing upside down where it doesn't take enough damage. Koba has to try to pivot.
Here we go.
Runs it. Now, new pilot up into the skies here in a helicopter. Who wins, helicopter versus jet? Most oftentimes jet, especially with a pilot like Mianji, but you never know. New pilot, a very strong pilot. We saw them be a difference maker. There's a lot of people right there getting crushed by Mianji. That's a triple. Should pick up some revives. I don't think the jet could hold that angle for much longer, but still weakening this attack over and over again. We talk about vehicles being so important in almost every map. This one, even more the case.
Again, now that there is something in the skies, you would imagine, Mianji has to think about it. Cannot do any more of those bombing runs, right? We'll open up a little bit for the attack as I see Sarajin picking up a 3-piece in the kill feed in the vehicle right now for DNI. Again, look at this new pilot. trying to create some distance between the two.
Yeah, choke point down below. Finally, a little bit of CQB at the very least. A little barrel stuff. Going to keep the attackers at bay only for a moment, though. RLF Loud coming in, playing spoiler to that attack. Limitless, part of this squad. See a bow on screen soon. Here's a lob trying to get some semblance of value. Haven't seen much value at all from the ground vehicles or the air vehicles, frankly, from this RLF squad as Myanji continues to strike the ground. And New Pilot just trying to get high enough to even shoot at this jet. New Pilot is alone, by the way, from what I can tell in that helicopter, which I think is the right move. Gonna have to do it themselves, but keep our eyes to see if they've got a second gunner or not.
Trying to line this up, being very patient here. We are up here, elevation levels.
I just don't think you can get high enough to... This is just so difficult. Like, there are some good helicopter pilots in this game, in this competition, out of this competition, at home. Even for the best, this is so tough. And while you're trying to line it up... Oh! Wait!
Uluru! An Uluru rocket!
Likely with the help of the helicopter. Gonna have to watch that one on replay. And a Uluru rocket comes up and strikes the jet at a perfect time as it's going for a straight down nosedive without being able to evade while going for a strike. Jet goes down, and now air superiority for a moment is New Pilot in a helicopter. I would expect to see respawn beacon down. We've got a really big push here. They're gonna really push their advantage right now on the ground. I would also expect to see somebody join New Pilot in the air in the second gunner position. That helicopter about to get a lot more active.
Yeah, we know exactly who that's going to be, but look at this. After they lose the jet, now turning their focus towards the tanks, those ground vehicles. They've got to hurry up, though. They've got to drive over there quite quickly, because as we can see, the slaw is on right towards B2. They're trying to attack the deeper sector first.
Bodies here, you know against the world, against Wanza in a tank. Can't imagine it's gonna go well for Yuno, but he is able to get alive somehow. What on earth? Dodging shell after shell. Trying to get a little bit of backup here. Banana coming in, getting a lot of damage down, but it's a 2v1 with the help of a couple engineers. A very weak tank does go down. RLF able to stay alive for a moment, but it's a trade. Sarah Jin wins that 10 times out of 10 with a tank destroyer. I don't care how many engineers you have on your side. I think we take that trade if we're DNI. I think we take that trade to hold B1. Let's see if they're able to reclaim it.
As you can see right there, the attacking side of Rapid 05, they lost all their ground vehicles right now. So the helicopter is the only thing that they have vehicle-wise, which is also somehow half HP, now receiving a lot of attention from the LEVs. LEVs, they don't got to worry about the vehicles anymore, right? We just saw that push kind of come out. So now we can just look up to the skies and kind of put this helicopter to sleep for a little bit. If we take a look at the sectors themselves, though, B1 currently getting captured. B2 is being reclaimed by the defense very, very slowly, because of that tug-of-war gameplay. But at the end of the day, Rapid Lo-Fi, this giant push they have going on, it's backed up by the urgent deployment for the last 45 seconds, which is probably why they were able to go ahead and capture B1. And as I say capture B1, little asterisk, because it does look like DNI is interested in fighting back instantly.
Get a vehicle. Reclaim B2. RLF answer, a tank destroyer back in the midst for them. This could draw some attention from this Slav down below that's carrying the helicopter. A Balloon rocket trying to close the deal. Sarah Jin does go down. That's a vehicle down for DNI. A huge take, from what I understand, is going to even the vehicle gameplay. One in the sky, one on the ground. Just the lava alive down below for the defensive side. A nice push over the top. Clean up from Rocket. Artyom doing work. Artyom on engineer right now.
Yeah, weird.
Going for kills, but also making sure these vehicles go down. As Banana just comes rolling into the point.
Yeah, here we go. Finally, we got Banana.
Wow.
Very good vehicle operator. Good to see him kind of in the mix, directly impacting the fight that's kind of going on B1. Because all these vehicles, 40 and I, are kind of all the way in the back.
thinking about the helicopter, trying to fight the helicopter, then
Urgent
the tank
deployment.
destroyer can kind of sit there on B1 and help capture that. And as Goj went ahead and mentioned, DNI feeling the pressure right now. They want to call in the urgent deployment. The pressure is indeed on. Look at B2. It is falling quite quickly. B1 is pretty even right now. If somehow Rapid Lo-Fi can gain the advantage on B1, and they do, the shot with the bow right there, going ahead and securing B1 almost completely. But B2, finally, the vehicles start to get into the mix. They get directly into the little courtyard, and they finally start to reclaim B2.
2 beacons go down, probably a mistake out of urgency. 2 beacons go down for the team to spawn into to try to get onto the point and hold this point at Sector B. They want to win here. They're going to invest a ton of score to maintain position on B2. This is a great play. Actually, is that 3 beacons? Good grief. They really want people around this point. It'll work. B2 still on the side of DNI. Maybe an overinvestment, but either way you look at it, they're holding, and they got bodies on that point for days, and we only have 43 lives remaining for Rapid Lo-Fi. They still have a nice advantage with the vehicles. At the very least, they're pushing with the vehicles, but they got to get back to B2. They've got to win a vehicle fight here against Sarah Jen and others, and it's not looking like they're going to. Engineers there, so we're going to have to back out. We are running out of daylight, folks, 35 lives. RLF looking like a good team, but I don't know if they're a great team yet, at least not on this map. A lot of work to do for B2.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about a lot of work. I would love to see somehow New Pilot here start to put it to work from the helicopter. It was a great win for the attack to take out that jet, kind of open up the airspace for the helicopter. I have not seen it get much value. Shout out to DNI though. That is a direct result of their vehicle operators as we kind of tune in here. Tank destroyer for the side of Rapid Lo-Fi. It's going to be low. It's going to be right in front of a tank. The tank's trying to shoot. It finally gets the shell out. That's going to be Wanza. Wanza takes him out and instantly retreats to make sure there's no follow-up.
Helicopter trying to follow up, but look where my Angie's at all the way in the back. This reminds me of Threshold, my friend. Way back there, only focused on Heli. Heli's still picking up Veronica and Stack, so it's still doing something. It's dodging these shots from the lava, or at least most of them, trying to get some value. It gets down to less than half health and has to back off, but look at this. Non-stop harrying. Will you please go away, Mr. Annoying Bird? You guys only have 18 lives left, and this is going to be the Hail Mary. This is going to be the last push. Urgent deployment in. Artillery strike down. Tank hits the ground. Attack gotta move, and they're losing both points.
I don't know if they called it or not. Allow was actually shooting at the second helicopter. The second helicopter called in now for Rapid Lo-Fi. As you can see, a plethora of vehicles also hitting the ground. Tank on top of the LAV, on top of the urgent deployment right now. B1 is not in their control anymore. They have a lot of work to do with just 12 tickets remaining.
Yeah, it's going to tick down for the next 10 seconds as well if anybody's going to try to quote-unquote urgently redeploy. That is using a life. That is getting a respawn, which means we lose lives. It's not great, but it does get bodies on the point. Retaking B1, could try to throw B2 into the neutral zone to force an overtime. Lob out of position, Lob crashing around, Lob goes down over and over again. DNI are winning these vehicle engagements. Bang, picks up another one on Sora Triss. That's a bunch of vehicles down for the attack. The helicopter's gonna have to get aggro as B1 falls to the attackers, but we've got 5 lives remaining for B2, and we just saw about 8 people die just a moment ago. Not all of them can get back onto the map. If they still want to play this game with a beacon down from Dead Dog, they are crushing this Sector B defense. This is looking like a DNI victory pretty handedly.
Yeah, New Pilot finally trying to overextend with the helicopter right now to take out the LAV. Been pestering the entirety of the match. But honestly, at the end of everything, at the end of Fault, not even at the end, during Sector B, DNI, they put up a great defense. So many vehicles being destroyed on the attempt from Rapid Lo-Fi to attack. But at the end of it all, DNI reigns supreme. Fault is finally drawn in this competition, and as a result, DNI show us how strong they can be on the defensive side of this map.
Such an interesting map. A good game. Felt fairly tense. Felt like there were swingy moments, but DNI felt mostly in control for a majority of that map. a really good team beating another really good team for map number 1. We both said that D&I will likely win this matchup. We both said it will go to game 3. I still think that's going to be the case. I think RLF can hold this squad on this map. This map is so difficult. It's so interesting. We haven't seen it yet. I'm really, really liking what I'm seeing from both squads, but D&I look like the better team on defense that time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, we got a little bit of a back and forth there on Fault. Looked like it could have went any different which way during any moment right there. Let's check out some of the highlights from game number 1 of this huge matchup. Again, Sector A, man, it just took way too long.
Totally agree. I mean, you go into Sector B with 120 lives. I think if you go in with 180 max, I think you have a pretty good chance of taking Sector B. But we had some fun moments. I think looking at these highlights too, the Jets did not disappoint. It was really fun to watch some of those dogfights, what they were able to do after the dogfights. Some obviously funny moments with some weird crashes that happened. Some regains inside. Look at this. Dude. Lands it upside down. This has got to be on accident. And then Koba tries to swing around to go execute the kill and dies in the process because he couldn't turn the thing around in time. Mayanji's picking up 3 pieces, 4 pieces in the jet, etc. But right here, Allure Rockets with a little bit of damage from the heli, I believe, takes him down. And some frustration across both teams' eyes many times in this matchup. But when we hit to the ground and we got into the nitty-gritty, it was all D&I in the vehicle. D&I won just about every single land vehicle engagement, front to back, especially in the latter half of Sector B. I was really impressed with what Sarah Jin was able to do. I was really impressed with what all of the team was able to do inside those vehicles. They were double teaming, they were taking their advantages, and they were executing on it near perfectly.
Yeah, big smiles. That one actually felt good for D&I. Usually their wins, they've stomped them out. Usually they don't show much emotion, but that one right there, you can see they felt the pressure from Rapid Lo-Fi. Again, Rapid Lo-Fi did a pretty good job at applying pressure. Yeah, A took a little bit long, and I feel like they did have an opportunity to kind of extend that push onto the B sector. Could have went a little bit differently. But at one point, I remember B1 was pretty much captured like 95% of the way, and then B2 was about like 60% of the way captured right there. Flipped the switch a little bit, and D&I actually finally started to defend both of those flags a little bit, but it was super close.
Yeah, it was close. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and see who really outperformed their opponents. I think from an individual category, you're not seeing crazy numbers on either side. You do see Sarah Jin up there with 39 kills inside the vehicle. I told you D&I had the land superiority. There was no question about it. Mayanji, as much value as they did find in the jet, only picking up 13 kills, but 79 in the vehicle destruction category is pretty solid. Wanza up there at 90 in that category. Overall, any big standout performances from you? Obviously, Veronica 53 revives is huge. VTT at 79 revives over there with Lau at 74. I mean,
I'm looking at engineers. Look how many engineers you see over there. Little shield symbols. So many on both sides of things. I was looking for Artyom actually on the defensive side over there. You know, picked up 18 kills and was pretty far down the leaderboard.
Playing engineer.
But was on the engineer.
Yeah.
So being very, very willing to kind of help out in that regard. And it showed because, you know, you mentioned it. They were getting absolutely destroyed, Rapid Lo-Fi was, by the engineers. And that's just because there was like 10 of them on each team.
Yeah. Well, everybody, I mean, chat was saying it, we were saying it. I'm sure the players have been prepping for it. We all know Fault is a vehicle-heavy map. When a vehicle-heavy map is in play, what do you have to do? You got to have a bunch of engineers to help out your team and to hurt the opponents. It makes a lot of sense. And so I think Artyom sacrificing a bit of the slaying power to prioritize taking down the firepower of their opponents. It's the right play. D&I looks very strong there on defense, but again, if I had to say one side was quote-unquote easier or more effective or had a higher % chance of winning, I would say the defense. So I'm really curious to see how RLF will do on the defensive side on the exact same map in the exact same position. Also, do things change from a pilot standpoint? I don't think so. I think Mayanji will stay in a pilot position. Does Koba go back to being a pilot? Does it affect the team that their commander is basically in a dogfight the entire time? It's different when you're a helicopter, because when you're a helicopter, you're dodging bullets and you're looking at the battlefield. When you're a jet, you're dogfighting until the other jet is dead. So I wonder if that had anything to do with some of the dysfunction of attacking A.
The thing that I'm a little worried about here is that, you know, the jet won out 2 times. for DNI, right? Because when you're on the attack, you do get an opportunity to call in another jet. Now that Rapid Lo-Fi is on the defense, they're only going to get one opportunity.
I know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the MVP of this last matchup. Of course, 95K Wansa. We've talked about Wansa a ton. We've seen how much value Wansa has for this team. Picks up 5 vehicle kills. That's ridiculous. 18 kills, a solid game from them. I think the story here is that last stat, though. Wansa was putting up crazy numbers inside the vehicle, picking up the vehicles of the opponents. Really impressive stuff, and I think this is what Wansa was brought onto the squad to do.
Yeah.
Blow up vehicles, be a better vehicle operator than our opponents, and so far so good for 95K Wansa and many members of DNI, Sarah Jin included, Hodu in the engineer position included in that. So a moment to wait with bated breath. They've talked strategy. They have to take a small break. There's been a lot of games today. They had 14 total vehicle kills in that last one. A huge difference maker to be able to hold that B sector.
Yeah, 14 is crazy. Not even just on the B sector. We saw on that A sector, right? Soon as Rapid Lo-Fi would drive their vehicles up that little hill and through that archway every single time, they just got funneled by the engineer utility, whether it was just mines, the jet kind of helping out, obviously the rockets kind of coming in. As we mentioned, the rockets coming in. I'm sure the best squad from the hands of DNI. It's the same squad.
Always.
But a little bit different. You know what I mean? Obviously, RDM is actually going to be the bottom fragger there. We did see him on the engineer, and, but Sarah Jin picking up the most kills there was, finding the effectiveness of the tank destroyer. I do believe I actually saw, was it Sticks or Stacks? One of them was using the sniper during Sector A.
It was Stacks during Sector A.
And he was picking up, honestly, a lot of kills with it.
Yeah. I mean, there's gigantic sight lines. I mean, some of the biggest sight lines in the game.
Yeah.
I think probably the only exception would be like Ascension, maybe.
Yeah.
Early Ascension. So it makes sense that you could get away with that if you're hitting your shots. So I think that's been our best squad, by the way, for DNI in terms of just raw stats.
Every time.
I think it is every time.
Yeah.
Or it's very, very close if it's not every time. So obviously, top fraggers in a lot of ways, vehicle operators, makes sense. Really good stuff from that squad yet again. If you take a look at their opposition briefly, though, still look like Smile, still look like excitement there. Again, you're already top 4, but also you've got the home crowd advantage here.
Yeah.
I think RLF can hold on defense and force us to game 3. We'll re-explain how the tiebreakers work if that happens. And of course, we'll conjecture and have a lot of what-ifs about which map will be chosen, what side will be chosen, etc. Fault hasn't disappointed already, man. So glad we get a chance to see a map like Fault that is just really, I can't hardly compare it to any other map in our map pool. It's so different, so vehicle heavy. Very fun to watch.
Full reset, these cameras sometimes are a little bit of a tease. We almost get to see what they're drawing on the
But
map.
you don't want to totally give it away, right?
Yeah, I guess you don't want to give it away to everybody else, but I'm like, dude, let's get a little peek, right? What are they kind of drawing over there? What kind of strategy might they be kind of employing during this map? Of course, we're going to be back on Fault, thankfully. A new map. Honestly, a breath of fresh air there for sure. Fault was a great one. The way this is going to work, of course, they're going to be swapping sides now. DNI do have to attack, and Rapid Lo-Fi have to defend. Now, coming into this match, me and Goj, we both agreed that we thought this was going to go 2-1 in favor of DNI. In order for that to happen, I went ahead and said that I think both teams are going to win on the defense. DNI, they went ahead, they won on the defense. I, again, think Rapid Lo-Fi are going to hold out. I think they're going to win on the defense. I think this competition, these two teams, they are close enough in skill to where we are going to see a 1-1, and then we're going to force a map 3. Yeah. That being said, that's what I kind of expect. I have to say it. I would not be surprised if it was a 2-0.
I think it's definitely possible. I'm going to stick to my guns there. I will say, to get even more nuanced about the prediction, I do, though, think that DNI will win the tiebreaker.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
I think DNI is going to at the very least get farther and therefore win the tiebreaker and have the priority selection. So that'll be fun and interesting to talk about if we get there. But who knows? Like you said, it could be a quick 2-0. It could be a DNI victory here. I just think attacking on this map at this high of a level is going to be very difficult unless they just win all of their vehicle ones.
Yeah.
And they can just kind of steamroll with their vehicles. It is possible. I mean,
Yeah.
they have the efficacy in their vehicle operators to do that. And I just still have that what if. What if somebody besides Koba is the jet pilot?
I think kind of going into this match, I think Koba will be the jet pilot. But again, it's just a lot more pressure. I'm going to kind of wrap back around to this point that I was making. We saw Koba have 2 opportunities, 2 chances to take out the jet. If you're on the attacking side, you do get that second one if your first one does go down early. On the defensive side of things, you get one and done, right? So if Mianji kind of enters the pilot seat once again and wins out, then hey, listen, done. The jet flight is done. Dogfights are done. As we see a player substitution coming in here. Barry 1 is going to be jumping in replace of new pilot. Barry, we've seen this before, right?
Well, no, yes and no. We've seen Barry 1 get subbed in. We haven't seen new pilot get fully subbed out. Usually new pilot just moves to a different squad. This is an interesting play because of what we've seen from new pilot. I mean, that means they're basically deprioritizing a helicopter.
Yeah, but they're on the defense.
Yeah, I guess they don't get a helicopter.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that they're fully pulling him.
Yeah.
Interesting. But still, I mean, here's the thing about new pilot. I mean, he's still a great player. I don't know. I'm saying a lot of what ifs here. They're scrambling right now, it feels like to me, because let's think back on what they've done in the past. They've moved new pilot when there's not a helicopter on the map. They've moved new pilot from the squad he was on to a different squad. You remember, right?
Yeah.
They do all of those interesting trades where they sub a couple people out, they move new pilot to a different squad, and they sub somebody in. Barry won one of those. A Vitamin K usually goes out. There's kind of a lot of subs that go back and forth on this team. They don't usually fully pull new pilots. So I'm wondering what the strategy was here. Maybe Barry 1 offers something. Maybe Barry 1's a really good engineer. They needed another engineer on the map.
Maybe.
And new pilot doesn't do that. That's probably where my brain goes for a map like Fault, but
We never know.
A lot of conjecture.
All the teams probably have this giant flow chart of like, okay, this player is in if, and Fault just might not be a map that new pilot feels comfortable on.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it might be as simple as that. Maybe new pilot just needed to step away for a bit. You know,
well,
they got subs.
Might be for a long time if they lose this. Not a bit.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, true, but that's crazy. Oh, folks, this is wild. I am pumped to see this matchup. Again, it almost doesn't feel like it. It's back against the wall for the hometown heroes here. RLF loses this round. They're out of the tournament, folks. We're in the lower bracket.
2-0s are pretty common in this tournament so far. We did finally see a 2-1 earlier today, right? Something forced to a game 3. So I now kind of have this sliver of hope for it, but I mean, it is quite slim in terms of, dude, I mean, I'm just looking at the numbers. It's just 2 zeros across the board. Usually when a team is better, it's being shown.
Yeah, that's true. All right. The old what if, the old hypothetical, because that's all we can do. Just wait for the players to get ready to rock and roll. Folks, again, this is our last best of 3 of the day. We did 8 total in the last 2 days. Did 4 best of 3s day 1, 4 best of 3s day 2, 10 9-hour shows. First 2 days. Today is only 3 best of 3s.
Yeah.
But the biggest of best of 3s.
This one means a lot.
Every best of 3 we've played over the course of today and now going into tomorrow has more and more stakes. The highest stakes at hand as we speak. Quick look at Dead Dog, Odu, for the key players, but so cool. Just while we've got a moment, I think we're basically just waiting on Barry 1 to get his setup ready, I assume. While we got a moment, just such a cool event. DFIW doing a warfare competition of this scale, this scope, at this competition level, watching 20 players on the same team have organized strategies, execute commands. There's nothing like this in esports. It's so unique. Have 20 players all moving in tandem globally. Yeah, globally too, of course. I mean, we're it took 31-hour flights to get here. So it is very, very cool. RLF.
Oh, what's that mean?
Get that camera out of my face, or does that mean I'm scared? It's all good. Nervous. He's nervous. I love it, man. The players have been really good on camera. You've mentioned that several times. All the players just really excited to be here. Audience excited to be here. You can hear, I think you guys can hear, I'm sure, at home, the hometown commentators getting the crowd ready and rocking in for their hometown team.
We can hear them. We can see them too. Some of the signs out there. Rapid Lo-Fi Champions, Rapid Lo-Fi 2025. All the noise being made with those, what are those things called, man? I got no idea.
Brother, I couldn't tell you. Chad, do you guys know what
noise makers?
Oh yeah, that's like the category though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Who knows?
That's like saying, what do you eat at lunch, and you say food. You know what I mean? I need to know what those things are called.
Trying to rally the crowd up right now. Get hype. Again,
Inflatables.
Hometown. Inflatables is a good one.
I don't know. I'm a troglodyte when it comes to this kind of stuff, man. I have no clue what's going on. They're called something, though. There is a name for them. I got to open up the chat again and see if anybody out there can help us out. We're getting hyper-fixated on the wrong things, though.
Yeah. You know, you were kind of talking about it yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Long days. Who knows? Day one, day two. It's all the same thing. Talking about, like, the peripherals and some of the things that the players bring onto the stage.
Yeah.
I saw Hodu and the squad mate next to her. They've got these, like, plushies that they, like, lay in their lap.
Yeah. Lap pillows.
Oh, so that's like a common
That's like a thing, yeah.
lap pillows.
Yeah, because, like, if you don't play with armrests,
right,
and you don't put your arm all the way on the table, you're like a wrist user for mouse, your arm's just floating. So they oftentimes will have, like, a lap pillow there to balance their elbows on.
I mean, I'm actually a wrist player, and yeah, thinking about it right here, kind of trying to visualize it on the desk. Yeah, my elbow, I guess, is floating.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Some tech. I'm learning some stuff. Gonna have to implement some of this when I get back home. 2 minutes and 20 seconds separates us from game 2 and the opportunity of a lifetime. DNI. They are one step ahead right now of Rapid Lo-Fi, up 1-0 in the series. Fault, a new map, one that we have not seen yet outside of the last game. Rapid Lo-Fi will be on the defense. They have to stop DNI at any of the sectors in order to force this one to a game 3. A bunch of stuff happens if that does happen. We'll talk about it later if it does. Honestly, I'm rooting for Rapid Lo-Fi. I want to extend this a little bit. I want to watch a little bit more work there today. Only 3 matches. I'm not as spoiled as I have been for the past couple of days. Give me one more game before I have to go to bed.
Yeah, this feels like a short day, and we're at hour 6 right now. I love it. Here we go. Minute and a half. Players are loading in. They're selecting their commanders. Kobayashi, really a difference maker in the commander role. We've talked about him a lot. Dead Dog, though, doing a really good job as well, man.
Yes.
I've really liked what Dead Dog's brought to the table for his team. All players selecting their loadouts. I'm sure there's a ton of engineers. You know, Victory Unite's a very unique game mode too. 180 lives, commander be able to issue orders, extra ways to earn score, extra different support systems you can call in, like the urgent redeployment. Change the respawn timers. The respawn timers in Victory Unite in general are much longer than normal mode.
Yep.
Really cool. It feels like the competitive big brother of the normal warfare mode.
Yeah.
Which is the point. Which is the point. So a very unique mode. And again, like imagine at this level, the efficacy of the medics, imagine playing with like 300 lives or 400 lives comparatively. We'd be here for hours, or the attack's just eventually going to win, it feels like. You know what I mean? Like, this really does feel quite balanced from a Victory Unite standpoint. All right, 10 seconds, folks. Thank you for staying patient. Everybody locked and loaded. They got their settings correct. The subs ready to rock. The subs have a chance to change the game. A little bit of fresh blood, somebody that stand warm on the sideline, get to step up, look out for Barry 1, look out for Dead Dog and Idol. DNI can put Rapid Lo-Fi away right now. Dead Dog and Idol trying to play for minimum third if they win this map. Rapid Lo-Fi want to push this to game 3. To do that, they have to hold against a highly efficient team of DNI. Let's jump back into Vault only for the second time ever on LAN. Home crowd buff. Let's see if it works for the defense. Really excited about it. Again, starting with A, then B1, B2. Working our way to the C sectors, but first we've got a dogfight in the skies. Let's take a look at the boots on the ground and then straight up to the jets to see who wins the fight and who's in the planes. Koba back in the plane, Myanji back in the plane, and it looks like Koba getting a little bit of first blood, but both still fairly healthy.
Yeah, they're gonna go back to this little bit of a circle that they keep doing every single time that we look up. Koba looking for a little bit of a retreat right now. Myanji had the opportunity to press the attack, but is going to bail out and seemingly go super far away as we turn our eyes back down to the ground, back to the skies. Actually, Koba, opportunity here for a little bit of damage. Myanji, we're back to the circle.
Looking at the kill feed while we watch the dogfight, we're gonna see this for a while. Of course, it's an important thing, and frankly, it's just that cinematic. I'm looking at the kill feed, I'm seeing 2, Blake and Dead Dog sniping right now, and actually finding a crazy amount of value in the kill feed a moment ago. Watch out for those 2 names from DNI on the attack to try to rip down some of these folks that are looking over A. A already exchanging hands much faster than the last matchup.
I can't lie, Sector A looks all but gone already. I don't see any members of
Dead Dog
Rapid
again.
Lo-Fi anywhere near it. Bunch of respawns kind of coming in the kill feed right there for RLF, as well as Myanji kind of pressing the attack. Does look for a good opportunity right there, does not connect with anything as we turn our eyes back to Sector A. Again, look at this, no green anywhere to be seen. DNI is actually up on the hill. The good thing about DNI's defense was how long they held this hill on defense, and it's like instantly given away. Rapid Lo-Fi, where you guys at?
I guess the snipers were proficient. Koba finds an angle. Koba wins the dogfight and doesn't crash this time around. Very well done to win the dogfight. While you were fighting, though, your team has lost the point.
Can he get there?
Still got a long way to go. Gonna try to get there and play spoiler. And it's barely not taken.
What?
How is there there's nobody on the point.
Yeah, there's nobody. No defenders, no attackers.
What is happening right now? Feels like a slight misplay, or maybe just everybody died before we could get over here from the observer perspective. Got to use this advantage, this lob, trying to shoot down this jet and also trying to stay alive. But you can just drive over to A and take it and move on to Sector B. Just drive over there.
Look at this. Rapid Lo-Fi, they're not running up to the sector. They're still trying to hold these long sight lines, fully confident that somehow nobody's going to step on the sector at all. Look at this. We have one person of Rapid Lo-Fi who just went down that was holding Sector A. Is anybody going to go step on the point?
Koba's just going to rain hell from above and actually take down Hodu. I'm so confused. I mean, if I'm in that lob, I'm just driving over the point, capturing it, and then driving it away. No? Am I crazy? Am I missing something?
Feels like the right play. Again, they're still kind of fighting over this hill. DNI trying to press the attack right here as we put in the Blake right now. Going to be on the sniper right now. Look at this.
Relax.
Nice.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Blake, I see you.
Connecting a couple of times right there as we again begin to ponder once again why the sector flag has 0 people on it. I do not know. I just don't know.
I think our observing team is also confused.
Hey guys, over here. What is happening?
Another shot over the top.
Oh.
Another kill. Blake is just farming points right now.
A chatter enlightening us maybe a little bit. If they contest the point and capture it, they won't get that second jet.
Okay,
High value targets have been
that's
marked.
fair.
Take control.
Huh. Interesting.
So because
So
they
waiting
lost
on this,
the dogfight,
waiting on the second jet respawn. Now, I might be a moron. I did not think of that.
Yeah, good point.
They
So
got the
now,
jet respawn.
the jet
They've
respawn.
been marked point A,
Instantly captured.
and they captured it. All right, chatters, thank
All
you
right.
very much. That's
There
the
we go.
first time in a while I felt like a
Hey.
moron on broadcast.
Thank you.
It's just been a while since we've seen somebody wait for the capture. So they wait, pick up the jet, go back to the skies, and then capture it. This is why they are the pros, folks. D&I captured the point with ease, waited out, and now have got some eyes in the skies yet again. Very well done, and also great snipes from the D&I side as well.
Yeah, how annoying is that for Koba? Koba had to sit there and pretty much watch them pick up a second jet because they were not capturing that sector. Has to go ahead and win out again in the dogfight. Now D&I, they're going to go ahead and start to press the attack. Man, what a call there from D&I. Very smart indeed.
Yeah, that's awareness. That's prep.
But look at this.
For a map like Fault.
Koba
Yet
finds the advantage again.
This is
Angie is so low, but the helicopter is trying to come to the red through.
Wow.
Koba finds the angles and wins out again.
This is a different Koba than I saw before. This is a different Koba in the skies, trying to get revenge and showcase what he is capable of in that jet. Very well done. Able to take down the jet, and now just has to deal with the helicopter. The helicopter hits like a truck, but it's pretty weak compared to the jet. We'll see what they're able to do with this push. The air not totally won, but still a big win for Koba. While we move our eyes to the ground, here's a giant push coming in from D&I over to B1. Plenty of room to work with. Stacks about 3/4 health. Koba can fly a little bit higher and quite a bit faster. Huge advantage from the jet.
Yeah, love to see this right now. Rapid Lo-Fi got to be feeling pretty good about that win in the sky. Let's see if Koba can go ahead and pick up that helicopter. Ultimately, doesn't even really have to worry about it. Can keep making these bomber runs. We saw the same exact thing happen in the last game.
Yeah, I apologize for suggesting that Koba shouldn't be in the jet. He just proved me wrong. Really good wins here from Koba, and like we said just a moment ago, we now know that they can't get that jet, which we did know, we just didn't think of. So a big take. Opponents waited on the jet, the second one dies, and Koba is near max health and will be max health as he goes down for the helicopter, gets it in his sights, barely missing, really well done from that attacking helicopter to not only evade, but also connect on a few shots with the help from down below. The helicopter actually pushing the advantage, trying to track down this jet. Talk about some nice value. Look at Stacks go.
Quick peek over at the kill feed. Death Dog is actually still going to be sniping on the attacking side of things. Pretty rare because when we think about B1 and B2, both of those points are indoors. You want to kind of get close, right? So an automatic weapon you would typically favor right there, but still finding value from that long range position. Good to see. Want to see Koba get a little bit more involved here and start to help out the team. Because when we take a look at it, goes, B1 has been captured, and they have 175 tickets. They haven't used any.
Yeah, they've used 5 lives. I mean, that's ridiculous. The medics are going crazy, and we're just kind of winning some gunfights down here. Everybody's really spread out in these fights. This feels like almost like a totally different map than what you see in Sector A, so. Uh-oh. An angle. Dang, still missing just barely through the edge of that helicopter. I will say, too, this is really interesting. You see Stacks up in the helicopter here. Really kind of putting on a show for us, able to stay alive longer, distracting our jet friend Koba. Still see Limitless with the bow and the kill feed, as per the usual. Lau still picking up a crazy amount of revives. And it looks like the defense has elected to mark a vehicle for death, if I saw that correctly. And it's this one right here on your screen. This lob goes down, the defense picks up a solid amount of score, but it's looking very healthy right now.
Yeah, D&I finding a lot of value right now in between the 2 points. They're going to try to start to push towards B2. We're going to need the help of the vehicles, I would imagine. Rapid Lo-Fi being pushed all the way back here to B2 so early on in this attack. is a little worrisome, as Snow here almost loses that turnaround there. Kind of good to see them picking up some rhythm when it comes down to the individual dogfight. Koba still looking for destruction. Finally, Koba is able to go ahead and take out the helicopter. Spent pretty much the last 2 to 3 to 4 minutes focused on it, taking a different approach, and instantly turns his focus to the ground. Needs to help out his team. B2 is actually under attack right now.
It's a big take. Reminder, the attack can get 2 helicopters here in Sector B if it goes on long enough, so should see probably another one coming in not that long from now. So while you have an advantage, let's use it. Koba, the commander in that jet, really prioritizing an individual playstyle right now. We've seen Koba be the hero of his team time and time again on the ground in tanks. Now is his chance to do it from the skies. Likely a connect from above by the jet, maybe a couple rockets, landing on Wansa's head, getting it to about half health. But it will not falter, which means, by the way, Rapid Lo-Fi did not succeed in their command to blow up that LAV vehicle. We see many members of DNI still picking up kill after kill on the ground. The attack trying to force against Limitless, a connection of an attack and a trade, but either way you look at it, I still like an advantage here by the attack, holding this B1 position and now urgently redeploying towards B2. We may have won the skies, but we have not won the war that is Sector B. And this is not only for what could be the setup for this match and this map, but it also is certainly going to be for the tiebreaker should they not complete the game.
Yeah, a lot of red on B2 right now. Urgent deployment is going to be helping out this push right now. RLF are picking up some kills in the kill feed. Vico on the bow. It's a couple of headshots. Grab Hex, Snow, and Co. They're thinking about when they want to jump down and start to contest this, but the vehicles that are kind of roaming around B2 are making it extremely difficult. I'm looking around the map, I'm trying to find the big clumps of green, and I just don't see it.
This map has a highly destructible area. It does look like finally we're picking up a vehicle kill. Hey, we'll get a little noise in the crowd for that one. You can hear them probably behind us. That was just an assault vehicle. It really doesn't change the needle there in terms of value, but we'll take what we can get. B2 still in contest. Got about 4 or 5 red there. Pretty even fight, actually, except for the fact that there's a tank destroyer on it, so good luck with that. And it now looks like the defense is going to drop an urgent deployment. This is good for green. This is good for RLF. They're going to reclaim B2 and maybe even try to make a play towards B1 with the advantages that that support system will offer and this tank destroyer will offer. So far, so good on the whole.
RLF, I think they might have switched commanders.
Did they?
I think it might be Banana.
I didn't see that come through, but there is a chance. I mean, it would make sense. It's what my only criticism of Koba and the jet was.
Artillery barrage incoming.
Have to get fact.
I'll keep an eye out on the kill feed. You can see the symbol next to Dead Dog's name. That's the commander symbol. So if you see Banana pop up with that symbol, then you're right. That'd be a crazy read, but we'll double check it. Vico finding kill. Top green. They've fully reclaimed B2.
Finally, some ground vehicles spawning in for Rapid Lo-Fi. The tank destroyer will help out. You think about the Sector B, it's pretty much perfect for the tank destroyer. It can be very nimble in between the buildings because all the players from the attack are going to be jumbled up in these little alleyways. Landing those shots is going to be quite easy as we take a quick look at the skies here. Returning to another little fight. Koba's going to be distracted by the helicopter of Stacks once again. Already won this one time. Can he do it again?
Still 120 lives, by the way, for DNI. It's kind of ridiculous how long they've been able to sustain their lives in this battle here on Sector B. Kind of now getting to a point where it's a pretty decent hold for the defense. Won't go into Sector C with full lives if they get there at all. A bit of a stalemate inside the city. So while there's a stalemate, we're going to pay attention to the skies and check out where the other vehicles are. Obviously, Quavi, YG, the helicopter gunner aficionado for the RLF team during their Ascension matchup, down on the ground in a vehicle as well. where he thrives.
Defend this critical objective.
Here's another objective mark. They have marked, I believe, actually the hold of B1, if I saw that correctly. I'll have to double check that. I'm not sure that is 100% correct, but it's actually a decently conservative and smart play. They want to farm points. If they just hold B1, they get those points. They're assuredly going to hold B1 even if they capture B2. I think this is a pretty smart play if that is what actually has happened. Try to get a read on that.
See Koba in the feed over there, picked up a kill, does not have the commander symbol next to his name.
I think you're right. I haven't seen Banana pop in the kill feed in, a minute. So I think you're right. I think Koba did swap commander positions with Banana, a part of their squad, so it does actually make a lot of sense. Very smart move from RLF to have a commander that's a little bit more entrenched in the fight itself. Dead Dog, the attackers, dropping a strategic beacon and the urgent deployment. They're going to try to put a little bit of pressure on right now, and it looks like an artillery strike. Marking of this lob for death isn't going to be successful. An interesting back and forth from our commanders.
Yeah. DNI, I mean, I thought this attack was looking really good. I thought Rapid Lo-Fi was kind of falling apart. They just gave up B1 so quick, and I was like, what the heck? Remember, we called it out. They went 175 tickets, and we were like, dude, they already captured B1. They're going to roll through B2 too. Nope. Rapid Lo-Fi, they had a plan for that. Obviously, big shout out to Koba for being able to control the skies. Let's shift our focus to talking about the ground now. As you can see, the tank destroyer on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi is being pressed right now.
Hater 666, I think, is the commander, by the way. I just saw the symbol pop up on the right for green. That's RLF. Hater 666, I think, was shifted to commander, which is interesting. We'll try to get a read on that later and see what that really means. But for now, B2 finally contested, finally falling towards neutral zone, but still seemingly near in control there from it looks like Vico, I want to say, in that tank destroyer, sitting on the point, waiting for a fight with a backup here. Look at this. Tank on tank destroyer. Who's going to win this? Sorry, that's a lob on the other side of the attacking side. DNI in trouble. Oh, a miss, but then the cleanup. Well done. The shell comes through and lands effectively. DNI loses another vehicle. This time now in trouble. RLF feeling very comfortable with their position, even though both points are technically contested.
A little bit of a bait and switch there, right? Tank destroyer got low and went ahead and hid in safety, and the tank came rolling through. I do believe some vehicles actually ended up getting traded out, but keep your eyes peeled on B2. It is currently being captured. It's under a lot of pressure. It's actually under pressure, but there's only one player laying on the point right now. They got to go ahead and find him out. And see, Banana just called in the urgent deployment right there for Rapid Lo-Fi.
Yeah, that's right. I do see that Commander Satan Bold next to Banana as well, so I'm not sure what's going on, but whoever it is, it's not Koba, which is the right move. And I like this urgent deployment. I like this play. Your back is against the wall here in Sector B. You've done a good job. Let's do a great job and see if you can hold. We got this lob on point.
Destroy it.
Just throwing shells downrange, and they can't get the beacon down. Finally, they do, and with that hold, killing the beacon, killing everybody respawning on it, they hold B2, and now we're seeing the lives dwindle from DNI. Now we see DNI shaking in their boots a little bit because RLF could hold in a similar fashion from what DNI did in the last map.
Vico just being fed kills right there. They kept popping out of the beacon. I think the smoke that was down was preventing him from being able to see the beacon, but eventually ended up coming through. What a great win there for Artyom. This is Artyom. Took a little bit of damage in the back, had two players in front of him, somehow still wins out that fight. DNI are looking for a little bit of momentum. If anybody was going to do it, it was going to be Artyom.
Artyom is scary on the map. Just can't get any backup on some of these pushes. Here we go, folks. Getting down to the wire, cresting into 50 lives remaining. That is a DNI win in a vehicle fight, finally. RLF losing one. We've got an advantage. We still have stacks in the helicopter up in the skies, at least harrying the jet a little bit. Assault vehicle from Artyom jumping into the mix. Artyom, the only lone survivor as the assault vehicle goes down. Gonna try to get out of combat so his team can spawn with him. He's gonna play over the top of B2 and completely clear B2 by himself. Artyom is on a tear right now and out of combat. Will be able to get some bodies onto the point.
Yeah, we'll have to see if anybody can kind of follow up. But remember, the way that these vehicles have been playing this, it looks like B2 is something of a weakness for Rapid Lo-Fi, but that's because the vehicles are playing off point. As soon as they start to get captured, they'll go ahead, they'll drive in, they'll start to get in the action. Right now, I really love the way that these vehicles are playing. They're just kind of holding this archway, this giant road that leads to B2. The vehicles that DNI want to use to get involved are just being held perfectly by the vehicles of Rapid Lo-Fi.
Pushing through the streets of the city, the crowd's getting loud. They can see what you can see at home, that Rapid Lo-Fi is putting on a show for us. They lose another vehicle though. Tank Destroyer and Tank pushing aggressively, and we got a beacon down. If they get another trade here, this is a huge take. DNI have some momentum now, and because of it, they throw down a look at the objective. A lot of bodies going to the point, and they've got a beacon they're going to be throwing down here at B2. B2 starting to falter. What can the defense do? All they can do for now is pray this artillery strike lands directly on the point and picks up a crazy amount of kills. So far, not so good.
Yeah, Koba in the sky right now getting pressed by 2 helicopters. It's going to be really hard for him to kind of get involved. His team is probably really hoping that he finds somehow some way to help them out. DNI, they're feeling like they've got an advantage. They call in the urgent deployment. They're calling in the vehicles. I see the tank destroyer get on the point, but no, Rapid Lo-Fi, they actually destroy the tank destroyer as soon as it enters the point. Still a bunch of vehicles available for DNI to go ahead and enter, and as we see off in the distance, vehicle for Rapid Lo-Fi wants to get involved in the mix too.
B2 barely able to hold on. No, it is gone. Artillery strike was not enough to maintain control. Job is not done though, folks. They did a fantastic job. RLF able to hold DNI for so long in Sector B. What a great job, but job is not done. Let me be very clear about what's about to happen. One, it looks like, according to the screen, there's a bunch of fog about to roll in. That's bad news for whatever the heck is happening up here in the skies. Watch out. Maybe some of the air superiority may be a bit difficult because of visibility. 2, if Rapid Lo-Fi lose C1 and C2, they are done. They are going home. They are out of this competition. But if they're able to hold on to C1 and C2, DNI will win the tiebreaker, but we will go to Game 3.
Koba's trying to make quick work of this helicopter that is pressing the vehicles that are spawning in for Rapid Lo-Fi. Close to the ground. This is going to be stacks. 18 durability. Something's got to land here. Something at all somehow gets away. And the reason Koba was not able to press the advantage right there, very low as well. He's under attack now.
Oh my gosh, Koba's on 1 HP in a dream right now. Hugging the ground, praying that these bullets will not hit. Heading to the fog, hoping that that's enough, but it's going to have to come because he's out of bounds right now. Get back to the match, Koba. Get back to the match with your 1 HP. Somehow avoiding these shots. He's back up to 10 HP and his repairs in 7 seconds and counting. Keep racing away. You're faster. He's still up. What am I looking at?
Just remember, this attack towards C started with 90 lives available. Probably a little bit lower than DNI would want to work with, but look at this. They're trying their absolute hardest right now. That LAV has been made quick work of stacks, finding value with those helicopters. Koba has to get back into the fight somehow, some way, to make sure those helicopters cannot keep doing what they've been able to do for the last minute or two.
Defensive side have marked the lob down below for death. The repair has come through for Koba, but he's not out of the weeds yet. He's got to find an angle to do a strike on Myanji, who is crushing it in this helicopter right now, doing a very good job of stabilizing and getting bullets down range to keep Koba on the run, while Stax is over there with Sarah Jin, just raining hellfire from the skies. This is the value of 2 helicopters, especially without the ground support. All advantages, all momentum on the side of DNI. Job's not done. There's still a possibility, but we've got to step up for RLF.
Wanzo's looking to get very active with that tank destroyer. While the helicopter comes in, he wants to go ahead and press the advantage onto the LAV.
Oh, no.
Beautiful, beautiful job. He waited for the right moment to use the tank destroyer. As soon as the helicopter started to get active, went in,
did a little bit of a run himself, and somehow actually made it out of the spawn of Rapid Lo-Fi.
Stax gets the kill with Sarah Jin in the second gunner position. Styx lays down a beacon. This may be the beginning of the end in Sector C. A fantastic hold in Sector B for a very long time, but unfortunately, Sector C is not a lot of the same. C1 is gone, C2 is in jeopardy. This could be the final push of RLF. Here on the backside of C2, you can see them moving in together, but they're just losing the gunfights. Helicopters flaring, trying to stay alive. Green is swarming C2 right now, but Dead Dog says keep up the aggression. We're gonna match the urgent redeployment of the defense and get our bodies back onto the point. Let's end it right here, right now.
C2 finally being contested right now. Looks like Rapid Lo-Fi have enough bodies on the point to go ahead and start capturing it for themselves. Koba's trying to get active. Koba's very low, trying to do one of the runs. He's had heck with the helicopters. Let's see if I can help my team out on the ground. As a result, Mianji, once again, going to be hot on his tail, looking for some of these shots to land. They do a little bit, but not enough. I'm sure the jet is going to get away.
2 beacons, urgent redeployment ending for the side of the attack. Those beacons may find value though, because it looks like maybe they're spawning underneath the point, and then we'll move up to the top. A smart play to keep those alive, and here comes a huge push from Wansa. Mianji also picking up several inside the helicopter. That's so many kills, and that's another win for DNI. They clear the point, they spawn under the point, they get bodies on the point, and they stay in this tournament. RLF put up a great fight, but DNI is the better team today, and today is all that matters. DNI staying in this competition, playing for at the very least 3rd place.
Coming into this game, Rapid Lo-Fi, everybody pretty much had DNI winning this one. We expected a good fight. We expected to go to a 3rd game. And I gotta say, it was probably deserving of a 3rd game. Both of their holds, both of their attacks, both of them were so close to holding on. 30 tickets available, and they made it work. DNI somehow captured B2. As you can see there, they're very, very excited. Hodu on cam, showing some emotion, showing some peace signs, some excitement as well. And the highlights for game number 2 on Folt filled a lot of them from the airspace.
Yeah, a lot of fun here. I think this map was really, really engaging map. It didn't feel like a 2-0. It felt like a 2-1, but it was a 2-0. And I think namely because DNI was able to save so many lives on each of these sectors. Obviously, we started out with Koba finally winning some fights in the air, getting a bit of revenge in the airspace. Koba was actually able to stay alive the entirety of this map. Koba did not die one time, but how much value did he truly find? He was able to pick up 1 helicopter, was able to pick up 2 jets. That's quite a bit of value. The problem became, once we got deep into Sector B, DNI did such a good job of reviving and staying on their feet. They had so many lives to play with that eventually the war of attrition actually went to the side of the attack, because the attack ended up picking up 2 helicopters, and once both the helicopters are in the skies together, Koba couldn't go help his team out. But with Koba out of the picture, it was just a matter of time, with all this score that had been earned on the ground, for DNI to finally capture this Sector B. It was a very strong hold from RLF on B2, but it just took so much out of them, so much investment from the scoreline, that as we got to the final couple battles here at sub 50 lives on B2, this truly felt like an all-in from the defensive side that they end up losing. So when we get to Sector C, it really wasn't close. C1 ran through. When we get to C2, they're able to put the beacons down below, spawn underneath, get bodies on point, and win just about everywhere else. DNI put on a clinic. RLF put up a great fight. Both teams fantastic. Both teams top 4 in this competition. Better than half of the other opponents that made it to this stage, but DNI was just a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely right. Sector C, you got to tip your hat there to Stax being in that helicopter. All of the vehicles just constantly receiving the hellfire from the helicopters, and we were kind of looking towards Koba. Koba, you got to come over here, you got to help. But he was getting constantly pressed by the 2nd helicopter. Just such a good strategy there by DNI. Proving as well, kind of showing us up here on the desk. Cool strategy there on Sector A. Making sure that they get a 2nd jet. You know, ultimately, we know, spoiler alert, didn't end up doing much, but Rapid Lo-Fi, man.
Yeah, big congrats to them. Of course, gotta say thank you to the audience, the home crowd, the hometown heroes. Your home team, unfortunately, has to go home, but getting some celebration from the crowd because they earned it. A great tournament from them. Top 4 in the competition. Saying thanks to everybody here in the stadium for cheering them on. As much as we hate to see them go, it is good to see them with a proper send-off from their crowd. Still some smiles from the team, but let's take a look at some of the stats in general from that last match. It was a very fun one to watch. Let's see what the stats tell. What story does it tell? Well, it tells that Sarah Jen went absolutely bonkers McGee in those freaking vehicles, man. Sarah Jen was on the ground there for DNI and then took to the skies in the helicopter in the gunner seat, finding so many kills. That's 55 for Sarah Jen. Dead Dog doing a great job as well in the commander role. Banana there, by the way, taking over commander. You were right. Only 4 kills. Was really proud in the commander role. Yeah. An interesting strategy from RLF. Didn't end up paying off, though.
Yeah, a huge adjustment for them to make right there. It was actually looking pretty good. An adjustment on the fly, right? Koba was feeling he couldn't necessarily command while flying around in the jet dodge and everything. And as you can see here, DNI, their win was about the vehicles for me. 13 of them total. We thought the jet was going to be the important one. Ended up not being the important one. The LAVs, the tank destroyers, the tanks, they just made quick work of them, totaling up to 13, of course.
Yeah, and again, I've got to tout the ability of DNI to prioritize killing vehicles on the ground. Yeah. Like you said, they may have lost the aerial battle, but they won everywhere else, and I think that's just different. It's the difference that the engineers have for this team. Obviously, Hodu putting up great stats in that category. The MVP, though, is Sarah Jin. There's no question about it. Picks up 3 vehicle kills himself, also picking up Revive here and there, I suppose, but 55 kills tells the story of Sarah Jin's impact for this team. On the ground in tank destroyers and logs, in the air in the secondary shot, secondary cannon of the helicopter, making big difference from the air. Even though Koba was winning in the jet, Sarah Jin was making sure they had air impact, and it changed the game for this team.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Every single time that we tune in to Sarah Jen, just constantly finding value in one of the vehicles. Checking out the best squad from DNI. Their reign continues. The 4 of these gentlemen are just so good. We already talked about Sarah Jen. Artyom, I mean, 42 kills, tying actually with Styx over there. And honestly, they've got the tall task of trying to match up Sarah Jen. They're going to be boots on the ground, trying to match up in that regard.
Artyom was doing crazy work on the ground yet again. I will say, by the way, reminder, Stax was the first helicopter operator fighting Koba in the skies, keeping that jet out of the way for their ground troops. Yeah. So really, stats don't tell the whole story of his impact as well. I know this team's excited. They're celebrating. They're gathering up all of their stuff because they're not done yet, man. Really, really cool things here from DNI. They've earned it. They came down to the lower bracket. They wanted revenge. They said they shouldn't be here. They lost to TL in the upper bracket, and now they've got a chance to maybe get revenge on TL, pending how tomorrow goes. Ooh. What a day in the elimination stages. All 3, frankly, of these matches were really fun to watch. And it's been really cool to see all of our teams get better and better as we go. The match is getting better and better as we go. And even still, we've casted over, what now, 11 best of 3s?
Yeah.
And only 1 has gone to game 3.
Crazy.
Vivid, that's all for us in the booth today. We've got an interview downstage in a second. Any final words for the broadcast?
I mean, just incredible stuff. I can't believe we lost 3 of our teams today. I feel like it kind of flew by. All of the games were super, super fun. Today was huge for us. We got to see our first 3rd game in a match, right? So that tiebreaker there. And then we got to see a different map, Fault, for the first time as well.
Very fun.
Huge for us. But tomorrow, it's all about Championship Sunday. We got 3 total matches tomorrow. Who's going to take home 3rd? Who's going to take home 2nd? And who is going to be crowned champions? I got to rest up very well because I'm excited for that.
It's insane, man. I had so much fun as well. It was a great casting with you folks. We've got some fantastic interviews ready down on the stage here shortly. We got to head down to our host. We got to hear from DNI and see what they have to say about making it to lower finals, folks. Let's listen in.
Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với sân khấu để cùng chúc mừng cho tấm vé cuối cùng bước vào ngày thi đấu chung kết ngày mai, đó chính là DNI. Họ thực sự đã chiến đấu hết mình và cho chúng ta thấy được sự hủy diệt của mình ở trong mùa giải năm nay. Và mặc dù cho Rapid Lo-Fi đã cố gắng hết sức và cho chúng ta thấy những công hiến của họ, cuối cùng thì đây sẽ là một lời chào tạm biệt dành cho đại diện nước chủ nhà, và rất hy vọng rằng là chúng ta sẽ thấy một phiên bản mạnh mẽ hơn nữa của đại diện Rapid Lo-Fi ở trong trình sau. Còn bây giờ thì hãy cùng xem là Commander của DNI, Dead Dog, gặp lại anh ấy ở chỗ này thì bạn ấy sẽ gì với cảm xúc sau khi có được tấm vé cuối cùng này. The last ticket to the next round goes to DNI. Once again, congratulations to your team. They truly show us their destructive power today. And despite Rapid Lo-Fi's best effort, we have to say goodbye to the horse dream. But we do believe that they definitely will come back stronger in the next tournament. And now, standing next to me, once again, the team's commander, Dead Dog from DNI. And let's hear what the winner got to say with us. Xin chào Dead Dog. 안녕하세요.
Xin chào Dead Dog.
Không biết lúc này thì cảm xúc của các bạn như thế nào khi vừa có được tấm vé cuối cùng để bước vào ngày chung kết ngày mai?
Please share with us your feelings and emotion winning a very last ticket to the grand final.
베트남 홈팀을 이기는 소감은 어떠신가요?
당연히 이겼어야 한다고 생각을 했고 앞으로 다음 경기 이제 뭐 누가 올라올지 모르겠지만 더 열심히 준비하도록 하겠습니다.
Đương nhiên là chúng tôi cũng đã dự tính được trước là chúng tôi sẽ thắng trận này, và tiếp đây kể cả là có gặp đối thủ nào thì chúng tôi cũng sẽ biểu diễn hết sức để giành chiến thắng.
Of course, we wanted to win and we planned to win. And no matter what team is coming up next, we are ready for the match for the grand final.
Vâng, tiếp tục một thái tự nhiên cũng tự tin, cũng không quá là bất ngờ khi mà chúng ta thấy DNI như thế này, đúng không? Vậy thì xuyên suốt trận đấu ngày hôm nay và cả ngày thi đấu hôm nay, bạn đánh giá như thế nào về phần trình diễn của toàn đội?
So what do you think about your team performance for today's match?
방금 끝난 경기에서 우리 팀 전체의 플레이 어떻게 평가하고 계신가요?
저희 팀 점점 더 이제 경기를 통할 때마다 더욱더 발전되고 있는 상황이라고 생각을 해서 지금 상황도 매우 잘하고 있다고 생각합니다.
Tôi nghĩ là team tôi đang dần phát triển mạnh hơn, và với cái trạng thái bây giờ thì team tôi đang thực hiện rất là tốt ạ.
I think my team is developing day by day and we are getting so good every single second. I think we are so ready for the next match with the really great preparation.
Vậy thì quay trở lại một chút với trận đấu này, không biết rằng là đối thủ các bạn ngày hôm nay đó là Rapid Lo-Fi có gây khó khăn cho bạn ở khoảnh khắc nào ở trong trận đấu này không?
Do you have any difficulty facing the Rapid Lo-Fi, your opponent?
방금 경기에서 베트남 팀이 우리 팀한테 어떤 어려움을 줬나요?
생각보다 장비 운영도 되게 잘했고 보병도 생각보다 뚫기 어려운 부분이 있었어가지고 저희가 좀 당황을 많이 했던 것 같습니다.
Vâng, trong trận đấu vừa rồi thì team Việt Nam cũng thể hiện rất là tốt và chúng tôi cũng khá là bàng hoàng. Tuy nhiên là chúng tôi cũng công nhận là team Việt Nam đấu rất là giỏi đấy ạ.
I think, Rapid Lo-Fi did really well in the match, and me and my team were a little bit worried about the results of the match. But once again, I want to admit that the Rapid Lo-Fi is really well. They are a good opponent.
Vậy thì câu hỏi cuối cùng, một lần nữa bạn hãy gửi một lời nhắn nhủ tới những fan hâm mộ đã và đang cũng như là sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ cho DNI tại ngày thi đấu cuối cùng ngày mai.
Grand final is coming soon. What do you want to say to the supporters that following you guys for the next coming important matches?
2025년 경기에서 우리 DNI 팀을 지켜보고 응원해주고 있는 팬들에게 하고 싶은 말이 있습니까?
이전에 했었던 인터뷰랑 내용인데요. 항상 감사드리고 저희가 이제 수영 쳐서 건너지 않을 수 있게 진짜 지금도 최선을 다해서 어떻게 할지 준비하고 있으니까 앞으로도 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
Cảm ơn các bạn đã luôn ủng hộ team của chúng tôi và team chúng tôi sẽ luôn thể hiện hết mình để có thể tiến về phía trước. Cảm ơn các bạn đã luôn ủng hộ ạ.
Thank you so much for always supporting us, and thank you so much for the energy. We are going to give our best for everything. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Keep your spirit up. And once again, congratulations to DNI for their win today and here to the next round. Thank you so much for the interview, Dead Dog.
감사합니다.
Xin được cảm ơn Dead Dog với phần phỏng vấn này và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho tấm vé cuối cùng của DNI đã đến với ngày chung kết tổng. Và các bạn thân mến, đó cũng là những diễn biến khép lại ngày thi đấu thứ 3 tại giải đấu của chúng ta. Đương nhiên những bất ngờ sẽ vẫn còn đó tại ngày thi đấu cuối cùng và hãy cùng chúng tôi chờ đợi xem đâu sẽ là đội tuyển đăng quang ngôi vô địch tại Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare vào ngày mai các bạn nhé. Còn bây giờ thì xin chào và hẹn gặp lại. This wraps up the third day of this tournament, and we are looking forward to seeing the great performance tomorrow. And let's see who's gonna be the champion of Delta Fox Invitational 2025 Warfare tomorrow. Goodbye, and we will see you tomorrow.
Retreat. Strike back and take our objective. This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs.